Oh, I forgot to change the title. We definitely ain't 4K plus no more. Oh my god. Why did that do that? There we go. Alright. So we do got music back. I may need to turn it down a wee bit from what I see. About one more. I think that looks beautiful. I think that looks beautiful. Could be wrong. I can't hear it. I'm just looking at audio levels, so. Anyways. Is there a way? Yes. That off there. Alright, give me one moment here to load up Warframe. Oh, I was grabbing my mic stand, and then my mic stand hit my power cable, and it must have jiggled it loose enough to cause the issue. So I unplugged everything from my PC and I reset it up, and now it's not an issue. Thankfully, we're only 4 hours in. Yeah, I have to look back at the fact that I crashed at 35.5 hours before. Or extracted. I've also crashed at 30 hours. Crashed at 12 hours. All in the last 2 months. All in the last 2 months. Alright, let me log in the game here, and then we shall get all of this going. Build is working so far. That's the good thing. That's the good thing. That's the good thing. Let me go. Might as well. I think I have 4 meta collect. Okay. Let's do these. This one. This one. One. Okay, let me double check. Let me double check Iron Wake. I don't remember if I did that this week. I think I got too busy trading and I forgot about Iron Wake. I know I did my Steel Essence turnip. I know I did that, but I don't remember if I had actually done my Iron Wake. And I figure since, well, we got loaded out of the damn thing, I might as well go check. Oh, whoopsie. Thank you. There we go. That's not starting soon, everybody. We are here. We are here. No, I didn't. Okay. No, I don't want that stupid thing. Whatever it is. No one wants it. Okay. There we go. And what about you? Rup? I think I got bone dry on it. Alright. didn't feel like playing Tony Pot for that thing because I didn't need it. Nothing interested me there. Why do you hate yourself? Why, Baker? I'm a masochist? Oh, that's true. I am with you. Woohoo! Woohoo! Best room in the game, in the game, in the game. We got the best room in the game. So everything's gonna be okay. And be sure if you haven't, hit that thumbs up button. Get that algorithm boost, baby. It is greatly appreciated. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. That's a very rocky first Acolyte. Must be warming up. That was very awkward. We did it. We did it though. I feel like that bubble placement's off a little bit. I think we should be okay though. We're actually holding multiplier really early on. This is good. This is the best room yet. At least with this build, like a damn good build. Or a damn good room for this build. We were struggling a bit to hold multiplier before. We should gain it a lot faster this run. Truly a blessing giving me this room on the very first entrance. Oh, yeah. That's a big deal. That is such a big deal. I don't think I need my bubble right now. We'll see. That looks like... Oh. Doing Mott right now? Yeah, I accidentally unplugged my PC. I was taking my mic stand out. There was a fissure up. So I was like, you know what? Screw it. Don't even need our bubble. just raw fucking sniper damage. Don't even need a bubble. This is good. This is what we want. We'll drop the bubble up though. Makes things easier. Oh, did Nully actually end that one? Nully actually ended that one. Surprised we didn't get him. Maybe we're gonna have to make it a little bit closer then. Oh. Interesting. We'll figure out the angling for that. But they can be kept up. Right there. No. I was just about to get it going. Usually nullies. Do I haven't? Oh, could this require? The difference here could be no prime firestorm. That could be the difference here. A little bit larger AoE radius. It would then allow damage to hit before they hit the center of the bubble itself. I think that's what we need. I think that's what we need here. How long left on this? 23 minutes left. This is such a good room though. I'll figure it out. This is such a good room. I can't give up this room. I'll just use any star. That's all. I already got one. Damage toxin, status chance, minus projectile speed. We good. We good. We good. The Zenny Star isn't getting picked up. I see it right there. Why isn't the Zenny Star getting picked up? Alright, let's clear this up a little. Alright. Did it get picked up now? Now the Zenny Star got picked up. Huh? Still having issues. Is it because this is such a small area that I don't get the ability to actually allow the damage to occur from those? Could that be the problem? I don't know. Don't know. Seem to be okay right now. There goes an Oli. As soon as I stop shooting, it's got to be the size of the room. They're not getting hit by AoE early enough. We can get rid of the bubbles, no problem. We're having issues keeping them down. Toward going crazy in the market. Yeah, it's because it's hyped as the new meta weapon. My VRAM's already really high, but I'm gonna assume that's because of the Fisher. We should be okay. Fishers always increase VRAM by a good amount. That's good now. Found a Mott Fisher, so we doing that. Plus I unplugged my computer accidentally. I think it was only, thankfully it was only 4.5 hours in, so. Having a little issues keeping my bubble up, so I'm just not even using it. I'll use it on Acolytes. I don't really need it for these things. I got a good room. It's the same actions per minute though as yesterday's at the end of the day. I'd say a little more aiming, but it's not really bad. I have a tiny little door to shoot through. I was thinking of extracting and putting on Prime Firestorm, and it would probably make up for it. But then I would have to try and find this room all over again, and yeah. I mean, I have like 100 other rooms I really could choose at the end of the day too, but this is probably the best room I've... Every time I get this room, it's always like the best room I've ever had, so... I net in so many kills per hour in this room, it's insane. Especially when it's set up like this, there's nothing behind me to interfere with spawning. Like, this is exactly as I want it. So, I'll deal with the problems. This weapon's definitely strong enough to not need bubble. This is the last thing this thing needs. If I didn't have greedy pull on this already, like Mag didn't have it defaulted, I probably would just use a different frame at this rate after seeing this, but yeah. You're 5 minutes behind me right now. Oh, good luck. Who you use them? Are you going for 100 hours, Chubby? I'd love to hear that. Are you in this Fisher too? You got enough relics for it, baby? You got enough relics? You got 1,200 relics? Oh, he's got 1,200 relics. Oh, shit. Could be feeling good afterwards. As long as you don't crash. Then you won't be feeling that good. You ain't gonna be feeling that good, though. You'll still feel good, but not as good. Never a bad thing, Nana. As long as you got time for it. And you don't do it too frequently. And you good, you good, enjoy yourself. What you sipping on? Beer? Ah, nice. What type of beer? Do you get into it that much with beer? Like you have your personal choice or anything like that? Yeah, I just liked when I used to drink. I just liked all beer, pretty much. They're really just cold beer. I know the feeling, man. As long as it ain't piss water, I'm straight. A lot of beer, like when you get into the craft beer and everything, it tastes so good. It tastes so damn good. So good. Even the cheaper ends of like the craft beers are so good. Yeah. I mean, I used to be an alcoholic. I can't speak too much, but that's why I'd also know that it's not good to do too often. We all make mistakes. We all do stupid things, thinking we're invincible. Outside of the tincture that I drink now for my seizures and all that, this tincture that I make out of CBD and all that. I don't really drink. Went on a little kick of enjoying sake for a while, but I'd have like one of their small bottles like once a month or something like that. How do you do it, man? Do what? I'm lagging. Oh boy, am I. Why am I lagging so much? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Why are we lagging? Let me try... Ooh, you can pause while in solo, man. I'm not dropping frames, so let me just try refreshing my connection over here. Does this computer not like me doing fishers right now at the same time? Is it Warframe hub? It better not be no Warframe hub. Let's see. Let's see what we get here. Oh, you're just going for a little bit using a buddy with you and core? Ah, nice. Very nice. Getting some good farming done. That's what I'm talking about. That's good shit. I'm taking moments, didn't know after that silence there that you can pause on solo. I love how I pause too. Perfect timing to pause. I play for like 2 hours and then I take a 30-minute break, man. It's on every single one of my streams if you watch long enough. That's the key. If you watch long enough, you will see it. Even if you skim through my VODs, you'll see it. I'm surprised people don't skim. I'm really surprised people don't just skim through the VODs and be like, look through things. I don't know. I understand not watching the whole thing, but when you're curious in something, you should take the time to look it over. If you're given access to, it's a blessing. See a new run. I accidentally unplugged my computer, pulling my mic stand out. Oh, I am a winner. We were only 4.5 hours in, so it's whatever. Who cares? But yeah, we went to go back in to Annie, and then all of a sudden there was a Mont Neo Fisher, and I was like, well, you know, it's always a good show to be cracking a bunch of relics. And we got a bunch. I have about 1,500 or so relics right now of Neo. At least, I know I have at least 1,300, so. And we'll get a free relic every 5 cracks here and in here, so that'll be good. Free relic we can use inside the mission too. That's the best part. Keeps you going. I'm boycotting those until they fix them. I'm boycotting until they fix those. That drop rate is so abysmal and those spawns are so terrible that there's no way in hell I'm gonna do that. Bro, it took me like 15 minutes to do each fucking mission yesterday because the mobs wouldn't run in the circle. It's dumb. And then I don't even get a guaranteed shard from the thing when there's 53 frames or 56 warframes in the game. There's 56 fucking warframes in the game, and each frame requires at least 5 with a max of 10. And you're gonna tell me that it's RNG, and then the other way to get it is a weekly cooldown? Like, come on, bro. Especially I can only do it 5 times a week? Come on, at least let me grind it if you're gonna give me RNG. Let me grind the shit out of it, especially that level of RNG. It's stupid. take off the weekly reset if you want to leave the drop rate the way it is. Otherwise, you better be guaranteeing people shards. Like 2 to 3 shards a week guaranteed. No, that's not the problem, Nano. They don't run into the circle. That's the problem, man, is they don't run into the circle. I went into public because it was taking so long, so I was like, well, maybe I'll have more spawns and maybe more chances for people to, or for mobs to jump in. No, we were sitting there we literally sat there in the center of the circle staring at each other waiting for mobs to come in. We were AFK for fucking half the thing. It was so dumb. Like, and every single one was like that. So it's like, I don't understand why people would play such a broken game mode. Like, y'all can just protest that shit by not doing it and force them to fix it faster. Put in your tickets complaining about it and then just don't do it. Go do something else that's worth your time. That's not worth your time. Everything from there besides the shards you can get from rep, if I recall correctly. So it's stupid. It's a complete waste of time. And it's not even like it's enjoyable. It's stupid and slow. You're staring, like, people tell me my runs look boring. That is a million times more boring. And yet people are willing to do it just because you only need to do it 5 times. What if you were able to do it however long you wanted? Would you be okay with that then, having to do that for fucking 12 hours? Hold on, I gotta refresh the page. This is stupid. I hope YouTube changes the position of that heart, because it cuts off my chat, and then I have to refresh. You don't really do shards. Well, then there's like, I don't find a reason to do it then if you don't do it for shards. Because like I said, to my knowledge, everything else can be gotten through rep, unless there is something else in there that can't be. Then that would be the only other reason, but yeah. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'm meh on that. If I have time to get 14 stacks of corrosive on a mob, there's probably a high chance I'm doing something wrong in my build to kill it. It's kind of how I view that. It's not that I don't believe you, bro. It's just that I personally think if I have time to get that many stacks of anything on a mob, probably doing something wrong. That's just how I view it with how fast I like to kill mobs. I try to aim for doing survivals without using oxygen. I don't have time to get 14 stacks of corrosive on a mob and let it actually be effective. Unless I have like a ridiculous amount of multi-shot or like this weapon here, you know, or fire rate or something. It's just, I play a different game than most, and I'm not touching the new area because it's so unoptimized, it's terrible. The fact that I use, like, literally almost triple the amount of VRAM in the new area that I do in the old star chart is ridiculous, and I don't think they should have released it yet with that level of unoptimization. It's all subjective, man. Killing Acolytes in solo, you don't want to strip their armor. You're actually losing DPS doing that. It's better to strip their armor as much as you can without actually stripping their armor fully. I don't compare to normal mobs. These things in front of me, I don't build to kill. I don't build to kill these things in front of me. So me stacking 14 stacks doesn't do anything, because the things that I build to kill only get 4. Which is what I mean, like if I'm having to use that many stacks to get something done, then there's something wrong. Yeah. I think it's an amazing addition into the game, don't get me wrong. I'm not calling it trash, I'm just calling it not good for me. Acolytes also are resistant to corrosive more than they are slash viral and toxin. And on solo, you can't stack viral stacks on Acolytes. So stripping their armor is why you lose damage because of all that. Acolytes receive an additional 75% more damage with corrosive when they have armor on. So if I can strip most of their armor, then I actually gain more net damage overall. And all you need to kill a normal mob in most cases is slash in any sort of fashion. You don't need anything else. Just slash. If you can stack infinitely, slash is going to kill it pretty quickly. And here on top of it, I have electric too. And then, well, here I get free viral and everything too. There's a lot that goes on here in comparison to the Plasmor run I was doing. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, it all depends on what you're doing. It's situationally good. It has its uses. Yeah, I could definitely see that being a nice chill time for pretty much 99.9% of the game, to be honest, type deal. Yeah. Yeah, the new shards that they released are nice. Some of them are a little... I'm expecting to get tweaked. I'm not expecting the corrosive to get tweaked. That's a lot of work for armor stripping at the end of the day. You either gotta you gotta build something very specific to strip fast, or yeah, or you're just gonna take forever to do it. So that I don't foresee getting fixed. But the blast for shield regen, that's gonna get adjusted. Somebody did not test that correctly. Somebody did not test that correctly. Especially with things like Catalyst or like Rolling Guard. That's good, Space Cat. How you doing? I'm gonna be honest, everybody, I don't want to do this Fisher. As much as I do, I don't. I don't want to take an extra like 8% time to do this run. Are you all okay with me going back into Annie? I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it. I don't want to have to deal with clicking relics for fucking 1,300 fucking relics. I have it, but man, there's like a big part of me that's like, I don't ever want to crack relics again. I cracked 1,100 and change relics. Visor, are you queuing on Steel Path? That would be my big question. Are you queuing on Steel Path? Nano, what I would recommend if you have a NVIDIA GPU, they have a NVIDIA capture thing. I forget exactly what it's called, but it's extremely lightweight, and you can do either recordings or you can actually clip the last like up to 20 minutes of your gameplay. So you could take clips and everything like that if you so wanted to. I think it might be Shadowplay. I'm not 100% on what it's called. I use it on occasion, but I don't use it all the time. The reason why I don't use it all the time is because if they have an update in the middle of one of my runs, then it stops working. Like, even if I don't install, like, because I don't install the update, it just breaks and stops working on me. So that's why I stopped using it for, like, these, like, multi-day runs and stuff like that. How I feel about Mag? I've been working on Mag for 6 years now, because I feel like I haven't hit her upper potential and, like, peaked out on her potential. That's how I feel about Mag. After 6 years and now close to like 2,800 hours of theory crafting and testing, I don't know if I've hit the full peak even. That's how I feel about Mag. I feel like she's one of the highest skill ceiling frames in the game. She's very easy to learn, but her skill ceiling is so high that I feel like it's a limitless type deal. Or situation. With Neza, I peaked out on really quick. At least pre-shield gating Neza. I haven't played Neza since shield gating. Pre-shield gating Neza though had a really early peak, unfortunately. I found best used for old Neza in speedrunning defense actually. Why aren't these shots going off? I didn't think I'm still inside the bubble. 2, 3. There we go. I really feel like I want to go on Annie. I don't want to crack relics. I hate cracking relics. I guess I just gotta keep in my mind about the mod drop chance booster. Oh, when it comes around, I'll be ready. I'll have like 3,000 prime items for that. Altogether. Oh, I hate relics. Worst system in the game. I'm gonna be honest. One of the worst systems in the game that you can grind. I hate relics. I want keys. I want keys back so bad. I didn't get to enjoy keys, but my god, I've already seen enough of it to know that I would have loved it. I hate having to select a relic every time, every single fucking time. I also hate the fact that the time freezes. I really hate the fact that the time freezes. That actually really makes me mad. I don't want the time freezing. I want that shit to keep going. Even while I'm selecting the relic, I want that shit ticking down. Or ticking up. I want oxygen going down. I don't care. Like, I do not want this interruption in gameplay. It's so annoying. Yeah, avoid keys. What's the most hard here? Wait, what's the most hard hero most? Can we try that again? No, I'm honestly probably just going to extract that 50 and go back into Annie. I just do not want to fucking crack relics. Those relics are pissing me off. Okay. I haven't taken every frame to level cap, so I can't tell you on that one. I'm just gonna leave here at 50 though. I do not want to crack relics. It actually is stripping away like everything of enjoying this run for me. Y'all may like, oh, but all the prime loot. Yeah, but all of the extra fucking clicking, I just don't want to do. I gotta click enough at 100 hours. Just don't want to do more clicking. It's not like I sell prime parts. I don't. I keep them for borrow. And I have enough for me to buy anything I want from borrow as he releases new stuff, so I don't care. That's how I view the game. If I hate doing something, I just won't do it. I enjoyed doing that Fisher run there because I needed that stockpile. I actually needed it. I don't need a mod drop chance booster to increase my plat per hour. As y'all, if anyone was watching, as you saw there, I'm back up to 1200 plat already. That was 1 day of sewing. I don't stress about plat. It was 1 day of sewing. Did I just select the relic? I guess I did. There's reaction there. Yeah. I don't have all 10 traces. If for anyone that doesn't know, you can leave a fissure if you don't. Ooh. Well, I'm glad I'm leaving. Holy shit. Okay, fissures aren't stable, yo. Fissures aren't stable. To get a freeze that early on, that's not stable. Look at my VRAM. It's already over a gig. It went up like 100 megs just running through the fucking map. Yeah, fissures aren't stable. No way. No way. That would have given us a crash later on. That was guaranteed. Holy hell. I bet they're causing a queue. I bet they're causing a queue. I bet they are. I bet they're causing a queue to start. This will be my first reset. Well, if we're talking in general, this today is my first reset. But we've been working on this run for a week now. Because that was the, what makes you have to reset, it all depends. It could be anything from a room to I crashed, or yeah. Room or crashing is typically why I'll reset. Can you disable that high shader quality? It's not on. Homie, it ain't on. There ain't no high shader quality on anywhere. Let me see if I have... No, that's not on. I did? I literally have everything deactivated. What are you talking about? Low, low, low. Can you can't... You can only go low. What are you talking about? Where low, low, low. But you just asked me to disable it. Okay. Alright, never mind. I'm misreading that, sorry. But yeah, no, I keep everything turned off. I don't like playing this game on high settings, bro. You're asking for a crash. You're asking for a crash. You're also asking to be blinded by the light. Because, like, Warframe, they really like their textures. Too much. Too much. Too much. It's like... Ugh. Oh, okay. I don't know. She's, like, for me, I feel like I've never hit a ceiling for her. I've played her for 6 years. Like... I'm sure there's other frames out there that may have a comparable, but Mag's been out for so long and no one's hardly done anything with her in the way of, like, long solo content and such. You know what I mean? Like, there's only, like, a handful of videos out there in the comparison with a lot of other frames. And that's what I feel with that. Or that's why I feel that way. When you compare her to other frames, you can't, like, the amount of content that's out on her is very slim. And there's just so much you can really end up doing with her abilities. A lot of the other older frames, they don't really have that much true complexity through it. Maybe Ivara would be another one with a very, very high skill ceiling, and that's because of her ability to break the game innately. Like, if Ivara didn't break the game innately, her skill ceiling wouldn't be as high. but because she can actually like break the ever-living hell out of this game, and she does every single patch, she has a new bug that she is just excelling with. Feature, you know, whether they can fix it or not. Yeah. Oh. Probably no, it looks like small room. No, I guess the frame that I have played with the lowest skill ceiling, the Gath was pretty low, Caliban was low, Banshee, well, it was pretty low on Banshee. There really wasn't much you could uniquely learn with her. Frost was really high. Frost was really, really high. Like, I still don't even feel like I'm there with Frost after even a 500 round solo interception. Puzzle room? No. Okay. I wouldn't say so much as mobility problems as she's just a patient frame. I'm not going to speak about the bugs that Ivara has. I can get banned for talking the exact details of bugs unless they've been fixed. Then it's fine. Like Ivara, back in the day in Interception, they fixed this. You used to be able to noise arrow into a wall, and all the mobs on the map would just gather in front of the wall and not do anything. So you could just cheese Interception like that and then just covert lethality kill everything. This is way back in the old covert lethality days when it used to do exact mob health. That was a bug she held for a very long time. I think this is going to be a good room. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take a few e-sig hits before we jump into this. Yeah, but eventually with mind control on Nyx, are you talking her 4 ability, right? They'll still go and cap the nodes. This literally made them huddle next to a wall, not tack each other, not do anything, and they would just stare at a wall, and then you could just mass sleep them, and then just one by one fucking kill them. It was insane, like... it was absolutely insane. The entire map, I'm talking, like, they would just go right to that spot and sit in front of a wall and do nothing the whole time. Made it easy. They didn't activate any AoE abilities, so you could just sit there. You know? With squad, you can, but the host is going to need a good connection. 1 sec, I'll get back into playing here. Let me take another hit. Okay. So you can, but what you want to do in group runs is you either have 4 players running rotations, or you have 2 players, or 2 groups of 4 players running rotation, or 2 groups of 2 running rotations. And you're able to do these, but there's a lot of specifications to it. Your host for your internet should have around 40 meg for upload, preferably closer to 100. And also everybody else in the group needs to have extremely good internet. as well, and you guys all have to be under 100 ping. If you can get all of that combo together, then you can do long runs and group runs. The world record right now for group runs is 14 hours due to a crash. I wouldn't call her the ultimate frame, but she's the best everyday frame in the game. That's what I would call Wisp. She is hands down the best everyday frame in the game. If you want to do everyday play, no matter what mission you go into, if you equip Wisp, it will work. That's what Wisp is. Yeah, that's what Wisp is. She is a fucking amazing... She's my everyday wonder, man. Trust on that, bro. When it comes to true everyday play, when I'm just trying to chill and I don't want to pay attention to everything or anything and I'm just playing a mission, you know, nothing crazy or anything, Wisp going right on instantly. Not even a question in my mind. Wisp going. Yeah, that's what I do. Wisp I've peaked out on, though. Like, I really peaked out on that frame. I put a good amount of hours into Wisp. Yeah, you can never go wrong with a Wisp in your group. Why is everything dying just from my greedy pull? I don't get it. I'm on steel... Yes, I'm on steel path. I'm causing so much environmental damage with my fucking greedy pull that it's killing mobs on collision. The game crashes for a lot of reasons. There's a million reasons. The most recent crashes that we had was because I was killing mobs so fast. I was killing mobs in such a group, like so many at one time, that it was causing a queue in the game. And eventually the queue became so aggressive that it crashed the game because there were so many mobs queued up. That's what was happening with our recent queue, or recent crash. You can look at your EE log. If you don't know where to find it, look on the Wicca. They have a guide on finding your EE log. But when you crash, before you load into your game again, take that EE log and then put it onto a separate folder that's outside of the folder it's in originally. And then you can scroll down and then you'll see a lot of different things like error logs and such, and warnings. Make sure you drink water, Nano. Make sure you're drinking water. You don't want a bad hangover, man. There's enjoying yourself drinking, and then there's enjoying yourself drinking and then being stupid. You don't want to wake up in the morning with a hangover. Keep yourself well fed, keep yourself well hydrated, pissing it out. You'll be golden in the morning, ready to go back and kick ass. You're gonna be nice. Oh, you're not drinking a lot? Okay. I still say, always keep hydrated. Always keep hydrated. Because that's mainly what dehydration is. It's not so much you drink too much, as you drank so much you dehydrated yourself from what your water intake was. You have some expertise? Or experience? Alright. Enjoy. I'm just a person that naturally looks out for people. I don't believe you have the... I don't believe that you're incompetent enough to not understand that type of stuff. I just more or less look out for people. So. No problem. I'm always a strong supporter of do as you please. I'll give recommendations. If you like it, awesome. If you don't, awesome. That's always been me. It's always been me. I'm not here to tell people how to live their life. Unless they're telling me I don't know how to live my life, then, well, it's like... If you're asking me for advice, I hope you listen at that point, then at least experiment. But you're not asking me for any help, I'm just gonna generally say stuff. So I don't give a shit whether you follow it or not then. I don't care. We all humans and deserve free will to do as we please. Anyone who believes different is ignorant. As long as we ain't hurting anybody else. As long as we ain't hurting anybody else. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. As long as you're having a good time, you ain't bothering anybody or hurting anybody else, who cares? Enjoy yourself. Have fun with whatever you want to have fun with. We all have our things that make us happy and smile, and we deserve to enjoy those things free of prosecution. I guess I speak from personal experience, having, I don't know, at least 30 people a day making fun of me for the fact that I do these runs without taking understanding as to why. So, yeah, I guess that's where that comes from. I guess there's some self-wanting in that comment there. But that's the internet, you know? Anybody that voices their opinion in a very negative fashion to just be an asshole is typically someone who hasn't had their voice heard enough in life. And it's just a sad thing, and I always hope that they find better experiences and better people to accept whatever their point of view may be. Or at least understand it so that they can stop being so sour as an individual. You have dark energy? Yeah, man, yeah. I use all dark energy for everything. It helps my eyes. It helps my eyes. I got a lot of photosensitivity with my seizures. So I generally try to keep the pixels down as much as possible. And Warframe full of the pixels and big shiny flashy things. God damn, are they? You like anything dark? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's more aesthetically pleasing. Or, not pleasing. Pleasing, yeah, I think would be the right word. What's up, Al? Is it Allah? Ali? What is this here? What is the name here? I just looked at it and I was like, you just said that wrong. 98% chance. That's why, like, when I said it, like, my voice trailed off when it was like, you're saying this wrong. That's my dyslexia at play. I'm so terrible at enunciating names. Oh man. But how you doing? Ala? Alea? Alea? Is it Alea? We're going through here. The brain's processing different names. we're shooting out the walls here. I apologize. I do apologize, though. I feel like I've said the name correctly before, but I'm just existing. I won't lie, there is some fatigue going on with Baker. It's not because I'm getting tired of endurance. I've just been working a lot. I've just been working a lot. I did close to 400 hours in the past 32 days. I'm kind of I've been working. You may say take a day off, but I would say to you, if I could afford it, I would. So we're gonna keep grinding until that can be reasonable. It's what you gotta do sometimes when you want to do great things. Do you watch any good movies? No, man, I ain't got time for movies. I haven't watched movies since I was like... I watch occasionally with my girl. We watch movies, but she picks those out. But it would be things that everybody has really already seen. Like the older movies at the end of the day and such. But yeah, nothing really recent we've gone out of our way to watch. That's mainly just because a lot of new movies aren't worth watching, to be fair on that. Like, we probably would, but they're just not worth watching. That's... too much bullshit in movies nowadays. I'm an old man. But yeah, no, I work a lot, man. Working like even back when I was full-time content creation and like a streamer, I was putting in anywhere from like 275 to like 325 hours a month. So 90s movies are the best. Yeah, I know that feeling. What's up, San? How you doing? My opinion, Mag's underrated, very. Very underrated. But that's why I say she has such a high skill ceiling. She's so easy to learn, it makes you think you learned everything and you're good, but then when you really start putting time into her, you start realizing like, oh, I could do this, I can do that, I can combine this to do this, and like, oh, we're going places now. Yeah. And then they buffed her pull like within the last like, you know, what, 2 years or something like that. And they made it so that everything just stacks in front of you and you no longer can kill yourself accidentally with pull. Which is massive. It's absolutely massive to not kill yourself with pull. Because what you used to be able to do was you would sometimes pull and the mobs would just come colliding into you and actually kill you. It would one-shot you with environmental damage from the mobs. You hadn't used Mag until Devuri came out? Yeah, man. She's a good frame. She's got a lot of potential. You just gotta put in the time with her at the end of the day, or find somebody that has put in the time, and then kind of learn from them, just by watching them play or something like that, playing with them, picking their brain, etc. She's a really good frame. She's phenomenal. This stupid heart. I can't read what you're saying there, homie. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, Ragdoll AI will still being accurate. Yeah. 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 Sounds good, Sam. I do hope you sleep well. And thank you so much for stopping in. We'll be going for a longer stream. Oh, it's already 4 PM. Jesus, I slept for so long. We'll be streaming for a while, though. After tomorrow, we'll be able to go back to really long streams. I just have to make sure that I'm up for things with my apartment complex. Because they are the most intrusive pieces of shit I've ever fucking lived under. I'm so tired of them coming in my fucking apartment. I don't do well with people in my apartment that I don't know. I don't do well with it. And these motherfuckers coming up in here like 1 to 2 times a fucking month. It's just for the past 6 months they've been like that, and I'm just getting so fed up with it. I called and complained about it, and they're still doing it. They don't give a shit. I read online, though, that it's a fairly common thing. With at least anybody in their agencies. They apparently don't care about the privacy of their tenants. Or those bolts aren't hitting them. I wonder why. I wonder why. Hold up, let me read that. The stupid heart in the chat's interrupting it and I can't decipher. But why? Oh. I'm trying to replace disability, and I'm just trying to stand out in any way I can in the content creation space, and I've also been doing endurance survivals for 7 or 6 years now. So it's just something I enjoy the game. It's been a goal of mine for 6 years in total, and figured this would be a right time to do it over and over again until I can see it to help promote and grow my channel so I don't have to deal with the bullshit anymore. But if you want to go take a look at the description down below, there's a Baker's Fitness channel there, and there's a why I started, and that'll give you a lot more details into things. You can pause on solo, by the way, Cat Tech, if you didn't know. It's not like I'm staying up for 100 hours straight just playing Warframe. I'm not that unhealthy. Or are they gonna nerf next? They've honestly never nerfed any of my builds that I've used for world record runs. It's because I don't use cheese to get world records. I compile the entire game together. And if they want to nerf my build, they will actually nerf the entirety of the game. I make the game work. It's not like with the core whip where they were just spamming two buttons the whole time, essentially, or the old Ivara covert lethality days, or anything like that. I put a lot of thinking in. In fact, I did 500 rounds of solo Zinni with Frost, and look at how many buffs they've given Frost over the years. Think about that. And I just use discernment to tell what's probably not intended and what is intended. Because, like, there's no way to truly tell if things are a bug. Like, the Ivara thing in Interception, that lasted probably a good 3 to 4 years. It lasted for a long time. A long time. It was a feature. It was around the game for so long. I just knew one day it was going to be fixed, so I never entertained it. I was like, that's not going to work. They are not going to keep like that. They're not going to keep it like that forever. That's impossible. They just need to figure out. We'll see what happens this time. I'll see what happens this time. If I get another 2-week account suspension, my tone with DE will be changing a bit more. I tell you that much. If I have any repercussions put on my account, my tone will change a lot more. Because they thanked me for playing the game, and they apologized and told me it was a false flag, which would tell me we are going to do what we can to make sure this doesn't happen again. If they don't, then we have an issue. I'm willing to be understanding and patient with them, but it only does extend so far. I don't mind fully bringing back the protest, is what I'm saying. I'm being respectful right now. Well, it's a power fantasy game. It should be OP as hell. This augment is great. It takes the small problems that the weapon has and it alleviates them. It doesn't fix the big problems it has, but it alleviates the small problems, which is a nice thing to have in one mod. So, like, it still has its blaring problems, which is its reload. 2.7 base second fucking reload is absolutely absurd. So, but yeah, it takes a lot of the small problems out, like the delay in the explosion. It adds punch through, so you can get more explosion procs. And the extra 50% status chance on direct hits is really nice. It's like an extra 20%, I think it's 25% status or something like that is what it gives you in the actual true value. So it's nice. You can, if you account it correctly, you can get yourself over thresholds into like the next tiers for status. And since status nowadays essentially works like multi-shot and status together, just especially when you're able to get a lot of status, it makes it really strong. It goes hard with crit? Yeah. I'm just using base Avenger for it. That's all. Like, if you get red crits, it gets absolutely absurd with it, but I don't have a red crit build because Mag isn't fully capable of doing that, and I'm not good enough on Vault to, I'm not good enough on Mag to go without Jhin for his res. And for his conveniency on his actual own personal res. So, that's why I stick with this, because I know within 100 hours, I make a lot of mistakes. I went, on my 95.5 hour run, I went down probably 18 to 20 times. Like, without Jin's res, I would have not done the run. Like, I'm not that good at the game, unfortunately, to never die. I know players that are, but I'm not one of those. No, let's extract and do that. I got you, homie. Thank you for reminding me. I said I was going to do that. I got you. It is a skill issue. I agree, Matthew. I know it's a skill issue because other players can do it and I can't. No, that's the truth, man. It is a skill issue. If other people can do it and I can't, it's an issue of my skill. It doesn't mean I'm a bad player. It just means that's where I suffer. You know what I mean? Like, every player, no matter how good they are, even the top ranked players in like FPSs that are like getting paid $500,000+ a year for their contracts, they still have their points that they fault in, and it makes them not a good player in those fields. Now, there's nothing wrong with telling yourself you're bad at something. Nothing wrong, as long as you intend to try to figure out how to fix it. Alright, so let me go ahead. We're going to show profile, and I'm going to relog out of the game completely to kind of give this a fresh reset. Alright, here we go. Here are my kills. We'll be looking at Corrupted. 4.44. We can always just look back later, I guess, at the end of the day. Let me add a little stream marker here. And that'll make it easy for me. Add stream marker. There we go. I added a stream marker. So now I can see that a lot easier going back and looking. So after we're done, I can go back, look at this VOD here, and then I can go right to where the stream marker is for me, and then I can give a comparison. Thank you so much for reminding me on that, man. I was so busy trying to get back in to the run after crash, or after accidentally unplugging my PC. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Oh, hold on here. Actually, let me disable the other window here. I just realized I disabled everything. My bad. Boom. There we go. I got to get used to, again, to having two different software things here. What's up, Marco? How you doing? To make more frames and weapons, we are running dry. I would not. I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. What they need to do is to figure out ways to make people want to use all the other frames. That's what they need to do. I believe we have more than enough variety in this game, and what we need is more ways to make us want to use that variety. We have 56 frames in the game, man. Imagine 56 playable characters in any video game. 56, man. That's a lot of playable characters. That's a lot. And they have, for every frame that's come out, they have like 1 to 2 weapons that have come with it. And then on top of it, we have the faction weapons. Like, we have hundreds and hundreds of weapons in this game. I think the release rate that they're doing it is perfect, because it is one of their main modes of income, is releasing new frames because of Prime Access. So that, I think, should never be changed, because it's how they produce most of their income. But as for if we need to increase development cycle, I don't agree with that, no. There's a lot of other reasons why they would need to hire more people in this game right now. One of them being fixing a lot of the problems within the game itself. And some more. Well, they did just come out with new Archons recently. Yeah, reload is a huge stat to get on a Riven, to be honest. I wish I had reload on mine over status chance, though I really do like the status chance. I have damage, toxin, and status chance with minus projectile speed. Oh, did I just miss the loot? Like a despawned. Do I have to take out a little duration from this build to make this work correctly? So I'm getting despawns. Or would it be add? I just loot earlier, that's all. I can't go by the exact timer. Because we're causing loot to despawn right now. See what I mean? We were waiting way too long to loot. I did kind of want a Riven with crit damage on it, but I wasn't going for a red crit build, so it wasn't a pressing issue for me. With Mag scaling status so well, I was like, I will go with that. Because her bubble actually doesn't, the dot damage from it doesn't scale from crits. So when you do crit in the bubble, you don't get the extra damage from what the crit is. What you get is what the base damage would have been from without a crit. That's why her bubble doesn't scale up as fast as like you would think it would with a really fast crit weapon. It is because it doesn't scale off crits. The crits are good to have just because if you have mobs that have damage attenuation, it'll work better with them. Oopsie, I'm not paying attention. I was just leaning back, just using my mouse. I ran out of ammo. And this build's nice. Like, all I gotta do is, like, I bubble once every 38 seconds. I loot once every 35 seconds. I'm just chilling. I ensnare anytime an Acolyte spawns. And if I aim myself correctly, which I think I go right here. It's right here. Acolytes will spawn directly over this crosshair, watch. 3, 2, 1. Boom! So we just mad chillin' right now, you know? Give me one moment here. Sorry about that. My hair likes to congregate, that falls out of my head. Because I shed a lot with my long ass hair. And sometimes, like, we miss hairballs in the house. And one decided to get close to my computer, and it was just spinning the fucking thing around in a circle out of the corner of my eye, and it was really bothering me, so I had to fix that. But don't swing at me, sir. That's what you get, so you died instantly. You saw that? He tried to swing at me. Look what happened to you. Don't I want a Riven with magazine size and multi-shot? No. I mean, multi-shot wouldn't be bad, but I don't. Why do I need magazine size? 9 rounds is enough. Maybe if I'm doing everyday play, like, that would be better. Like, I'm running around a lot more. But I'm staggering. My mobs are all congregated on top of each other, it's fine. I would say it would really depend on what you're doing. For me, my perfect one would be, Toxin multi-shot reload? With a negative zoom? That would probably be my perfect one for this run. Crit damage is going to be dependent on how you're building. If you're only building for like yellow to orange crits, then yeah. Actually, no, I may want status chance multi-shot reload. Yeah, I would take status chance multi-shot reload. Because then the status chance and the multi-shot would excel each other. And then the reload would help with the one bad thing on this weapon. And of course minus zoom, because it's a sniper scope. It depends on what you're doing, Nano. Depends on what you're doing. You would laugh at me back in the day for my stun Riven with punch through status duration status chance. But then you would see me use it on a melee CO build and realize it was good. When I'm talking back in the day, I'm talking like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. No, 6 years ago, yeah. 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 It all depends on what you're doing. As a general perspective, you are actually 100% correct, though. If we're going for how you generally want to roll a Riven and not worry about the 1%, you know, then, yeah, no, that's fucking golden rolls to go for. You're going to sell a very expensive Riven. A very expensive Riven. A very expensive Riven. And you're going to make yourself a lot of plat. But when you're rolling for yourself, try to figure out what you need for your playstyle to make up for it. As long as you're not looking to sell it. Don't try to roll a Riven for your set needs and expect to sell it for a lot of plat. You know what I mean? Don't expect that. Like you may get lucky and sell it for a lot of plat, but I wouldn't bank on it. You would go onto like Warframe Market and just look up what the standards are, or on the trade chat. Yeah, for an overall weapon, because pretty much even if you brought that into my play, it would still work good. It's not like it would work bad, it would still work good. It just wouldn't work the best. It would work good enough to get your job done, though. You looking to just do rotational reward cap, you're fucking not gonna have any issues with that. You're gonna shred the whole map apart. It's not until you get to, like, really high levels. Like, I'm planning for this Riven to come in handy at over 100 hours. Or over 90 hours, I would probably say. I'm hoping the Sporothrix will last until, without the Riven, would theoretically last until around 90-ish hours, 80 hours, and then the Riven would help take it over from there. That's what I'm hoping. Because the deposition, like you said, it's so godly strong. You can replace mods. You can have it stack with other mods. You can have so much potential with this deposition. There's really, like, there's so many good rolls that you can do with the 4 deposition on top of it. Your amount of rolls that are viable for, like, fucking level cap play are almost endless. I'm not gonna say you are crazy, but I'm close. Well, you can pause, man. You can pause. So as long as you can figure out cooling situations on your computer and stability within the game through trial and error, then you're good to go. Me, I actually have my side cases taken off, and I have desktop fans sticking next to them, blowing outwards to blow all the hot air out. So I have the bottom and the sides pulling in air, or the bottom, the front, and the back pulling in air, and then the side pulling out air. I need to get coolers to the top, but at the same time, hot air rises, so I just have that open with a mesh over it to keep things better. But I could have fans blowing upwards with that to help further increase it. I went the cheap route and bought a desktop fan and just stuck the bitch in the side. I was like, I could spend all this money on these nice fans and get some really good Noctua fans or something like that, or I could spend 20 bucks on a 12-inch desktop fan, stick that bitch in front, and just let it blow all the hot air out. Yeah, that one works better. You would have to also, I mean, the big downside to that is noise levels in comparison to buying nice fans. My decibel noise levels of the fan are significantly higher than they would be for the fans. That's the trade-off there more than anything. You're paying for really good technology that's going to be quiet, which is, depending on your environment, priceless. Thankfully for me, my technology in streaming software has gotten good enough to create enough noise gates and stuff like that to where it's not really too much of a bother. They have a corrosive one? Or are you... they have a corrosive mod? Or are you talking about the corrosive arcane? I didn't know they had a corrosive mod. I know they had a reload. I thought they didn't... I don't know. That one caught me by. I didn't see anything like that. Oh, those Archon... wait, the Archon shards that increase the corrosive stacks defaultly give you corrosive? Really? No one told me that. No one told me you didn't have to use corrosive. Is that what you're saying? Like, I knew they made it so you could strip armor with them. But I never heard anything about that puts corrosive on. Huh. Because that's what he's saying. I love the new mods. You can build for rat and corrosive. He also did specifically just say mods, though homie's first language isn't English, so we do have to read further into that. You're doing a phenomenal job, by the way, Fruity. Don't think I'm calling you trash at English. Your English is good, homie. I respect anybody that can actually have a second language, because this old American right here, he doesn't have a second language. He does. He has two languages. He has Southern Speak, and then he can talk like a normal individual. But go ahead and just get him on to Southern Speak for a little bit, and you already gonna know something like that. So those are my two Englishes that my two languages that I've learned. But you roll with it. I mean, you'll get better over time just by practice. As long as the people you're engaging with, you know, don't mind, you know, correcting you on time to time, you know, on where your English might be off. You'll learn from it as long as you're receptive to it, you know. Of course, you don't take it like, oh god, they're calling me horrible. As long as you don't take it like that and be like, oh, okay, thanks, now I know. Then you're good. You'll learn in time. I have a third language. It's called Mumble. I'm only talking about I'm just gonna go ahead and mumble sometime, man. And shit, I don't know what to do. Go ahead and mumble. I don't know why you hate on the mumble like that. I do mumble a lot, though. I mumble a shit ton. That comes from being raised in the South. Mumble rap. Yeah, that comes from being in the South. I tend to mumble a lot. When a lot of other people around you mumble too, you just end up picking it up because you start to understand it, and then you realize how much easier it is to speak mumbling. Like, that's the thing, man. Like, you ever speak mumble, like, you just start mumbling, and you realize it's a lot easier to speak. And, like, I'm from South Florida. It's hot. We ain't trying to expend energy on stuff, man. Oh, you can mod corrosive and radiation together. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I thought that was really cool. I thought that was awesome. And they made it more than just a mod for that. Like, all the mods have different perks to them. Like, you get reload, which was really nice to have. That was cool. A lot of weapons need reload. So it really works out well in that regard. Well, I was born and raised in Florida. I live in Colorado now. It's like 20 degrees here today or something like that, Fahrenheit. That would be somewhere in the negatives Celsius, because 0 Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, no, we're getting a lot of snow. We're getting a lot of snow. I not really excited about it because it's snow that's bothering up my nerve damage and shit. But it's okay. We missed. Oh, we missed. Oh, shit. Alright, I know we're only 20 minutes into this run, but we have been streaming for 2 hours, and I need to go take a bit of a break, kind of clear out my head. I'm gonna wait for this bubble to end and refresh it. But we're gonna go on a bit of a break here, everybody. As always, if you haven't, definitely be sure to hit that subscribe button, give a thumbs up. Down in the description below are links to my build video channel, which I will be posting the build video for this on, and also links to my motivational / workout channel and my girlfriend's link tree. So definitely be sure to check all those out while on break. But as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that have stayed around, and of course those of you that do stay around for the ad break. It is much appreciated. I try not to run ads while I'm actually playing, and I try to run them on break. So I want to stay around and support the stream through the ads. It'd be much appreciated. But we'll see you all when I come back from the break. Let me catch up on chat real quick here. Let me catch up on chat. 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 Let me cat Martin, I actually, I prefer cold over heat. I have a lot of heat problems, or heat-related problems. Okay, Nana. Whatever you feel good with. Wow, Nip. Impressive, homie. Wow. Now that's really impressive, man. I'm glad to see that. Keeping yourself learning, man. That's awesome. Be proud of how many languages you learn, man. Be proud of it, homie. But anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here, everybody. When we come back, we're gonna go ahead and continue on with the run, baby. This room looking good. Yeah, we'll see y'all when I come back. Oh, also, it'll be 30 minutes when I come back, not the time on here. So whatever time it is now, it's X44. We'll say X45. I'll be coming back at X15. So for whatever time zone you're in, you don't have to figure out time zones and stuff like that. X15 is when I'll be back. Yeah, we'll see you all then. Alright, everybody. Alright, everybody, I am back. Be back a little early now. Let me turn off ads. I do want to thank you all that do stay around for the ad breaks. I do want to thank you so much. Your support does mean the world. It really, really does. Okay, that's and ads are off. Ads are off. Since the time that I forgot to turn them off, I'm very paranoid about it now. I will double to triple check to make sure that they're off. I felt so bad. I was running no mic too on top of it. I just felt like such an asshole. Like, oh god, no. This is not what we try to do. Like, it would be different if memberships allowed you for ad-free access, but they don't. I'm assuming that's probably why they allow you to pick the price tiers, because it doesn't interfere with advertising profits. That's what I would assume, which would make sense. I mean, I got a burp real quick. Oh yeah, inside. Okay, that was thunderous. But of course, speaking of memberships, if you do want access, I don't give anything special to any tiers of members. It's all the same for anybody. But it does start at 99 cents, and you'll have access to the emotes for the channel, and also, of course, membership badges. It starts at 99, goes up to $12.99, I think I did. And you just pick based on your economic level. If you do so, want to support the stream and gain access to the emotes and stuff. I just personally can't, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to give special things to people because they gave me money. That's never been a determining factor in my life for whether you get something from me or not. It's just who you are as a person. You know? When I mean get something from me, I don't mean, like, you know, just physical, just anything from me in general. And it's just always the kind of person I've been, and I like staying that way. Did we miss? Jesus. Baker, your aim is abysmal. How did I miss that one? I don't know how I missed that one. I really, really don't. Oh, bubble ended. I was just chilling. I was just chilling. I love. Hold on. Mm-hmm. No, I did need water though. I did need some water. Oh boy, did I. Now, what did you say there? Drink some what? I assume because you were drunk. Oh, okay. Drink some shit? You meant with my throat? Yeah, I know. Hold on. with my head condition, sometimes there's just kind of a post-strain that happens there, and I didn't stay AFK long enough to allow for that. So I do apologize for that, everybody. That's why I should have taken the extra few minutes. So I do apologize for that. That's just the joys of my illnesses. No? Oh, you mean alcohol-wise? I am drinking tincture. I am drinking tincture. That's about the closest you're gonna get to me drinking alcohol, though. Which I make my own. It's for control of my conditions, so. But it is liquor based at the end of the day. So the reason why I don't do oil based with it is I generally need a decent amount every day, and the oil base, well, we all know what happens when you have, say, too much olive oil or something like that, or something too greasy and too much of it. We all know what happens later on. I don't think I need to go over that. I'm drinking so you don't need. That's great. What school should you go for? A good general one for all around is Zeneric, but if you have a plan to really focus on Eidolons and get Eidolons done and all that type of stuff, then Materai is going to work really well. But Zeneric is really good because of energy regen. If you're a melee main, you love your melee, Neramon is phenomenal because it'll help you keep your combo multiplier up. They're all really good for endurance, Marco, to be honest. It doesn't matter. They're all pretty good. They all have their good usabilities in endurance. To be honest. They did a pretty good job on the focus schools. I don't so much like how you activate them sometimes, but overall they did a really good job on the rework. Everything has true viability in my opinion. It all just depends on your playstyle, and there will be a focus tree that works the best for you, I can guarantee. That's one thing I do love about where they put the game. I'm very glad. But yeah, Materai is very good for endurance. I'm actually using it right now. I'm trying to give myself, like, because my actions per minute are so low, I'm hoping I can use this and not have to, like, use pads, because I only came in with 200. Instead of coming in with one of each rank, so I'd have 600. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't do that. Yeah, it has extra damage, but the extra energy regen, depending on your build, can really become beneficial. Because there's a lot of extra energy regen in that tree. And you do get extra damage. You can get like if you do a headshot build, that Zeneric can be good. Because Zeneric does have a headshot multiplier in it. It does an extra 100% headshot damage. It all depends on your playstyle, though, man. Like, there may not be ways for you to be able to get it because of how your playstyle requires a build to be. I've had many of those situations. Like, there's a lot of times where you don't want to be looting every 5 or 6 seconds type deal. You want to be able to sit back and chill and actually, you know, and just not have to be running around all over the place. So you have to have a little bit better energy regen. There's, like I said, there's a situation for everything in this game now. Every focus tree is 100% viable and best in slot. It's based off of how you're playing and how your build is. Because it can allow, that energy regen can allow for a lot of other things in builds to occur. And what do you really need extra damage for unless you're doing something like I'm doing? Your average, we already saw that I was doing 50 million damage with my bubble and one-shotting mobs at level 9,000. That means level cap has probably around 50 million health effective HP. What are we worrying about with damage? Maybe even say 100 million to be like completely reasonable. I don't think we're really worrying much about damage at that point. Make a build for a lot more quality of life. Because quality of, like, the thing is with endurance especially, quality of life is more important than your damage. You do just enough damage to do what you need to do, and then you maximize out your quality of life. Because the more quality of life you have in your run, the more you can pay attention to everything going on in your run. This way there's no mistake, there's the least amount of mistakes that can be made. That's why high action per minute builds and long endurance just bore people and wear people out, because like you're doing so much. Like within an hour of you playing, like somebody with a high APM build, they're gonna do, like, I'll do the same amount of actions that they do in an hour in like 3 to 4 hours, if not longer. And it's like the ability for me to mentally not become fatigued at that point is astronomically higher than someone with a high APM build, because they have to focus on so much. That's what makes high APM actually very difficult in endurance, unless you're taking a lot of breaks. I don't use melee anymore. I haven't used it since 2.0. I just use any star as a status applier. To hit level cap with Rhino. A Rhino level cap is fun. He was my second frame I hit level cap with. I did it with interception with him. I've done 121 rounds, or 125, something like that. And I also did like 200 rounds with him too. He was a very fun frame to do level cap with. Revenant or Ivar are low APM? Yeah, they are. Yeah. Revenant's one of the best frames to learn level cap on, in my honest opinion, because you can have an idea of how to react a little bit better. And like what the mobs are going to feel like to kill, which is a very important thing. Like learning how mobs feel to kill at certain levels, it'll give you an idea earlier on, like, you know, oh, is this level cap viable? Is this not level cap viable? Because you'll already know, like, oh, well, this killed this fast at this level. So if it kills that fast at this level, you know, like X level type deal, then I know it'll be good at level cap type deal. Like for me, a lot of my ranges go off of around, like, once I hit 4,500. Once I hit 4,500, I can generally tell if the weapon's going to work or if the build's going to work at level cap. And that's just from doing a lot of level cap over and over and over and over and over again, and with different weapons and frames and all that, and just kind of learning how the damage feels and all that. You don't even need damage numbers on for that. You just look at how long does it take to kill what's in front of me. I hope the bubble doesn't interfere with this. Oh, good, it doesn't. Yeah, my first level cap was 6 years ago, and it took me a year of playing the game to actually hit the level cap, and I was pretty much starting on endurance from the beginning of the game. Like, I was that low MR, you know, you would see struggling, like trying to get like an hour in a survival, you know? I was that guy. Like, I'd just be going. I didn't care. For me, Interception was my first love, though. I loved Interception. I loved it. It had everything. You had to learn how to guard nodes, kill mobs, and crowd control. Like, there was everything in Interception. I loved it for that. And I could also take my time killing mobs, unlike in Survival. That was a big thing for me, too, to be honest with you. You had to have good movement in Interception. Like, it teaches you all the core fundamentals of the game. It teaches you CC, movement, killing, lining up, you know, all of that type of stuff, taking advantage of angles and how abilities work and everything. And that's why I went for it first and really fell in love with it, because it just helped me learn everything about the game. I wish I had footage from back in those ones. I had them saved as all Twitch highlights before I had my Twitch account banned, and I just never thought to actually really upload everything. Then I got banned, and I was like, oh, fuck, there's that. I was wondering why I got banned. I asked repeatedly in a dev stream after TennoCon about trade suspensions for Endurance. And then as soon as other people started joining in, asking the same question I was, they were homies. They were homies. I didn't tell them to do it, of course. I didn't. It's not like I organized the army to do that. They was just in the fucking stream at the same time. I was like, oh my god. Endurance homies. We didn't even know each other. I just say homies because we endurance homies. We in the same struggle together. We're passive homies at that rate. And suddenly my account was banned. I was like, oh, okay. No, I couldn't even put in for a I couldn't even put in a what's it called? A counter to it or dispute it. There's the word, dispute it. Do I have a Nova build? Not level cap now. I haven't played Nova in years. My builds look like every other Nova build out there right now, essentially, without Helmuth. I'm an old school mainly. I mainly just did Speedva. I did Speedva, but I did do a little bit of Index back in the day. So I did have a Slova build. But this is before Helmuth even came out, so... But it was a very standardized Slova build. This is before shield gating too, so... Yeah. But yeah, that one was tested into like an hour or 2 hours into Index. Something like that. Solo as well. It was back during the days when I was trying to figure out interception endurance. The furthest I had gotten was like 760 something points with Limbo. It was like 5 years ago. It feels too stressful for you? Could you imagine not having shield gating, how much more stressful it would be for you? Because that's what we used to have, man. We didn't have shield gating back in back when I started this game. For the first like 3 years of me playing this game, I did not have shield gating. There was no form of one-shot protection in the game besides immunity frames. So if you got hit once at higher levels, when you would just die instantly. That was it. You made a mistake, you died. Good luck. Have fun. I accidentally unplugged my computer, Cosmic. I was taking my mic stand out and it hit my power cable. So I readjusted my computer so that it doesn't happen again. Bruh, I know, man. What are you gonna do, man? We were only 4.5 hours in, man. It ain't the end of the world. At least we know, like, there was no... We had one little frame freeze, but we had that back in the other one. We didn't have any degradation outside of that. It was one little frame freeze, and it was after I had unpaused the game after having it paused for a while. Or no, was it when I was extracting? I don't remember what it was. It was one little small frame freeze. Was it finding a room? I don't know. You'd have to look back in the VOD. It's somewhere in there. We had one. Somewhere in there. I forget what I was doing. But yeah, it didn't lead to frame drops or anything later on. Everything stayed stable and nice. So... You used to have to pay money to revive. Yeah, you had a certain amount of revives in the day. And after you went through those revives for the day, you had to pay plat for extra revives. So I think it's if you died more than 4 times in a day, if you died at any point after that, you would immediately fail the mission. Unless you paid plat for a res. Yeah, yeah. You may think things are stressful, man. But you have no clue how bad they were back in the day. Mob's health also used to be multiplicative instead of additive like it is now. And if you know anything about baseline of math, multiplicative is always significantly higher than additive. So you could imagine how much health how much health they had back in the day. It made these guys look like child's play. Mobs at level cap had integer cap health because they couldn't scale past that. It was integer cap. And armor was integer cap, shields were integer cap, so their overall like EHP was like fucking leaps and bounds higher than integer cap. Like it was insane how tanky things were back in the day. Why did they nerf mobs? Because they wanted the game to be more accessible with weapons. It was either that or they had to rework almost every weapon in the game because there was unfortunately a very clear-cut meta once you went over level 100. Things got extremely limited, and then once you went over 200, it was even worse. When you went over 500, it was like fucking damn near the desert, and when you went over 1,000, it was like you were searching for fucking fossils. You know, like you trying to find a whole skeleton completely intact. Like you looking for that woolly mammoth, you know what I mean? Like fucking hair still on it. It was insane. It was absolutely absurd. Yeah, but that doesn't change the regard of people making new characters or making new accounts. That's why they're increasing the level at which the mobs we fight. Like the new weekly stuff we have, they're level 200 now. They're slowly increasing the levels, getting players used to dealing with those environments. Because the one thing they didn't change was the damage output on mobs. Mobs still put out absurd amounts of damage in this game. So what I can gather is what they're doing, like after playing all these years and seeing all the changes, is like with shield gating and everything else right now, they're trying to get players, they're trying to find where can the casual player enjoy level cap, and how do we need to create that without just making the game absolutely busted. That's the blend they're trying to go for right now. And it's going to take them a long time to figure that out. But I can see them doing it. Things like shield gating, the armor and health nerfs, galvanized mods, arcanes for weapons or for weapons in general. the new bond mods, the rework to the companions, all of these things prepare us for fighting a lot higher enemies and a lot more difficult enemies later on. It may not even be higher level. They may just end up making these mobs, you know, level 100, but they are fucking just tanky. So these are things that we have to slowly wait for, because when you're dealing with a game with power creep, it's very delicate between making a buff and breaking the game. So they have to inch their way forward on everything they do. It also allows them to create more overall content in the game, because they're able to open up different areas and experiment with different ways of the game and engaging with players as a whole. You know, meaning like mission types and storylines and all of that type of stuff. So, because one of the things, because they develop their own engine, they have to do the experimentation themselves. So they have to, the small bracket testing that usually could be done a lot faster on an engine, you know, and then the engine gets sold out. They have to also do it for the game as well. So as they make something new for the engine or introduce something new into the engine, they have to then introduce it into the game and make it work in the game all at the same time. So their overall production time is significantly slower than any other company that is just using an engine from a third party and creating their own game. Creating your own engine is there's a reason why there's only a little bit of engines out there being sold around. that much is what I can say. There's a reason. There's an absolute reason. Engines are not easy to make. I would go as far to say the engine is harder to make than the game. I would go as far to say that. That's why I'm glad to see Steve as the CEO again. Or as the CEO of the full company. He's had direct access to that engine and has messed with it for many years, so he should do a good job at actually leading the company in the right direction for everything needed. I'm very happy. Not that I'm saying the old CEO did bad at the end of the day, but a CEO with Steve's types of experience on the core fundamentals of the company is going to help astronomically, because he's gotten his, I'm assuming at least he's probably gotten his hands far dirtier in the system than the original CEO. You know, Steve makes stupid choices, don't get me wrong. Steve likes to be eccentric, and that can lead to bad decisions, but I can't fault him at that at the end of the day. At least he's trying new things and being experimental. You know, he gets to learn something new with the engine, and he's like, I want to have fun with it. Oh, but if I do it, it's got to be for Warframe and stuff. Alright, let's try and figure it out for this game. But I want to play with it. Because I watch that guy's eyes light up when he talks about, like, especially lighting and stuff like that in the engine. His eyes light up. You could see the passion and the excitement about it. He loves this stuff. He loves it. And that's why I believe he'll make a good CEO. I never saw the other CEO to my knowledge, really, so that's why I can't speak on that individual's love for stuff like that. Do I think he probably had none? No. No, you gotta have some love for things if you've been a CEO for that long of that company, with everything they've been through. You definitely got to have some love. That company has had a rough history. If you could make one new change to the game, what would it be? A slider on the on solo, invite only, and friends only for starting at a particular level in any mission in the game. Given that you've hit that level before in either in a mission that's on the same planet. So if you want to just instantly get to level cap in Deimos, you got to go get to level cap in Deimos in some fashion. And then you could take any mission you want and hit level cap with it. Same with Earth and all that. This way it isn't just hit level cap in a disruption and then you get everything unlocked in the game. You know what I mean? But this would also open up to level cap runs for boss fights, exterminates, all of this type of stuff. So any testing anybody wanted to do, they could freely do. They just got to get the level cap ones on that planet. What's the... I have no clue. Enough to make me not have to use oxygen. I don't open up any of the tabs because it has been known to crash the game in the past. But I can tell you it's at least like 7,800 per hour because I don't have to use capsules. At the bare bones minimum. That's what I know it is. But yeah. On my runs, I generally gauge if it's a good room or not if I have to use oxygen. If I don't have to use capsules on how I like to loot and play and everything, then I'm happy. I don't really care too much what the KPM is going to be. What we did do, though, we will know after the run. What we did was I went into my profile before the run, and now after the run's done, we'll be going back into the profile because we won't be able to see the true kills on the mission progress because after 65,000 and a half kills and change, 65 and a half and change kills, the visual kill counter actually resets back down to 0. So we'll never actually know the true one based off of that, and what we have to go through is our profile for lifetime kills, because that will still be tracked. At least it should be. I've actually never tested that before, so this will be a new test. I'm assuming it should, but at the same time, in solo, you don't have connection until you extract. But given that it's just a visual reset, I'm assuming that in the actual game itself, it's counting it. Because I do have like 4.4 million kills on Corrupted. So, this is kind of where my assumption comes into it. And I have like 1.1 million kills on Infested, which when I started this account, I was killing nothing but Infested for level cap. Because I just really enjoyed playing against Infested. It wasn't so much that they were easy to kill, it's I liked that they really made you pay attention because of all their area of effect abilities. That's why I enjoy playing against Infested, because yes, they're easy to kill, but they also can kill you a lot more suddenly than a lot other factions with all their AoE. They don't even got to be near you type deal. They don't even got to be aiming at you directly. They just got to be in your general vicinity. You get clouds going everywhere and like toxin pools and toxin auras and everything. Like it's just... it can get chaotic as hell. Yeah, gas/toxin. Yeah, exactly. And there's no shield gating for gas/toxin. So good luck. You get hit by it, you will get one shot and you're dead. You're just dead. That's life. Yeah, there ain't no shield gating in the world. I haven't actually found a way to fully resist, besides rolling guard, the new toxin aura. The new toxin aura that like goes around Eximuses is so strong that I haven't really found a true way to get around it when they're at like over level 1,000. Like, it's crazy. Over level 1,000, I just get one shot, no matter what I've done. Rolling guard is what I typically have to end up using on Infested. And that's just the ragdoll isn't going to help that. I'm talking about the base aura that's around some of the Eximuses for the, that's what kills me. Because I won't see it when it's coming around a corner and I'll go out to loot. At the same time, you know, and either I'll just be running out to go pick up the loot physically, or I'll be using greedy pull, and just suddenly, like, I'm either pulling in an ancient, you know, or something with a toxin aura, and I'm like, oh god, no, and then I'm dead. Or it's just running around the corner at me, just with the arms wide open. You know what I mean? Oh man, it's fucking wild shit. Any tips on dealing with acolytes without ensnare? You're going to want to use arcane lockdown and slows. I do believe you can use something like gloom and get it up to a 90% slow, and then you, as long as the radius of the gloom is within where the acolytes spawn, they will be affected by that 90% slow. And anything with a 90% slow, trust me, it don't move. Like, you may get hit once or something, but its actions per minute are literally like 1 action to 2 actions per minute. So don't rely off of cold for the slow for them, because it only stacks up to 4 times, which is a decent one, a decent amount, you know, but it's still not enough. It's only like 66% or something like that. So it's really not the highest amount, but it is still an effective amount. I like using it with ensnare because it makes it beautiful. But outside of that, like, I wouldn't recommend it for only doing that unless you're not going really, really high in level. Like, if you're not going over like 15 to 1700 on acolytes, you'll be good with just lockdown and slow, as long as your weapon hits hard enough. If you're, you know, using a weapon that you just enjoy and it can just barely kill at level cap for normal mobs, then you might find yourself in some struggle, because lockdown will give you 6 seconds of CC before you hit the 1.5 second timer, which then it's not worth it. But yeah, before that you get 2 lockdowns off before it becomes not worth it. With Neural Star, is that her? Is that the little sphere that you throw out with Nova or something? Is that what you're talking about? I'm not too good with the ability names, to be honest with you. Yeah, okay. I've seen damage cap with like Rubico Prime and stuff like that, but anything that's single target hard hitting is going to work well for that. Because you're just going to throw that thing out and just shoot at it like crazy and just make sure it goes in the direction of the mobs. Or at least on the floor. In their general area. But yeah, I have seen Rubico Prime hit damage cap. I think it may have been in a group setting, but this was also back when Rubico Prime was relevant, which we didn't even have Arby's back then, so nor Arcanes and everything. But anything that hits really hard single target wise was going to work well for you. Your high rate of fire weapons can, but I don't know 100%. I mainly have only seen people using single target high damage weapons. Is it affected by dots or crits? Ooh, I haven't looked up a build for this in ages or done one myself. My brain says no, but wiki it. My brain says no, but you wiki it, double check it. I could be wrong, they could have maybe even changed it or something. But my brain says no, and they're like base damage builds. And like the reason why you use Rubico is for the multiplier, because it's a total damage multiplier. Any sniper, essentially. I think he just used Rubico at the time because it was like the best weapon out for snipers I've ever used. Barama before they nerfed aptitude on it. Now, probably the Sporothrix and Barama are like my most enjoyed weapons. I used to really love Mutilus Cernos, but it's just for doing the long runs. Like if I'm doing 12 hours, I can use a Mutilus Cernos, and it works well enough. But yeah, Mutilus Cernos was also one that I really enjoyed. Ignis I enjoyed. Back in Melee 2.0 days, Atarax, Dual Prisma Cleavers. I love Dual Prisma Cleavers. Oh my god. Still to this day, one of my favorite melee weapons. I don't use them at all because I don't really enjoy the melee system, but I enjoy the buffs that weapon did get, I will say. That weapon got some pretty spicy buffs that really made it good. But it was even good back in the day. I used to have an 11-meter Prisma dual cleaver with a Riven and a spring-loaded blade way back in Melee 2.0 days when range was percentage base. Is only 1 hours? Oh. Because okay. Well, that's the goal, is 100 hours. But we have been crashing a lot. I've crashed probably 6 or 7 times. We finally figured out the crashing situation. And also, I've been working towards the build. I actually show a lot of my theory crafting online that I do. But yeah. And this most recent reset, I accidentally unplugged my computer after being 4.5 hours in. You may ask, like, how'd you do that? I was grabbing my mic stand. And I hit my power cord. Yeah. Yeah, silly, but I just don't enjoy how melee is nowadays. I don't know. I definitely like auto melee. That I enjoy. That is nice. I love auto melee, but there's just something, and I can't pinpoint it either. There's just something about melee that doesn't feel the same to me. It just doesn't feel right anymore. I don't know what it is. There's just something about melee that doesn't feel like the old melee that I used to love. To the point to where I don't even care to convert over. Early, because I used to be a melee main. I was a melee main like fucking full time besides Mag. Mag was like really the only thing that pulled me away from being a melee main. Oh homie, I've been doing endurance runs for 6 years now. I love this. This is why I started the game with solo endurance. 7 years ago, I started this game for this right here. My mental is phenomenal. This is therapy for my PTSD and bipolar, man. It's chill. I get time to think about all the bullshit in my head and clear it out. Like, this is the shit. I get to spend a lot of time hard number crunching, working my brain out as hard as possible for math. Like, oh man. There isn't a reason why I don't like this. The only reason why I can't do disruption is I have really bad hands. I have really bad hands. I can't be running around that much. I literally cannot be running around that much. Oh, that's a bad bubble. That's a bad bubble, boys. There we go. Hopefully that other one disappears. We gotta do one more. Okay, that'll collapse that one in the back now. Okay, we're okay. What do you mean that's not even 7 years? What do you mean? Slurp all my Warframe knowledge. I've spent a long time researching this game. I started this game when I was doing content creation, and I did it with the intention of having it help supplement my disability. Even years ago. I've been trying to get off for a while now, to be honest with you. Just don't want to deal with the shit anymore. But yeah. I took it as serious as you would a job that you would care about. I took the time to research old knowledge, new knowledge, like at the time, new knowledge and everything. I'm a bit out of touch nowadays, don't get me wrong. But it is because I've hit a level of comfortability in the game to where outside of playing a frame, I generally can help with things. Oh, 6 years is a joke. It'll be 7 years. I'll be playing the game for 7 years on the 18th. Does that count? Does that count? The 18th of this month will be my 7-year anniversary of absolutely tearing my brain out trying to figure out this game and doing long runs. Lots of calculator. Lots of calculator. I may have spent more time on a notepad and a calculator than I have playing the actual physical game. I think I honestly have. Five for you? Very nice. Even with goofy decisions, I absolutely love Warframe. Yeah. They've made some terrible decisions, but the game as a whole, no matter what, is always one of the best games I've ever played. Not even a question in my mind. I played WoW for like fucking 15 years, 16 years. Played Half-Life 2, the whole COD series up until right after Modern Warfare 2. That was the last one that I played. The original Modern Warfare 2. Not the trash one that's out now. I would never buy that. You know, I've been gaming in total for like 22 years type deal. And this is one of the best games. Not the best game. For me, Half-Life 2 is the best game I've ever played. Nothing can top Half-Life 2. For what its innovation was for the time and the overall gameplay as a whole, nothing can beat Half-Life 2 in my book. For like when you look at the overall scope of the game and when it came out, nothing beats Half-Life 2. Tomb Raider is a phenomenal series. That's a really good series. I do know some of their newer ones aren't that great, but their older ones from like the original PlayStation and stuff like that. Do I have Bad Bubble? No, okay. But their older ones from like the original PlayStation days, I loved playing those at my homie's house. Because like my one friend had a PlayStation, I had an N64, and the other friend had a Sega Genesis. Yeah. Like I said, I'm really old school. I'm talking about PS1. Xbox wasn't even out at the time. It didn't even exist. There was no Xbox. After Xbox did come out, he was the friend with the Xbox, though. He was the friend with the Xbox. Xbox, and him and I did also have GameCubes. The GameCube was my mom's, though. GameCube was my mom's. Dark Souls. I enjoyed Dark Souls, but I couldn't get fully into it. I thought it was a good game, but I felt like it was just slightly too slow for me. Because once you learn the game mechanically wise, you realize what it is. It's just hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge, hit, dodge. And that's, you know, you can get into the micro timing there, but my brain was like, I just don't care enough to do that. But yeah. Because there is the micro timing in every boss, where it's like sometimes you can get 2 hits in here, sometimes you can get 3 hits there. And that stuff is exciting, don't get me wrong, but it just didn't appeal to me enough. I was playing WoW at the time, to give you an idea, okay? I was like a full-time WoW player when I started playing, when I played Dark Souls on my brother-in-law's thing. PlayStation 3? Yeah, PlayStation 3. Okay? 4? No, I don't remember. It was a PlayStation? I don't remember. It was a PlayStation. That's all I fucking remember. 2? I don't know. I don't know. It was a PlayStation. And he was kind enough, and my sister and him were kind enough to let me play on it. So 7 years on the 18th of this month. Oh yeah, man. Okay, I can get you there, bro. No, the atmosphere that they put you into in that game is fucking top notch. That's one of the few games that I actually had real immersion in. Like, I had such hard immersion in that game, it took me away from math. Yeah, nah, bro, I get you there. That game has some intense levels of immersion. Like, they do a great job on that. Like, that game will get you there. You'll be like, oof, I'm fucking sweating. Yeah, I saw WoW but never had a PC at the time. Understandable. Understandable. It's never a bad time to get back into that game. I don't play it anymore just because I don't want to have to go through trying to find groups. That's the main reason, getting core people together again and all that. That's just, I don't want to ever have to do it again. A lot of my old homies don't play the game anymore. And the ones that do are in like set PvP teams and all that already, so, and they're like, they try out every year for the Arena Championship and all that type of stuff, and Mythic Plus Championships. So I'm like, I'm not gonna interfere with that. I haven't been with those groups in 7 years. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna even fucking come close to doing that. They got their teams. I'm not gonna interfere with that. Those are my homies, and I wish them nothing but the best of success. And I don't ever wish to interfere with the success. Not that I think I would interfere with it, but I still gotta synergize with any new players in the group and stuff like that. You know what I mean? If I can't get the exact old core together, which a lot of my old friends that play the game don't even play anymore. Just some of the old core guys I used to run with. So I don't want to deal with that. Because that's a years-long thing. And in like a competitive gaming space, if you want to get familiar with the players you're playing with, it takes hundreds and hundreds of hours. Like those guys that I played with, I played with for like over 1,000 hours type deal. We knew what ability the person was going to cast before they would even cast it type deal. We would know what they were thinking that they were going to do. Like we didn't really even have to communicate with voice comms. We could just literally sit off voice comms and just listen to music if we wanted to, and still like pretty much come close to destroying at the same level. You was spared the Wait, are you talking the title? Wait, the addiction? What do you mean? My brain just went to benediction. The fucking staff. I don't know. Oh, the WoW brain. The WoW brain just fucking clicked in there. Playing WoW? Oh, you were spared the addiction. Oh, the stupid fucking heart. I'm sorry, man. The damn YouTube heart. The damn YouTube heart. That thing is just really annoying. You were spared the addiction. I hear you. My sister and my brother-in-law got me into it. I don't regret it though. It got me a bit out of the streets, so it was good. It kept me from wilding out like more than I already did, which was good. It was good. Warframe is an addiction too. Yeah, but back then, bro, we're talking. I played WoW back in its original beta, man. That's when I started playing WoW. Warframe was never even out. And then when Warframe did come out, it was a terrible game that was not an addiction unless you had a pretty good wallet. Warframe was very heavily pay to play. Not even win, just pay to play, pretty much. Warframe has become a good game. Become a good game. Back then, we had WoW, Guild Wars, EverQuest, and Lineage 2. And that's what we had back then. You took your poison. I played not Guild Wars 2, but original Guild Wars. Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1. I alphaed and betaed the original Guild Wars. Oh man, their alpha was a rough test. I enjoyed the game though. I even went through and purchased the full game when it came out. Guild Wars 1 was so much fun. I loved Guild Wars 1. I played WoW and Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike, I could never really get into Counter-Strike. I have like maybe 100 to 300 hours into Counter-Strike. I tried. But I just never could get into it. I would say close to 300 hours between all the Counter-Strikes that I played. Because like I figured I would like it because it's made by Valve, and I absolutely love the Half-Life series, but I just couldn't get into it even though it was the same engine. How do you avoid a trade ban? I don't know how to avoid one, bro. I just play the game. I got hit with a 2-week account suspension, but they told me it was a false flag, so I don't know. I don't know, man. I haven't got a trade suspension. Like, I did a 35.5-hour run, and I had no repercussions put on me whatsoever. So, I don't exactly know. Like, I just play the game, man. I don't use, like, special little things to make me not get things. I just play the game. If the bot hits me, it hits me. I try to prove my innocence, and then I go from there. But like, in the past, man, like, I started a protest over trade suspensions. I've gotten something like 30 trade suspensions from DE. I'm blocked on Twitter from Rebecca because I posted a ticket of DE telling me that regardless of my run being legit or not, they would still give me trade suspensions. So I have no clue, man, on how. Like, we just hope that they fix the system at some point and we keep running. I ain't stressing about not trading for 2 weeks, man. I made 1,200 plat yesterday in one day. I don't stress that, man. I just play the game and I trade when I need plat and I make more than enough. I literally don't even go out of my way to farm plat. I just play the game. I just play the game. What I enjoy doing, I play to the point to where I have extra things and I sell those things. So I don't stress. Get some sleep? What do you mean, bro? I've only been streaming for 3.5 hours. Oh, last beer and probably... Oh, you meant a homie over there, Nano. Yeah, no, Nano. Get some water in you, go to bed. You fucking wild man over there. 3.5 hours into stream, he's already like... He's had 4 extra beers on top of whatever he's had. Still have the beer. Oh, man. God damn. Yeah, bro. He'll do what he wants to do. He apparently has experience here in preventing hangovers while drinking. I tried to give him some advice, but he said he's got this. So, you know, if homie said he's got it, homie said he's got it. Do I trust it fully? I don't trust many things when a drunk person says, I got this. I've said that a few times myself. Listen, just because you behave doesn't mean you might be irresponsible, alright? You can behave and be irresponsible. Just messing with you, homie. I'm just having fun with you, man. I don't drink water. I suck it in from the atmosphere. I'm like a lizard. I just open my pores. Lizard people walk amongst us. Oh god. Oh god, that's funny. I get all the, you know, the main base of beer is water at the end of the day. So in theory, you are getting the water you need. I mean, like, you know, let's not front people. It's only like what, 7 to 12% alcohol. You know, I mean, the rest of it is water. So, you know. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Nip. Sorry to hear that, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. Maybe try to mentally exhaust yourself. Like, what's keeping you up, man? Is it like something on your mind? Is it like you just feel really energetic? You feel physically antsy? Okay, you have a point. He's like, see, I knew I was right. There is water in here. Calls up his mom. Mom, there is water in beer. Some random guy on the internet told me who's streaming a video game. Obviously a reliable source of information. Oh, we changed lives in this. God. Can't even say that with a straight face. Just got to a new school and haven't done an hour walk yet this week. Oh, you got to a new school this week? And you didn't do an hour walk yet today at all? Oh, so you're antsy. Oh. Do you have, like, any way to do some type of cardio in your room or something? Maybe do some push-ups or something? Push-ups? Do some hold squats? Like, hold the down for, like, 4 seconds and then up. And then hold the down for 4 seconds again. Hell, even doing, like, rapid succession stretching can exhaust you. And some V-ups? Well, if he has some pull-ups or something... Wait, what are you talking... Oh, are you talking diamond push-ups? V-ups? Is that what you mean? Wall sits are so good for you, yeah. Wall sits are great. Just lean up against a wall and just try to hold a 90-degree angle as long as you can. Both this week and you're... Like 2 hours, yeah. New school's gonna have you really antsy, man. I don't blame you. That can be nerve-wracking. That can be very nerve-wracking, man. Well, the best I can say is exhaust yourself. Do something hard mentally and physically, and then see if you can sleep. You can do an hour circuit real quick. 30-minute circuit of like 15-second break or rest times, and you'll be tired. Wall sits do hurt, man. You try to hold a wall sit as long as you can, you're gonna be screaming. You're gonna be screaming. Then throw a book on your lap too. You'll fucking be like dead. Try to do that same time with a book on your lap. Grab a dictionary or something. Place that bitch on your lap, and you'll just be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck owns a dictionary, Baker? I don't know. I don't own one either. I use the internet. I'm old, alright? At least I didn't say the Bible. I could have said the Bible. If you're really old like me, you got the physical copy walkthrough of Skyrim. I actually still have that. I have the physical hard book copy of Skyrim walkthrough. Everything in it. Oh my god. Why don't you sell that? I don't know, to be honest with you. I really don't. I still have my original hard copy of Skyrim even. Okay. Hey now! Don't call me Gramps. I'm still able to walk circles around you youngsters. Hold on here, sonny. I can dip, and I can dive, and I can roll. Yeah, there is, but it really doesn't need a Riven. It's so damn strong, even without one. But I would highly recommend a Riven because it has such a high deposition that the amount of rolls that are workable on it are pretty much endless. Pretty much endless. So you can buy a trash Riven, throw rolls into it, and you will come out with something that will be better than mods, no matter what. No matter what. But yeah, mine's damage, status, chance, toxin, minus projectile speed. Are used on Tenno Spectres? I don't know, Nip. I don't know. I don't think so. Because my knight, like, I did a run with Nidus with Vault, and he had a, what's it called? He had, a Lanka. I think it used to, but I don't think it does anymore because it just did no damage whatsoever. Even shooting through 3 Vault shields with Vault's electric buff, it did no damage. It would take him like 20 to 30 shots to kill one fucking thing. It was sad. With all those buffs. And that's Lanka, too. Lanka fucking hits hard. Lanka hits really fucking hard. So, I think they got rid of that, because I used to be able to do that. What level is Vault now? I did a 12-hour run with Vault. I have the build video out on YouTube, or on my science channel in the description, bro. But yeah, we got that 12-hour run done. Oh, the Spectre? 124. I won't drop a new one until slow scaling, which will be 3900, 3800-ish. I don't really find a point. The scaling goes by a little... With me staying in so long, I'd rather just keep myself safe, even though I have 600 Spectres at my disposal on entrance. You know me. I don't need him. He's not so much for the damage. He's there for the CC and the shield and extra... The buffs from the shield, at least, I should say. Because those buffs are really nice. I don't so much need them for the damage blocking, but I definitely need them for the extra crit damage and the 50% extra electric. But yeah, Ignis doesn't do enough damage to be worth using it for damage. You use it just for CC. It also provides a bit more armor stripping too, or reduction. So I'll get an additional 4 stacks of, you know, armor reduction on top of like my corrosive and my 4. So on Acolytes I'll be able to reduce the armor by a significant amount. Everything stacks differently, like in the sense of stacks after each other. So it's not like straight hard reduction like that, but it's like a percentage off of a percentage, then off of a percentage. Which is still, regardless, it's still armor go bye-bye. When they get high enough in level, that 3rd armor off will still be a significant amount of armor. I've never heard that before. It used to do something like that on when it had the old headshot stealth multiplier. But they took that out of the game. Or not so much stealth multiplier, but unaware multiplier, because you don't have to be stealth for it, they just have to not be aware. I mean, if it does, it does. I'm not 100% though. They would have to, did they explain how that's created? Because baseline, I don't think it really does that. Like, if just throwing that onto the Zenny Star disc did a lot of damage, I'm sure we would see videos everywhere. You know what I mean? That's why I say that. We don't see videos, even meme videos we would see all over the place, but we don't see anything like that. Korras would rejoice and use it and everything. Like, there would be a lot of things using it. Like, Hydroids would be using it. There's a lot of reasons that would be used then. Oh, disc impact. Oh, yes, yes. Okay, yes, yes. Actually, yeah, that does. Okay, never mind. I thought you meant the actual disc itself. But yeah, no, the disc impact can be boosted up like crazy. It's stupid how hard you can make that thing hit. The disc impact can actually fucking, even with my build, I've one-shot mobs at level cap with it. Like, it's so fucking dumb how hard that thing can hit. It's so dumb. Granted, it was a corpus, but regardless, like, even with my status application build, that disc actually hits stupidly hard. It's annoying though. It's really annoying to make it work. But it does work. It does work. Yeah, you can do a lot of damage with that disc. That was a buff they did to it, because it wasn't like that before. I don't even recall a disc really doing damage before. I could be wrong on that, but... I would say my best time on the game, I have two different ones. When I started the game, because I loved the first 100 hours of this game, it was so much fun. I loved having such a bit, like a limited kit and having to really figure things out, especially back then. And when I hit level 12, when I hit like really high level acolytes. Oh yeah, and my first time hitting level cap, back when health was multiplicative. Those were my, like, a tie between my three most favorite times in the game. Oh shit, Nip. You getting Zenny Star? Yeah. No wonder why you can't sleep. So you thought you didn't know why, but the real reason is why, because Zenny Star be calling. You know? Hey, Combo. How are you doing? Welcome back. Might have been, man, that's a reason to be excited. Be honest, you've been frothing at the mouth at that Zenny Star, man, for some time now. So, I could see it. You haven't even gotten the weapon, and you've been doing theory crafting on it, bro. That's how much you've been wanting that weapon, you know what I mean? Yes, I did, Filthy. Yes, I did. What the fuck is this build? 2,700 hours of mag. That's what this build is, my friend. 2,700 hours of mag. This is what it looks like. You need Jesus? Man. Why? And touch grass? It's snowing, homie. What grass is there to touch? We just had like 3 days of snow. What grass? You want me to make snow grass and touch that? Would that make you happy, my good sir? I'm working anyways. I'm trying to replace disability, homie. Go snowgrass. Shit. I'll be right back, everybody. Fucking hell, talking about this man saying I need some snowgrass. Unbelievable. No, sorry, I gave it effort, bro, but it's all outside. Oh shit, homie. But yeah, we just working. I keep healthy. As you can see, you can pause the game. I keep healthy. I play for 2 hours, I take a break, I work out if I need to, if it's like my day to, do cardio, whatever I need to do, man. We're responsible. We're responsible in here. What's the gun? Sporothrix, with the new augment for rank 25 Nightwave. No, I didn't grind rank 25 Nightwave, I bought this shit. I got lucky and I bought it for 100 plat like an hour after it came out. Because no one actually knew the worth of it by that time. So I got lucky. Now it's like an average, like 150, 200 plat. So I was like, score! I was ready to pay 200 for it, but I was like, you know what? We're going to give it a shot. We're going to go into trade and we're going to say, want to buy this mod 100 plat. I did 2 posts and I got a buyer. Or yeah, I got someone, a seller, I should say. Hateful game. Yeah. You don't exactly need the augment. What the augment does is it takes off the 0.9 second AoE delay and it makes it instant, which is a nice quality of life. It also adds a 3 meter punch through. 3 or 4 meter punch through, which is another quality of life that's nice. And also direct hits have an additional 50% status, which is a direct buff then. But it's predominantly quality of life. The status chance isn't really needed, it's just really nice to have. So you don't exactly need it. What you'll want to do is just put shred on. Oh yeah, also when you direct hit, you get an extra 4 meter radius on the AoE. Which is, that does help. That does help a bit. Forgot about that. Because the base radius is only like 1.7 meters, but if you're in a tight enough corridor, it doesn't really matter. Oh, 3 meter punch through? Okay. What you mean, Nana? 5K is not fixed, it's just filling it. Oh, you mean like, okay, yeah. 5K just essentially feels different, but it's more or less the same game. Yeah, if that's what you're saying, yeah, I agree to that. I'm trying to make the discernment through the goggles. Oh, random squad? Oh, okay. Yeah, I could agree with that. 5K in a full squad is actually really chill and nice. Yeah. You need this mag build now? Well, you'll get the build when it's done. Though I do have a 95.5 hour build that you can take a look at if you want. Down in the description below, there is that build there. The Baker Science channel. I post all my build videos on there, so anybody that is curious on where I'll be posting build videos, that is where they will be. I like to keep them separate because some people don't like live streams and some people only like to watch live streams and, you know, all of that type of stuff, so. It does stunt my growth a little bit, don't get me wrong, it does stunt my growth, but at the end of the day, people will come over from both channels. and they get to watch what they want to watch, and they don't have to watch what they don't want to watch and have it stuck in their feed. Because there's already enough shit in feeds. Like, so much. Yeah, I hear you there, man. I hear you there. How do you do damage to the level cap with Barama? Okay, so the way Barama works once you get to level cap is it's no longer an AoE weapon for killing. It's an AoE weapon to pre-prime mobs. And then when they get within the crosshairs of your weapon, the reason why we used aptitude on there is because aptitude is affected by the actual direct damage. So when you hit a mob directly with the arrows, aptitude actually counts, and those direct hits hit very hard. So your harder to kill mobs are killed by that way, actually directly hitting them. And your weaker mobs will still die to AoE and stuff like that. So it makes it a nice little even combination there. It's a pre-primer plus also a single target, you know, decent weapon. Depending on the frame and everything that you're running will depend how long you can go, but generally I wouldn't recommend going over, like, if we're looking at a entire encompassing of the game, I wouldn't usually go over 12 hours with it, but there are frames where you should be able to go up to 21.5 hours, which is rotational reward cap. Or is it 21 hours, 20 minutes? Something like that. Something like that. And what I mean by rotational reward cap is because of the game's engine. After 256 rewards in any endless mission, you no longer actually receive the rotational rewards. So like your relics, your AABC rotation stuff, that no longer appears. Is the helmet the same? Yes, it is. Yes. I use Ensnare for very high level acolytes. Because you're not going to be killing them fast enough otherwise. So like if you're not fighting really high level acolytes and you feel like you don't need to cast Ensnare, you can actually use whatever helmet ability you want. It's completely interchangeable at that point, but it's based off of where you're going in the game there. If you find you need Ensnare and it's a massive help for you, then go ahead and keep it. If you're finding that you're not needing to use it, then feel free to replace it for whatever helmet ability you love using. I try with all my builds to make a lot of things interchangeable for people. So I'll purposely nerf myself on some things. This isn't a nerf on this build, this is actually a requirement. But with other builds like my 12-hour minimalistic vault build, I purposely nerf myself on there and went with Barama instead of like a harder hitting weapon and such, in order to make it so if somebody wants to use a different weapon that happens to actually be better in the current state of the game, they can feel free to do that and then use whatever helmet ability they want to use. I like to be able to let people do what they want to do as much as possible with builds. Some things, of course, there's going to be set requirements behind it, but I generally try to be as free as possible. It's one of the reasons why I choose to use Jhin as a sentinel, because Jhin is a very neutral sentinel. The only thing he really helps with is he has the most convenient res in the game. So when you die, you can just get resed faster. But it's like if you're not worried about dying, maybe you're in a group setting or something like that, you can switch to whatever companion you want to personally use. You hope they'll put Cascade in Fissures? It would be cool to see them add a lot of the other mission types that they currently have added into the game into Fissures, like they did with Railjack. I have faith that they'll probably end up doing that soon. Or at some point, not soon. I have faith that they'll end up doing that at some point, because it took them like a couple years to do Railjack Fissures as well, if I recall correctly. It took them some years to see that. I think it's something they have to do a lot of internal testing on, and make sure that nothing becomes broken with drop rates due to it occurring. And then, like, if it does, like the endless Fisher buffs. And if it does, I think they're probably going to think of a way to tune things or something like that, or they may just opt in for not doing it or something, or limiting away from seeing certain missions. But I feel like DE will probably end up doing that at some time. Is so nice. It's nice outside of the fact that it's heavily unoptimized. I hate how high my VRAM is in the new area. I really hate how high the VRAM is. It's way too high. Like, I'm like double, close to triple my VRAM from where I'm at in the rest of the game. And I really don't like that. I just hope that they take some time to tune it. I have confidence that they will, because they usually always do. It just takes them, like, sometimes up to a year to actually do full-fledged optimization. I don't know if they still hire their own company for optimization, but they were, I know before they went from internal optimization to hiring a third-party company doing it, and I think they may hire them on a contractual base to where it's like every, like, or like a 3-month contract, they really work on the game heavily to stabilize it. And then they hire them like a few times a year once the game starts getting unnecessarily buggy. And outside of that, they do their own little internal, you know, bug fixing. That's what I think goes on. So that's why one of the reasons why I'm not doing the new survival as well. For like just seeing how long I can go in it or anything like that, because it's just so unoptimized. I already can see the game's gonna crash at some point. Your frames evaporate in the new area? Yeah. I stay at 60, thankfully, just because I can go well over 60. I just leave it at 60 because it's the most stable for Warframe. And it doesn't give my eyes cancer. Anything lower than 60, it starts to really bother my eyes. Like, I actually start to get sick to my stomach. I can't do it anymore. I don't know how I used to do it when I was younger. I guess because I was used to it, but like nowadays I can't do it. I'm so used to 60 and higher. You need to pay respects. It's a nice tile set. I thought they did a good job on the art. They just need to polish out the optimization on it so it doesn't run as hard on PCs. A Revivus in general, I agree. Fishers are in a bad spot. Relics in general are in a bad spot. It's a really bad way to play the game. It's a really bad way to play the game, in my opinion. It's too much effort. It's too much effort. On Lua? I mean, if your Tenno's good, yeah. If your Tenno's good. I don't have a good Tenno. I was about to say, Filthy, you've been here for a minute, homie. What you saying hi for? It's a status applier nip, but it doesn't do damage. I don't build it to do damage. I don't care to theory craft into that. I don't need the extra damage from the Zenny Star. I'm definitely not going to be using it against the Acolytes. That's way too much setup for me to bother with. I'll use it to apply a couple extra statuses. On Discora? Yeah, it's a status applier, bro. Are vaulted at a time? I don't know anymore, man, to be honest. I don't know anymore. This is the whole system's, like, I haven't learned, but the whole new system is. Since, like, Aya and everything. Like, it's, the system's weird now, in my opinion. I don't think anyone really knows what's going on with this thing. It's like it all depends on like what time of year type deal. It's weird. I don't know. But we usually have like 2 frames from Aya, 2 frames get unvaulted, and then we have like anywhere from like 4 to 5 frames that are current rotation type deal is what I usually see. And then like a couple times, or then like once a year for a good while, like almost every frame in the game gets unvaulted, but it's in only like 2-week segments. So it's really hard to say how many are available at a time. Oh man. Like, who knows really? However many they feel like having out. Corvex is a lot of fun. I've seen decent things with him. I like the fact that he has max armor that you need before you hit diminishing returns. That I like. That his baseline, you don't need to add any extra armor to him, and you have the minimal amount of armor you need for the highest amount of reduction without hitting diminishing returns. Because anytime you go over 1500 armor, you've wasted your time. That's a mod slot you wasted. All you need is 1500 armor. 1500, the reason why is how armor reduction is calculated. It's calculated as armor value divided by armor value plus 30. So you take armor value plus 30, and then after that you divide that, you take that into the second part of the equation, and then your first part would be your true armor value. And if you want, go ahead and do 1500 divided by 1530, and then in another calculator do 2500 divided by 2530, and then you can see what the difference in the armor reduction is. And you'll see why I say that there's no real difference of going over 1500. It's like 0.08% or something like that, 0.8% for 1000 extra armor. So that's one thing I really do like about him, is that they gave him the base highest amount. You ain't doing all that math? Well, just know then that all you need to do, that was for anybody that wanted to confirm my math there. But just know that if you go over 1500 casual, you're wasting your mod slots. So calculate the 1500 armor if you're building for armor for damage reduction. Now like Rhino's iron skin and stuff like that, that can have a different hit to it. But when you're just looking at the pure raw armor and you want the damage mitigation from that armor, anything over 15% doesn't matter. Or 1500. With that info, yeah, I have, every time I have said that, there are a lot of people have to retweak their builds after. Yeah. And if you don't actually understand that, you won't notice the difference. You'll just be like, yeah, I'm taking no damage. It's awesome. But yeah, that's one thing I really liked about the frame. I thought that was cool. Oh, I thought that was cool. I thought his 4 was a bit underwhelming, because it really needed armor strip to shine well. Especially if you compare it to like the Gas 4. Which I guess does armor strip too, so I guess that's probably why. But you have to like build for his armor strip. You have the helmet and shit like that, and that's why I don't like that. You think Valkyrie and the new guy can come? Yeah, there's a lot of frames that can hit 1500 armor, honestly. But didn't know the exact amount. Oh, good, yeah. I learned that years ago. I was researching everything, and I was like, oh, this is how you calculate damage reduction, because I was curious. Like, how do you calculate damage reduction in Warframe? Because it always felt like at a certain point, it was like it didn't feel like worth it to keep going. It didn't feel actually any different when you bumped it up to micro levels. Like, you know, took yourself from you know, 1200 to 1500 to 1700, you know, and like, you know, 2200, and then, you know, kept going around from there. You're like, I'm not really feeling a difference. So I went through and actually took the time to figure that out. You and I both. I'm glad they brought it up in the recap today. I'm glad they brought it up. In a vague sense, they brought it up, but the few things that they at least acknowledged are core concerns, which was the rate at which mobs run into the circle and stop sitting outside of the circle, and also the rate at which arcanes drop, or not arcanes, but shards drop. Because, like, we don't want to do it for all the other reasons. They're rep obtainable. Why do we want to do it for things that are rep obtainable? Like, that's, dude, come on. It's 5, we can only do it 5 times a week. We have 53 or 56 frames in the game to cover. And you're going to tell us that we can only get maybe, like, we get a chance at getting 6 shards a week? A chance. You need anywhere from 5 to 10 shards to fill 1 frame. And I understand we can use Helmuth to swap them in and out and everything, but if you're going to do that, DE, then you need to make Helmuth easier to operate and not as clunky. You know, such as, instead of having to, like, it tells you don't have a resource, you click on the resource and it brings up a separate panel window that makes it easy to feed the Helmuth. Not having to back out of that completely and click on feed my Helmuth. That would have been more acceptable. We probably would have been okay with it because it would have brought a lot of quality of life into Helmuth. You know, or how about this? Take off the 5 a week limit and let us just grind it. If you let us just grind it, you can keep the drop rates the way they are. And just fix the spawning. Just let us grind the shit out of it. You know? Bile is expensive. I agree, Combo. I agree. You gotta do a lot of weird farming, but if DE wants to make a reason for us to use our resources as veterans, then I'm not gonna sit here as somebody to complain about that fully. You know, I understand DE's still gotta make a functional game, and in some type of way there's going to be inconveniences put onto us, but as long as they're made into a convenient fashion, then it's not too much of an inconvenience, and it becomes like the best for both parties type deal. Because I do look at it from that perspective. What's also going to be good for the company and what's going to make sense in the game then. Because one problem that we had in the past in the game is a lot of people complained about not having anything to put their resources into. So if they're capable of creating reasons for us to do it that aren't too inconveniencing upon our day-to-day on the game, then I'm honestly all for it. You know, they need to find reasons for us having, you know, millions upon millions and tens of millions of fucking resources. Some people literally at resource cap with things. Sitting at 999 repeating, you know. You want to need an Argon Crystal? I mean, it probably tastes good. It does go, like, it is quick burning calories because it goes away after 24 hours. So that makes sense. Like, that's called eating without consequences. Get some bad gas. Yeah, right. Right. That could make sense, actually. That could. I don't know how it would work in practice, but that could make sense. It's a little bit of best of both worlds. Your first 5 runs have a really high chance of getting Tal Forged. Like, they're really, really high. They could even make it your first 5 have, like, you have a chance to get 1 no matter what, but as you don't get 1, it increases the likelihood of you getting it until at the 5th one you're guaranteed to at least get a Tal Forge. You know? And then after that it resets. So, like, if you get 1 on the 3rd one, you know, it'll just reset back down to 0. And then you have a chance to maybe get 2 in the week. Oops, sorry. I'm hitting my mic. Did I remove? Yeah, damage numbers can crash the game, and I'd rather not take a chance. With as many crashes as we've been having lately, I want to know what's crashing the game. Like, we may have seen damage numbers not having an impact, but I don't want to chance it at this point. Plus, I like to be able to see my game. If you want me to be completely honest, I really bank off of looking at cast animations. And when I can't see cast animations, I have higher likelihood of dying. Because I very heavily pay attention to how NPCs move to know what they're going to do next. A lot of NPCs have cast animations, and you can avoid a lot of damage if you actually just pay attention to those animations. Yeah, I would not want that. I would not want that. My computer doesn't go over, like, what is it in Celsius? It doesn't go over 55 Celsius. I had to think about that for a moment. But what I can say, what I will do when I'm ready to extract out of here, we'll sit here for a few minutes, like an Acolyte spawn, with damage numbers on. If I crash, I crash, that's fine, but I still did the run. Crashes have counted in world records in this game, because everybody a lot of people in the endurance runner community understand crashes are pretty much how most of the games end anyways. It's a luxury when you get to extract. So crashes do typically count, like, amongst the endurance running community. People can have their own opinion on it, but I personally count crashes. Especially when you look at things like group world record runs that are reliant off of internet connection. Yeah, crashes count. Crashes count. We don't discredit them because their internet failed. You have to have a high enough kill per hour combo. It's what the main thing I focus on in the game. I don't focus on killing mobs at level cap. I focus on killing enough mobs at level cap to never have to use oxygen. That was one of my biggest learning curves in this game, was learning how to make myself do enough damage to never have to use oxygen. Learning how rooms have to be set up for that to occur and everything, because it's not just learning how to kill things fast enough. It's also learning the rooms and what connecting rooms you kind of need for that to occur and everything, and having the patience to keep resetting the game over and over and over again until you can find those rooms. Because there will be rooms in the game that have connecting rooms to them to allow you to hit 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 kills per hour, and then there'll be those exact same rooms that you sat in with different connecting rooms that'll only get you 7,000, 6,000 kills per hour. So if your kills per hour rate is high enough, you won't ever have to worry about oxygen. But that's going to be that's the main challenge in survival, is figuring out how can you kill an Acolyte fast enough and efficiently enough, while also still killing everything else in the game fastly and efficiently enough in a spread fashion to make everything drop. Because Acolytes are a single target mob with limited status stacks, But at the same time, you have hordes of mob that you need to kill all at the same time, so you have to figure out a delicate blend of both of those to work correctly. Well, the reason why that passed the testing is because if you don't kill it within a clip, it's completely worthless. It's a wind-up damage. So if the wind-up occurs, and if nothing dies in that occurrence, then you have to rewind up your damage. So at higher levels, it falls off really, really hard if it's not killing within one clip. If the damage was consistent between reloads, then I would question how that passed playtesting. But because the condition of the actual augment itself is a ramp-up effect that resets on a reload, then you're not really going to run into too many issues, and it's actually just a very well-functioning lazy weapon for everyday play. And it becomes another thing to help players learn how to easier play at higher levels. Because they have more comfortability. Yeah, but you still have to take breaks in between doing it. It's not auto, you have to work on it. And that makes it okay. Because you have to work on making the damage appear in some sort of facet, then it's fine. That's only in regard to what you do as in content, to be honest, Name, to be honest. It all depends on what you do in content and what you're willing to have the patience to hit. You have to more entertain the idea that DE is slowly trying to create a game where we are going to fight things that are actually worth a damn to fight and do the damage that we do. But they have to slowly introduce that so they don't overwhelm the player base and drive the casuals away. Because that's one of the biggest reasons why a lot of people used to leave this game, was because the difficulty curve was entirely too exponential. And it drove away a lot of your casual player base, which a lot of your casual player base will keep this game alive economically, which is, so it's very important to suit a game like around them in a facet. So they're slowly trying to inch their way up there. That's why we have things like shield gating, the enemy HP being and armor being nerfed to additive from multiplicative. Why we have galvanized mods and all of this is they're slowly giving us more power creep in a very incremental fashion to figure out where is the community going to be comfy with actually dealing with truly high levels. Because I can definitely say back in the day, like what you're referring, like when you look at things like 5 years ago and back, the game's skill curve was so exponential that Endgame was hardly accessible to most people without using a very limited kit. Now your kit for going to level cap is very broad, expansive, you can use anything you want. You're not forced to just play, you know, these little tiny small set of frames and all that. Oh yeah, it is drastically different, but I believe it's healthier for the game as a whole. If they keep slowly creeping up the level, like if you look at the new Norgicell things, I call them nerd cells. That's why I say that. I call them nerd cells. The 5 daily or the 5 weekly missions, I call them nerd cells. But anyways, the Norgicell things, if you look at those, we're fighting level 200 mobs. Did you ever think back in 2014 DE would ever give us a starting mission with level 200 mobs? Regardless on a weekly reset, you know what I mean? We was praying for level 100 mobs type deal, you know, like... Yeah, nerd cells. So, you know, that's the way I look at it, is DE is slowly reducing the curve to being a good player, which I think is exponentially needed in this game. Like, needed on a level that's not even describable. Because everybody should be able to enjoy this stuff. Warframe shouldn't be, like, at the end of the day, Warframe shouldn't be a game where you have to wear a sweatband while playing. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to, you can. But that'll require a high APM build. But if you want to chill, you should definitely be able to just sit back and chill. And that's what I love seeing Warframe coming into. Because back in the day, the reality was lower APM builds were the only builds that could actually reasonably survive at the end of the day. Or builds of standstill and spam. But now we got people running around the map like crazy and everything. Like, we never thought of that back in the day of being a thing. We prayed for a real tank frame. Now we got shield gating. And we have shield gate builds and everything, so people that want to have their crazy high APM builds can actually have them hit level cap. And we have a perfect level cap environment for high APM, being Devury and Disruption. Those are perfect for high APM players because they can hit level cap before their hands die. I think that was one of the reasons why they came out with Disruption like they did, is because they understood like there was high APM players, but they didn't want to sit in a mission for 8.5 hours just spamming the life out of the buttons just to see if it works at level cap. Is this a recording and we're actually doing this? I don't know, man. I have no clue. An interactive recording that responds in real time. Actually. Yeah. I did this run about 7 years ago. Before Steel Path was out. I'm just messing with you, homie. Yeah, this live, man. This live. That there's pause in the game, you didn't know. A lot of people don't know that. It's unfortunate too, because I feel like a lot of people would enjoy the game a lot more on an endurance level if they knew they could pause the game and come back to it. Because I totally get it. I'm not going to sit here for, even past my medical conditions, even past those, I'm not going to sit here for 8 hours on the fucking game not moving. Oh, come on. That's not reasonable. That is actually mind-numbing. I don't care what you do in the game. If you try to play this game for 8 hours straight with no breaks, it doesn't matter what you're doing. You're going to be mentally fatigued and not want to play the game. But if you play for play anywhere from 1 to 3 hours and then take like a 30-minute to an hour break to go take care of yourself, go take care of things, go relax, watch a show or something, you're fucking good. You're good. Acolyte is photoshopped? It is, actually. It is. I edited it in. And the mobs, there's not really this many mobs, actually. I've copy and pasted the mobs in. They're artificially showing up. They're not really there. In fact, I'm actually just sitting in the, in Captura right now, just mindlessly shooting, is what I'm doing. I'm just in Captura. Everything's generated. It's not real. In Tiana Pass? That probably was before my time, Meg. I've only been playing for 7 years on the 18. I think that might have been before my time. I don't know why there's not a memory of that. So that was probably before my time. If you could inform me, though, that would be amazing. I love learning about the history of this game, and I'm sure the whole chat would, too. Oh, nah, it's how you get Citrine? Oh, that explains why I don't know it. Okay, that explains why I don't know it. I wasn't playing. I had quit the game for a while back when Citrine was released, so I wasn't playing back then. And I haven't never touched Citrine. I would buy the I already know. I've heard the frame was bad to like get. Like it was not fun to get. A good frame. Fucking like S tier frame pretty much, depending on what you're doing. But yeah, no. Never did any of that. She's not that hard to get? Oh, okay. Where did Kengineer then rank her on the list? I thought he ranked her pretty far into there. Oh, he was ranking it from a new player perspective. That's right, on Kengineer's like list of easy to hard to get warframes. That's right, he was doing it based on a new player's POV. That's why. And from a new player's POV, it's hard to get. That was it. Is he stupid? I don't know, man. I don't know why he doesn't just break free. It's probably because Mag just... It gets him going a bit. He can't help it. Mag just gets him going. He willingly is ensnared by Mag, my guessing is. I mean, the default Mag skin and the default Vault skin all at once. He just doesn't know what to do. It looks too old school. It looks too old school for him. He's just like, I am breaking down. Breaking down. The only thing that would break him further if I was using a Vectus. It would just melt. Maybe a Sonicore or something like that. Just launching balls. Should I make Spyro since you have a Riven for it? I mean, why not? It's something to test, and it's MR if you haven't ranked it up yet. So why not? You don't like it? At least you know you could just dissolve the Riven freely or sell it for junk. You know what I mean? You love Carrero right now? Yeah, he does. Clervo is actually one of the strongest frames in the game currently, with the least amount of effort doing it. Liam is fucking really good with Clervo. He has some really good Clervo builds, if y'all haven't seen Liam XP and his Clervo builds. He's over on Twitch, though. I don't know if he does YouTube content, to be honest. I haven't looked. I have not looked. I know he does Twitch content. I know he does a lot of Twitch streaming. I like watching him, especially during Plague Star, is when I mainly watch Liam. I love watching him during Plague Star. Oh my god. His Plague Star streams are so fucking good. That poor man, like, sacrifices his mental sanity so he doesn't have to worry about Forma for builds for years. It's entertaining to watch how hard he min-maxes it. It's great. I love watching it. I love watching the min-maxing him and his community get into with it. He's done every year Plague Star has been out, he's done 1,000 Forma. It's fucking insane to watch him go. What do you think of this? You want Rhino's Iron Skin and Vulnerability? The scale with duration? What do you mean? Are you talking about the... Oh, you can scale his invulnerability phase with duration now? Really? I mean, I don't know if he really needs it or if he doesn't, to be honest with you, only due to the fact that I've seen Rhino Iron Skins with 120 million absorb, which is enough absorb to actually absorb multiple hits at level cap with ease. I'm ignoring the overguard gating only because overguard gating has, at least I have heard that it's a bug and something that will be fixed eventually. So that's the only reason why I don't acknowledge overguard gating. But as for right now, I would say, you know, like, they're not saying they're gonna ban you for it. You know, feel free to fucking enjoy it at that point. But yeah, there's so many videos out on overguard gating, so I don't think you're in any fear there. DE is generally pretty good about things like that, though. Generally, there's some situations, and recently have definitely proven that, where DE is very illogical with how they assert their hand upon us. I'm not even talking about me. I'm talking about poor homie who got fucking banned just for showing people how to auto-fire. What a fucking bug that's been in the game longer than I've been playing. I guess it's a bug now, we'll call it. I thought it was a feature, because you can use it on so many other things. So many other things. Why didn't that work? Did I miss him again? Like, I cannot hit these acolytes to save my life. I was wondering, I was like, he shouldn't be shooting me. But I was standing in an arcane puddle. Was because of Clairvo, he needed it? I agree. I agree with that, actually. Clairvo's overguard was piss poor before it. It was such a trashy overguard. It didn't even make any sense that he had overguard. It was so bad. I agree with that completely. I hope it stays the way it is. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying it should be replaced. I'm not saying it's broken or anything. I think it's appropriate. Mobs do so much damage in this game, we need these ways to survive. We need every way we can. And then next they need to give fucking Inaros overgating out with his 4. So that we can have overguard gating on Inaros. So at least he can be partially worth something. That's just a start for Inaros, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's like gonna fucking fix everything about him. But it would at least be a fucking start. Yeah, they need to rework a lot of frames in the game, to be honest. There's a lot of frames that have been left behind. Even as strong as Frost is, he's been left behind. Damage, in my opinion, is getting too high on our regular play in order for Frost Bubble to be truly effective as it, like, used to be an everyday play. Because it only does have a 1,000,000 absorb cap on it, and then after that, it doesn't matter. So, like, I think it's a 10,000 was what the meter is, like, on the actual frame. I don't know if they changed his visual display or not for that. But his visual display on his actual Warframe abilities used to just show the per charge, because yeah, that's how that works. And it was 10,000. If you went over 10,000 with it, it didn't matter. You would have one bubble where you would need to cast, but like Frost after that, he becomes a 4-second spam because he has 4 seconds of immunity. But in my opinion, the globe should just be reworked to be duration based, and then you can just put the bubble down, and for as long as that's down, it's absorbing damage regardless until he pops one into it or something. What is Frost passive? I don't even remember what it is. It's so worthless. I remember it being worthless. But like, Frost needs a rework, Limbo needs a rework because Eximus mobs have destroyed Limbo's total viability. So Limbo needs a rework as well nowadays. He got stealth nerfed so hard, it's so fucking dumb. Just from Eximus alone. On melee? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's worthless. That's worthless. I mean, no one... We're not in the stealth Naramon days here. And then even then, the stealth Naramon days, you wouldn't want the enemies to get frozen, because back then, when enemies were petrified, they were immune to status effects. That was a wonderful change that they did to Petrified, is they made them be able to be affected by status effects. That was such a terrible thing back in the day. Unnecessary as can be. Oh, did I time that bubble wrong? They didn't fully stand? Shit. Might be a bad position, we'll see. Okay. A little bit of movement, but we'll be okay. Oh, no, it's in the center. I don't know why they went off to the side. Oh, good. Oh yeah, touching back onto what was asked earlier about keeping my oxygen up while standing in one place. It's actually more beneficial to stand in one place in survival than it is to run around. And the reasoning for this is mobs spawn 40 meters within your area. Now, what this pretty much means is if you kill an enemy and then you run away, that mob that you just killed will respawn 40 meters from where you killed it. Now you're running in the opposite direction to kill another mob because you've cleared out those groups of mobs. So now those mobs are spawning 40 meters away in the other direction from where you're going to be running. So you're always constantly spreading your spawns out unnecessarily. That's why generally if you're going to be an active playstyle, it's actually better to have a lot of pull-ins. And you camp a very small localized area, pulling the mobs into you. And then having like, some type of weapon to just get rid of overguard, relatively easy to do the pull. Or using line of sight or something like that, of course. So many other things you can use, but yeah. Generally with the individuals that I've known in the past that use an active playstyle since Helmuth came out, a lot of them like to use pull-ins and stuff like that to help increase their KPH in order to reduce the overall effect of the fact of how mobs spawn in this game. Because like I said, it is based off of literally your grid coordinates in the game. It's not like I'm in this room, it's grid coordinates in the room. It's very, very specific and very, very touchy, and you can destroy it very fast. Because you could be unknowingly connecting the spawns to a room that doesn't have a good overall consistency for mob movement. Then it'll reduce your overall spawns per hour, making it harder. This game has a very bad spawn system, is what I'm getting at. For survival. And excavation. Fucking horrendous for excavation. That is the worst mission type in this game. I don't care. That is the worst. You may ask why. If you've ever done endurance excavation, you know about the dead points of battery cells for unnecessary reasons. You'll go from being swimming. You'll have so many energy, so many battery cells to where they'll be despawning in front of you. And then all of a sudden you get nothing. You get nothing. For like fucking 20 minutes sometimes. Like, you'll have a drill every minute and a half. You'll do minute and a half drills until like 30 to 40 drills, and then you'll start doing a drill every 5 fucking minutes. It's so dumb, and they've never fixed it. And if they're not, spawning, what they're doing is they're getting stuck on every little thing on the map. And you have to run around the map looking for the stuck energy or stuck battery cells so that you can kill them and then bring them back. It's insane. 2-1 range, heat, minus combo duration. Not bad. Not too bad. Yeah, but it really goes, it starts to just consistently stay that later on. You don't really get the wave. The waves become so small that you can't even consider them waves comparing to the past. Like, it's very rare when I would do the 100 drill excavations with groups. Like, we would always run a necro so that we could avoid the battery problem. That's how we avoided the battery problem. But, like, other than that, there isn't really many ways to avoid it. but we would go through like long periods without seeing cells. And we would just be like banking off of the old cells because we would purposely not even kill mobs so that cells wouldn't despawn. We would just CC mobs as we were running through and keep everything alive and not get any drops from anything. Because most of us were melee mains back in those days anyways. Yeah, they despawn. They don't stay there forever. When you hit loot cap, they'll despawn. They do like oxygen capsules as well. But anyways, we are going to go ahead and get ready for a break here. My hands are kind of cramping. My hands are... Oh yeah. Oh, fuck hell. Yeah, Baker needs a stretch. Holy shit. Holy shit. Ooh. I haven't tried the Paracesis since Melee 2 or Melee 2.0, so I'm very out of the loop with that, but I'm sure it's a good weapon. It's a long blade, or it's a fucking what are they called? A dual-handed or two-handed sword, so they usually do good damage no matter what. But we're gonna go ahead and take about a 45-minute break here so that I can reasonably get some food in me, because I am starving. I'm gonna get some meds in me and get a nice good little stretch. I might do a little bit of working out. I'm kind of feeling that, so I might do a few sets type deal. Or just one exercise of like 5 sets. I'll see how I feel and what I have time for, but as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that have stayed around and do stay around, and be sure if you haven't to subscribe to the channel, hit the thumbs up button, check out the description down below for my build video channel, my workout / motivational channel, and also my girlfriend's link tree. Like I said, cannot thank you enough for those of you that have stayed around, and of course for those of you that do stay around for the ad break. I don't run ads while I'm actually streaming and playing so that I can have better engagement, and I run them during my breaks. So very appreciated for those of you that do stay around and support for the ad breaks. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. I will have the time up here. An easy way to know is it's X19 now. Whenever it's X and the time that I put here next, that's when I'll be coming back. Make it nice and easy for y'all. But like here, it'll be it's X20 right now, so X05. X05 would be the next time I'm coming back. X being whatever the hour is, because that's going to be the only actual difference between the whole thing. That's going to be 10:05. There we go. Alright, but yeah, we will see you all when I come back from the break. And like I said, cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. And in the meantime, I do have some older gameplay footage up for you all to enjoy. Nip, you should still get ads being a channel member. That doesn't guarantee no ads. It's only YouTube Premium that does. It's just YouTube has an algorithm so that you don't get bombarded with ads like you would on Twitch. YouTube will actually skip you on ad breaks if you've received an ad in a certain amount of time. So generally you'll receive less ads than even what I set it for and everything. Alright everybody, I am back. Like half of the pills I needed for the day too after I ate. Feeling good. Everything kicked in. I decided to do a bit more than just a few sets type deal. I did a few sets of a couple exercises. Hold up one sec. Okay. Yeah, did like 6 reps of squats, 25 reps of calf raises, and then 2 sets of 6 reps of bent over flies. There we go. My brain couldn't think of the exercise. Wasn't for strength gaining or anything, mainly just get the blood moving. Get the blood moving. Get the blood moving a little. This is always important to get the blood moving. I won't work on like focus on any type of progression while doing this run. It'll be more like maintaining and just keeping my blood moving. Enough of my calories are going to my brain, so it's actually something they heavily recommend when you're resting in between workouts and you have your rest day. It's always recommended not to do anything that's more strenuous than what your daily mental like output is. It's always recommended because it does use up excess calories and stuff. Your brain, it requires a surprising amount of calories to operate. Like if I recall correctly, your brain uses most of the calories you take in every day. At least if you're eating a healthy lifestyle. If you're eating in excess, then I mean, of course, obviously a different story there. Yeah, I think to make up for that, I'd probably have to eat a shit ton more food, which that ain't happening. That ain't happening around me. At least not yet. No, yeah. Yeah. It was good. It was good. That's had a few low sugar muffins, protein shake. Took half my daily pills for the day. It's all vitamins, but some anti-inflammatories and things to help with my mental and all that. So, and of course, just like normal vitamins for the rest of your body and all that. But yeah, then did a nice little workout. Hit back, legs, and yeah, it was good. Just got the blood moving mainly with the workout, nothing crazy. It was only like 10 minutes that I worked out. I just didn't take any breaks in between things. So it was like, I hit like calves, quads, and then back. Just something to keep the blood moving a bit. You're perma yawning. Not to work out for more than 30 minutes. I enjoy the mental push. That's why I work out predominantly, is mental. I make it hard on myself mentally. You can, if you push yourself hard enough in the gym, you won't be yawning from boredom. I can tell you that much. You do gotta push hard enough though. And if you can't do it by lifting a certain amount of weight, like you gotta do it by reps. Cut the weight down and hit at those reps hard. Get that mental enduring like agony. Like I love 100 reps. Oh my god, do I love 100 reps. Oh, 100 reps is great. Oh, you get tired. I hear you. I mean, that could be to do with your diet, which, I mean, I'm not going to give you diet advice, but carbs and fat are energy. Carbs are more easily available than fat. But yeah. You could also try bringing a protein shake that has carbs in it. Like some honey in it or something. For mid-workout. That's always a good idea. Your diet's not ideal. Yeah, that's going to be a big thing, bro. The gym, honestly, working out is 80% diet. It's 80% diet, 20% physical. You eat a lot of bread, though. Well, you're probably not getting enough protein and stuff then, so you run out of your protein reserves quick. So your body's like starting to actually eat like the protein off of you, which is your muscle at the end of the day. Because only like 10% of our 10% of the protein we eat actually goes to our body. Or from muscle growth, at least. Very small amount goes. So you really have to eat correctly with that. What most things recommend would be like 1 gram per 1 pound of body weight. You can go as low as 0.7 though, and as high as I think like they found like the peak off point essentially where diminishing returns start to hit was like 2.5 or 2, something like that. I can't remember. There's research on all over the internet. Don't take my word for it. Yeah, I do a lot of studies with that stuff because I don't have like a gym coach. I don't have like a coach or anything like that or a trainer, so I'm left to do a lot of research. So I spend a lot of time on the National Health Institute doing research and studies and such. And I watch a lot of like YouTubers like More Plates, More Dates and Renaissance Resistance or something like that. I don't know, I can't remember exactly. A New Yorker with the bald head. I think he's a New Yorker. I don't know. He's a shit talker like one. Love him though, he's great. Doesn't absorb well enough. Do you take any supplements for vitamin D? Like any vitamin D complex or anything? Nope, but you may want to go to a doctor and get that checked out so that you can get yourself prescribed one. Or at least know what type of dose you need so you can go to the store and buy it. Because I don't want to say just go out and buy a bottle. There's so many different doses, you'll need to find out what's going to work for you. Otherwise, if you're taking too little, you're not going to notice anything really. You know what I mean? So if you have access to get to a doctor reasonably, I would recommend a full blood workup and then find out what you're deficient in and go from there. Let's see how your life improves. It's a very important thing to do. Like myself, I should do it more often. You should be doing it like once a year. I think it's like every 6 months is preferred, but once a year is fine. Should always go get a blood draw. So you could just find out what you may be nutrient deficient in or something like that. Because our diets change over the course of a year slightly and everything, unless like you're insanely rigidly like strict or broke. I mean, that is another thing there. But then you just figure out the right type of supplementation that you need. Oh, okay. You're already taking some things. Good. Good. I would still say at the end of the day, a blood workup is healthy to do. You can find out what you're truly deficient in, so you could see if you need to get a you know, you need to take actually just that in its whole form and get a right amount of it, you know what I mean? Because like you said, you know, you feel like, and I get you there too. I'm a ginger. I'm pale white as can be. I don't do well out in the sun, so I get you on that level. Like I don't feel energized after going out into the sun. That don't ever happen for me. I feel mentally better, but as for like what you're supposed to feel with the vitamin D and all that, if you go outside every day and after a month of doing it, you're supposed to have, you know, significantly better energy levels. I don't get anything like that. I'm just like, okay, well, I mean, I like that I'm outside. That's cool, but I don't see the benefit here outside of some mental. Yeah, yeah. Because I've gotten my vitamin D levels tested even when I was younger and everything, and had always had issues with that. Nature do be beautiful, isn't that the truth, man? When I used to be able to drive, I mean, I thankfully can actually drive again. I just have to go get my license now. But I lost my license for 9 years, and that's because of my seizures. I willingly gave it up. My seizures had gotten so bad I didn't want the license anymore, so I just gave it up. When I got a renewal, I was just like, I have seizures and I want to willingly surrender my license until I get better with them. So, but yeah, when I used to actually drive and everything, I lived near mountains and I would go up into the mountains every weekend and all that. It was beautiful. I'd love just going up to the mountains, pulling up into one of the curve outs for parking, and just sit there for just until the sun sets, and then past. Head home at around like midnight. Oh, it was so beautiful. Oh, and I love driving down the mountains at night. Oh my god. There's just nothing more beautiful than driving down mountains at night. And just getting the little glimpses from your headlights of just the beauty. It's so amazing, and it's terrifying all at the same time because there's no guardrails. And you're high up there. There's no front on that. Your ass is a good 13 to 15,000 feet in there, but you dropping down that mountain, you dropping down, and there ain't no coming back. Oh, but it's so beautiful and amazing. It's so worth it. Just be careful, you know? Just be careful. Me, I had an all-wheel drive car, so my car was designed for it. I had a 09 Subaru Legacy. Just your blue. I miss that car. I wouldn't buy a new Legacy. I don't like them. I don't like the new ones. I really don't. I think they're shitty. Can't really be convinced otherwise. The outside comes to you. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the truth right there. It gets cold here. It gets cold here. Like, tonight, I don't know about minus 38 Fahrenheit. I've never had that low. The lowest I've experienced was minus 20. I've been in minus 20 Fahrenheit. I've been in minus 20 Fahrenheit, and I've also been in 115 Fahrenheit. So I've experienced pretty bad on both ends, but not the worst that there's ever been around. Minus 38, like, with a wind chill, like, if that's 38 without a wind chill, then with wind chill, that's like negative like 20 to, or like negative like 40 to like 60, depending on how strong that wind is. That would be fucking terrifying. Mine was 21 with a wind chill, or negative 21 with a wind chill. And I went outside and like my fucking lungs froze. Like I couldn't breathe. Like it felt like it did when I went outside in like 115, but it was cold instead of hot. It was so weird. I just can't explain what it feels like to walk outside and try to breathe at negative like 20 degrees Fahrenheit. Like, it's the weirdest fucking feeling. It's crippling. It is not good. You feel like you're gonna die so quick. It's not even the cold that's bothering you at that point. You could be bundled up all you want. And because you can get away from the cold if you bundle up hard enough. You can, actually. You get some warmers and all of that type of stuff. You can get yourself, for the most part, away from the cold. You can change it to, like, pretty warm in there. But, no. You can't breathe. It's like 12. 12's still cold as shit, man. 12 ain't nothing to mess with. You know when it's 12. Like, when you get anything under 30, man, honestly, you know about it. You know about anything under 30. There's nothing else to say to that. Like, above 30, it's not terrible. Like, you get into the 40s and stuff like that, it's not really bad. Not really bad. But when you start getting like below that, I mean, I don't mind it. I love the cold, don't get me wrong, but it's still like there's a level at which like the body does not accept it, even though the mind loves it. That's me though. That's me. I'm weird. It was only a week ago. Now it's like 23. That's about what we're experiencing over here. We didn't hit into the negatives though. We didn't hit in the negatives with our snowfall. I think we hit like into the either close to single digits or not quite there, or very close to it. We're having more snow this winter, but it isn't as intense of a winter. But we are having more snow, but the cold isn't as intense. Which I'll take the more snow. The more snow we have, the better the summer we're gonna have. You know? Because like living next to the mountains, you want those mountains to get covered in snow. I mean, you want those things to be hit. Because it makes your summer so much better. If those mountains aren't covered in snow, you don't have all that cold air coming off the mountains to help like mix with all the hot that's happening to bring the temperature down, and it just creates a shitstorm. It was hot here. It was hot. It's been hot here for some years now. Because I've lived here like 15 years. Ish? 15? 15? No, 14. 14 years. 14 years. 13 to 14. I don't know where the 15 came from. Like, yeah, 13 to 14 years I've lived here, and I've just seen it slowly over the course of time as the city has become more and more populated. Just the winters not be as beautiful as they once were. It's a shame. Whatever's causing it is just annoying. I keep an open mind to that type of stuff at the end of the day. You may ask, like, why do you keep an open mind to that type of stuff? Well, that's because we've only been recording weather since the 1800s. Well, everything's open to cottonmouth. Interpretation. There we go. It's fucking cottonmouth. But interpretation all overall, because we don't exactly know what weather was like throughout all the times in history. Do I think we're making it worse? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just don't know on what type of level. That's all just open for the wonders of science to find out over time as we continue to get better science. Because without the science that we even have today, we wouldn't even have all the knowledge that we have today and everything. We're constantly learning new things, and that's why I keep an open mind to everything. Because nothing's ever truly set in stone. Not when it comes to this world. There ain't no such thing. We live in a beautifully terrifying world. That's what I can honestly say. And it's something that I definitely behold and love. It's such a fascinating world we live in overall, in every aspect. Going down from the weather, to the people, to the geography, to any of the species. There's so much different life. So much different uniqueness. I was every day for a week. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all got a really strong power system over there to handle that, I want to say. That's actually extremely impressive. I want to say that right now. That's extremely impressive that y'all have a power grid system that can handle anything like that in any sort of capacity. That is extremely impressive. Like, that's fucking insane. Like, just think about that. Think about a grid system strong enough to still hold on to power in negative 30 degrees in any capacity. That is a wild thought. That's like what, like negative 50 or something like that? Celsius? I don't know. Okay, I know it's really fucking cold. That is so impressive. We get power flickers if there's 2 inches of snow on the ground. That's why I say that. Oh, that's so impressive. Holy shit. Finish. Oh, fucking that's how you say it, right? Finish, people? That is remarkable. Y'all are fucking geniuses over there. Whatever technology you're using, you know the secrets. Fucking wish my city would get up on that. Negative 60? Dude, that's... Oh, that's right, you have that mountain range up there. That spreads, like, really close to the... Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, it's like your own little security fucking barrier. It makes your country, like, an impenetrable... Or, like, you can't invade that fucking place. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember reading about the whole geography and everything. Yeah, that gets cold as fuck over there. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Isn't that the place where it... Doesn't it get that cold in the place where they fought in World War II or something? They had that small battle. Battles. Actually. With those crazy snow soldiers up there and shit. I think I'm thinking of the right nation. I think I am. I don't know. I could be wrong on that, but yeah. Shit was crazy though. Guys out there fighting in the fucking thick of the fucking mountain, just wrecking. Those good old boys. This is what we do. Yeah, exactly. Is like 62.6. And I thought it was the end of the world. That's beautiful. Oh my god. Careful, don't say where you live, man. That place will get flooded and it'll be too expensive to live there. Don't say where you live, man. That's a... You don't know how many people would move to an area. What's the hottest it gets there? Actually, what's the hottest? He's gonna be like 130. It's like, oh. Okay, that changes the situation. But what's up, scams? Why you asking why? Huh? You asking why about weather, or you asking why about the run? You know. Oh, the run? Oh, okay. I'll make this a better version here. To start off with, trying to replace disability with content creation, because I'm just tired of shit. More details on that, they're in the description down below. There's a video. What's it called? There's a video on my Baker's Fitness channel that will go over why I'm doing content creation in general, and the description of my medical conditions and all that kind of nonsense. And also, I just enjoy endurance. I've had this goal for like 6 years now, trying to get it. We got 95.5 hours, but we got a huge frame drop. And I'm hoping I learn my way around that for it to not happen. So we're giving it a try. But yeah, you can pause on solo, so it's not a bad thing. Like, you know, I just want to... Well, if I need to take a break, I can go take a break now. And then I just come back. Pause however long you want, you know, I can go to bed and everything like that. So, we remain healthy with it. I'll play for like 2 hours or so, and then I'll take a break for about 30 minutes to an hour. You know, do self-care, whatever I may need to do. Yeah. And if you run the game on window mode on PC, you can minimize the game, and the game will run as a background application, so it'll reduce load and temperatures on your computer, so while you're doing those AFKs, you can then also lighten the load on your computer. So like while you're sleeping and all that, you're not drawing full power out of the thing, it's pretty much idle speeds. Like it's just slightly above idle, more or less. So you're not really worrying about your electric bill going through the absolute roof and stuff like that. So unless you live in a place of like water shedding or light shedding or whatever you may want to call it, where they cut off power after a certain amount of hours for a certain amount of time, these runs are pretty accessible to people. Like I've done 28.5 hours over 10 days. 27.5, I'm sorry. 27.5. I was just chilling doing that. There's some things, of course, like I'm testing right now to see what, so that I can make a video for like an up-to-date guide as well on quality settings you'll want to run if you're doing long endurance. And these aren't like set settings, like you need to run these for stability, but more of like, this is what I ran for me to have a stable experience. If you run outside of these, you're going to be on your own in a learning experience, you know what I mean? But at least people that, you know, don't so much care about most of what the game looks like visually and all that, they can at least have a place to learn what to do and everything to prevent crashing. Because it is a very frequent question that I get asked. So I definitely plan to be doing long runs every time like big updates come out. Even though I know there's going to be very crash prone, we'll try and figure out how to stop crashing from happening by reading EE logs and all that. And then I'll be able to come out with a guide video on, you know, for that current patch, what settings do you want to run, or what settings did I run to achieve whatever runs I was doing, or the most stability that I could. You know, I know we're at a 5 times. I know. We're slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there. I think 7 was our highest so far that we've gotten in the past week of doing this. What do you mean? Shit, fuck me. I did it again. Oh, I'm so fucking mad at myself. I try not to run ads while I'm streaming, while I'm actually talking to everybody. I run ads while I'm on my long breaks. Thank you so much, Nip. Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Thank you. If any of y'all ever get ads while I'm actually here and playing the game, and it's not your initial ad coming into the stream, you just randomly get one, please always let me know. I don't run ads while I'm playing. I do not run ads. I run ads on my breaks because I take long breaks, so it's the best time to run ads. I like to have engagement with my community. Thank you, Nip, so much. I'm so sorry, everybody. I am so sorry. I feel really bad when this is the second time I've done that since I started coming back to streaming. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm so sorry, everybody. One sec. No, members do not get ads, or members do get ads. The only way to get rid of ads, Nip, on... Hold on here. Let's get back into the game. Before I get too bothered by the fact that I did that. Ooh. Oh, I hold myself up to high standards, as you can tell by this run. I hold myself up to very high standards. regardless of my problems. I really am so sorry, everybody. Now I understand why my viewer count's been so low. I really apologize. Oh, I feel so bad. But yeah, no, you have to get YouTube Premium in order to avoid ads, unfortunately, on YouTube. There is no... I think the reason why they let us pick our prices on YouTube is because they don't have that in addition to everything. The perks are our own perks when it comes to memberships. We have them all, and we do not have the option to make it ad-free, unfortunately. It's very, very unfortunate. That's why I go as low as 99 cents with it, because it's like you can't... all you're getting is emotes. And like, if I wanted to add anything else into it, which like I've said to many people already, I don't believe in giving people extra special perks because they gave me money. People get extra special perks from me for being good people. That's what I support. Your wallet is not a factor in my life. I am grateful for your wallet if you have a nice wallet and you're willing to share it with me, but don't expect to be treated different because of it. Money does not change this old man here. Even though I am, yes, looking to make this a living, money does not change this old man. And I haven't seen insane amounts of money, but I have seen money in my days when I was working and everything and healthy. So, yeah, no, that doesn't change my morals and who I am. I like people because people. I find there's far better things that people can be than their wallet. They have a personality, they have things they're good at, they have skills, they have traits about them that make them good people, which is a skill within itself. And those things matter far more. If you refine on your skills enough, you'll always make the money you need. As long as you refine on the skills you want to refine on and apply them into the correct professions. So, thing is with money is you can do it in both an evil way and a good way. Being a good person is just being a good person. I mean, it's subjective on what a good person is at the end of the day, because good and bad isn't really something that can be really truly put down on paper and say this is what this is, because it more or less depends on where you're at in the world and the general code of conduct that the way of life is. So, you have whatever your personal moral compass is. You have an ad speeder that makes an ad run at 16 times speed. That's actually intense. I'm glad at least you got the ad to let me know, because I just... oh man. I feel so bad. I can see when it's running too, because it gives me an extra button. I don't know why I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it. I usually triple check. I didn't triple check there. I didn't even fucking check at this rate. I was just so, like, I want to get back. I guess it's because I partially, like, don't like taking my longer breaks in 30 minutes. But I know that's what I need to actually comfortably do what I need to do. So, yeah. Yeah. It's, I'm going through a mental war getting over myself. Because I guess, like, the whole high standard thing. Yeah. Yeah. I guess you could call it perfectionism within my limits, but sometimes I don't understand my limits, and I push myself over them regardless. But at the end of the day, you don't know where your limits are until you actually push over them. You know what I mean? How do you know what what your limit is if you didn't go over your limit? You've never actually seen your limit then. So I always find it worth on occasion to kind of push myself over to make sure, like, oh, can I do this? You know what I mean? Because you never know. Maybe the capability is all of a sudden there for a particular reason. Maybe you've made things efficient enough to actually allow for it through, like, correcting the way you do something or something like that. Because I'm always trying to refine out my life. I don't take the way I do life as the set in stone way and the only way to do life. I'm always trying to look for ways to improve life. Always looking for ways to make it more efficient. Oh, and in scams, as for, I think I responded to you. I don't know if I did. I was so new. I was so just, what's the word I'm looking at? Enamored into the conversation. I really apologize for skipping over. Something like this. You've seen other videos and it's crazy. Curious about if you could pause or not. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. I've gotten that question so much that I actually, I'm starting to just kind of make it really evidently known when I talk. When people say, like, how do you do this type of things and stuff, I'm kind of learning to just immediately point out, without even them asking, that you can pause. Because generally a lot of people won't even ask the question. You'll just ask, how, you know, there'll be just the how, and then, you know, you kind of vaguely explain things, because as a long-time player, my brain automatically assumes like a lot of people know you can pause. Yeah, and I'm learning to not assume that anymore. It was wrong of me to assume that. But my explanations wouldn't go into that type of detail and stuff like that, and only like 10% of people would further ask and stuff like that if that wasn't the direct question of how do you stay up or how do you not sleep and stuff like that. You know, or the classic, don't you need to shit at some point? It's like, yes you do. Yes you do. How observant of you to notice how the human anatomy works. It is the classic. Are you wearing a diaper by any chance? By wearing a diaper. I just cut a hole in the bottom of my chair and put a bucket there. And then I dug a hole and threw my floor into the ground 6 feet deep, where my soul will be by the end of this fucking run, so that I can just fill it. Oh, yeah. That's what you call natural fertilizer. In 100 hours. How to make natural fertilizer in 100 hours. Do not use unedible vegetation. Yeah, that's what I mean. People hardly hardly play solo in this game, and it's something I have to remember. I'm a 99% solo player, and I have been since I started the game. I love playing solo. It's why I started Warframe. I was like, you can play solo and get to the hardest and do the hardest content in the game and actually do it. actually win at it. Like, you can actually win. And yeah, it interested me. Because I've gone over this before, but I started playing this game because I had a grand mal seizure one time. Well, not while I was playing World of Warcraft, but in my time during playing World of Warcraft. And I could no longer do the RBG leading / target calling because I couldn't talk on voice while playing the game nor listen to anybody talk while playing the game. I only actually recently started being able to do that again within the last 4 years. So I lost the ability to do that for roughly about 3.5 years or so. It's taken a lot of work to build myself back there. I just tried every day to keep building myself back closer and closer. Streaming helped a lot, believe it or not. Streaming helped a lot because it taught me how to be able to taught me how to be able to play and talk again. And then eventually, that took 3.5 years for me to get really comfortable with doing that again. And then I slowly was able to start actually getting on voice and talking with people again while playing. Now I can do it in now I do it, but I get really exhausted doing it really fast. And I don't know if that's because I'm an introvert and my social battery wears out really fast, which does happen. It always has happened in my life, whether it be talking over a Discord call or in person with somebody. Or if it's just because of the brain damage that I suffered from that seizure. Because I've only had a handful of grand mal seizures. Most of mine are petit mal. The impact 90-60 mod works on any star, but 10% of enemy health as a 6 meter. Interesting. But you're in friends only session. Oh, well, do you do that so people can your friends can freely join you? Oh, you get scared playing solo? I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. You played back in the days when it was scary to play solo. No shield gating, you know? I mean, those are scary days, bro. You don't know. I don't know. Gonna test out. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me know your science, bro. I love hearing about your science. You know, I love hearing about all y'all's science. Even you, Cosmic, if you're existing. I love hearing about your science, even though you tell me to use it and I say no. Love your science, cutie. I don't know if he's around or not, but I'll just do that one anyways. Motherfucker makes me laugh. I appreciate him. I'm extremely stubborn. I come from a fairly rich military and old school blue collar family. So I am bred of stubbornness. Very blessed. Yeah, the family history I've had, or the family influence that I've had, hasn't always been the best, but sometimes what matters is they teach you the things to and not to do. And sometimes that can be through them expressing what not to do or showing by exactly doing what not to do. And then you have to see the end consequences of things. So I always say very blessed for all the family history or family influences that I've had. Oh, we went over spawn. We went over loot cap. Just Baker. Tisk tisk. Oh, you just do it on friends only out of muscle memory. Understandable. Understandable. I do that with solo. I forget to set myself to friends only and invite only and stuff like that when I'm trading for trades. I'll go to invite somebody and it's like, you must switch out of solo, and I'm like, huh? And then I hit my brains like, you can't, bro, you're set on solo, you can't invite anybody. Oh, that's right. That's right, there's other game modes that exist. I mean, I play with my girl. I play on occasion with my girl, but she's predominantly a solo player too. We both just like the pause feature. Because we'll do like long runs. We both enjoy endurance. So, we've done a few runs together of like 12 hours and everything. We just hated rotations. We hated doing that so much. It was so annoying. We just hated that. We just wanted to be able to go AFK freely by the end of it. That's where we were at. We extracted at 12 hours because we were like, I'm tired of having to do this rotation thing. And she was like, me too. And I'm like, alright, let's just leave. Let's go. Funny thing is we were only 2 hours off from beating the group world record. We didn't care. We just wanted to leave. We didn't give a shit. We were just in there having fun. We woke up one day and I was like, hey babe, you want to do a long run together? Like longer than our like the 6 hours we would usually do. It's like, yeah, sure, why not? What do you want to do? And I'm like, I don't know, until I get bored or tired of it. And she's like, okay. So that's what we did. We ran Octavia. What was it? Octavia Saryn is what we ran. Octavia Saryn. I was Saryn, she was Octavia. I didn't use stealth, no. I didn't use stealth. I don't believe in stealth. I honestly, I just don't entertain stealth since shield gating came out. I find it's unnecessary. Stealth was needed when we didn't have shield gating. Give me one moment here, but I need to rest my hand for a moment. Oh. Oh. Oh, that crack felt so good. Oh. Oh, everything's cracking. Oh. Everything. Oh. And no, I don't force cracks, those are just cracks from stretching. For anyone wondering. No, I'm not saying they're bad frames. Ashe is probably the best frame in the game, in my honest opinion. How he's capable of excelling the best damage in the game, which is melee, makes him the best frame in the game. He's so perfect for melee. And Loki's honestly the best test frame in the game. When you want to test a weapon out, you use Loki. You can use Revenant if you want, but I prefer Loki. And you can just, that's when I will stealth then. What's good, Tennessee? What is that? Never heard of that. Saxium what? Splittle? Warframe. Oh, that's what you were talking about, the 90. Okay, I didn't know the name of it. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're going with there. Is Warframe down? No, I don't know. I'm solo, bro. You remember last time I don't know if you were here last time Warframe went down. I didn't get disconnected. I mean, I had a network. We haven't had a network not responding, so I assume not. But yeah, I wouldn't get disconnected. Oh, by the way, it's been some hours, but I didn't mention it. I hope you all have been enjoying the music. I found an artist, thankfully, who is willing to let me use his work free of charge, which I'm very, very grateful for, and I will not forget this act of kindness. Oh, I will not. I can tell you that much. But if you do want to link to all of his, if you've been enjoying the music and everything, and you want to take a look at his page, down in the description below at the very bottom is a link to his page. You can go give him a thanks even and all that. I found it wasn't bad music. Actually, it was not bad. He puts some good work into his music. He apparently also had a carpentry channel my girlfriend looked at. I gotta look into that because I love watching carpentry work. My father does carpentry work, so I kind of always had a innate like to watching that stuff. I'll definitely have to take a look at that. We'll be getting back in soon, everybody. I'm just resting my hand for a moment. If you just heard that crack, you'll understand that now. I was searching for that. I'm just doing wrist mobility exercises right now. Essentially forming my hand into a figure 8. Or moving my wrist, my hand around it in a figure 8 to move my wrist around. There we go. That's better. Yeah, Acolytes and Stalkers definitely see you in your stealth. Yeah, it's annoying. But, you know, it's better to only have one mob see you than the whole map see you. You know what I mean? The whole map's just looking at Stalker like he's crazy. Can you imagine what the point of view of, like, a Stalker fighting a Tenno who's invisible looks like to normal mobs? What that looks like to them? Like, just watching him. Are you fucking crazy? What is he doing? He's swinging around going crazy. Oh man. And then his health just starts disappearing and they're like, what? He starts dying, then he dies. And they're just looking at each other like, what do we do? Oh man. What are you doing? Is something wrong with you, huh? There's something the matter with you. Huh? I can't do really Italian, it's more New York Italian, you know what I'm talking about? I mean, but what's the matter with you? Huh? What are you doing? What are you doing over there? Hey. Huh? What's the matter with you? If you're wondering where that comes from, my father's born and raised in New York, and he's 100% Italian. So... I grew up listening to it. He would sound like a normal person to tell you to get frustrated with someone, and then you would just hear this New Yorker come out. Oh. And then my whole family up there just sounded like they were New Yorkers, so... You think you might have been banned? What did you do? No, you would get a warning. You'd log on and it would say you were banned. It logs you back out. Change your password, bro. Change your password right now. Change your password, check your email. That's my best recommendation. Immediately. Immediately. There's really only one time that happens. And have you been on anywhere have you clicked on any links that you wouldn't normally click on? Have you clicked on any emails that looked like they were legit sources and links in there? Have you clicked on any links on Discord or anything like that from any new people? I'd recommend running some like antivirus and stuff like that on your computer. Yeah. It almost sounds like you being hacked, to be honest with you. You're on PlayStation? PlayStation? Might be problems with PlayStation servers then. Check Down Detector. Down Detector might be saying something there, but it might be PlayStation servers. Okay. That changes things. I assume people are PC users, I apologize. But yeah. I would check your email still to see if you've had any password requests or anything like that. Always check your... When something weird like that happens, that's one of the first things I would do, is always check your email to see if there's been any password requests or anything like that. Warframe is down? Okay, okay. Down Detector set it? Okay. That's weird, I haven't got any problems over here. Yeah, Down Detector, your email, and then from there you can usually kind of wean out things. Yeah. Check Down Detector, a spike happened just now. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything. Yeah, see what I mean? That's why I said what I said there, is it's very common in today's world. Yep. Yep. And then they'll sell your account. Or they'll use it to test exploits. And hacks and all that. Yep. Yep. And the reason why they use accounts with like good standing and everything, why they like to use that for testing the hacks and all that, is it makes it easier to bypass the systems so you can have a better testing environment. I'll probably be taking a break here after we hit an hour of play. My wrist is bothering me. I think there might be some weather coming in. I have to check. All I know is my wrist is on fire. I might just have to put some lotion on it. So, put some good old CBD lotion on, wait for it to kick in. I probably should loot early. I've been running, my oxygen's been running iffy. So I've been despawning too many times. I gotta start getting used to looting earlier. Probably be good to loot every 30 seconds at this rate. Then refresh the bubble. And there's 10 seconds left, just pull things in. Get a quick bubble. And then when the other one refreshes, we'll be fine. The other one will blow here shortly. Boom, there we go. And then we are on to the new one. It should allow for things to still get caught up with the queue and all that. There we go. We're a little late on that one, but it's okay. What's up, Binary? It's going well. It's going well. We're just over 3 hours in right now, so we're doing good. Doing good. This run's actually running smoother than my last run was in the way of performance, so we're looking in a better spot than where I accidentally unplugged my computer this morning. Oddly enough, extracting and coming back in, getting a different room has led to overall better performance from what I can see. So, which we were having good performance there anyways, but this is actually better. And that is going to be the most important thing. Stability over everything. A lot of YouTubers are quitting. What are you in, like, what field of YouTube? I know there was the guy who did the educational videos recently quit after, like, his 7-year thing. I wouldn't recommend consoles for it unless you can figure out a cooling system for it to properly pull the hot air out. Because unfortunately consoles aren't made for being kept on forever. They have a lot of heating problems to begin with in their standard play. I actually, for these runs, I take my side panel off of my computer and I stick a desktop fan onto the side panel blowing outwards to help with cooling. That's... When I'm paused and everything like that, I turn it up to either... If I'm paused and I'm like still playing type deal, you know, or I'm streaming, I should say, then I'm just taking like a short break, if you will, not sleeping or anything. I'll turn the fan up onto its highest setting to really blow the air outwards. And then when I come back, I'll turn it down to the minimal when I'm playing, and then when I go to bed, I turn it up to the second setting. Well, that's weird. That ancient was walking and he hit me with a tentacle. He didn't do the animation at all. I wonder why. Matt Pat Game Theory gives a channel. Oh, interesting. I vaguely know that YouTuber. Is that it though? Is that the only person? You did say a lot. I haven't heard of like a mass exodus of YouTubers yet. Reading his comment selection? Oh, okay. For better airflow, but I need to find the right panel. Yeah. There's a lot of custom panels out there, so I'm sure you could either find someone that does like the... I think it's metal shopping for those, or it might be 3D printing, I'm not 100%. But find the right 3D printing might be the sleeves, actually, thinking on it. But yeah, and see if you can't get something maybe even customly made. You know, get a price quote from them, and then start saving up for it. Yeah, even if you just got to put away $1 a day, who really cares? You know, eventually you'll get it. Figure out where to cut $1 a day out of your life. That means you use electronics a little less to equate for the power makeup for it, or whatever it may be. Oh, there's an option to, wow, and put a custom cooler. I'm glad Sony did that. I'm so happy Sony did that. Oh, that's awesome. Definitely look into that. Is this the fresh account? No, it isn't. I'm just using the default mag skin on Mag Prime. No, this is the account I did the 95.5 on. I wish that account would, like, I wish it was possible to get this caught up that fast. Whoa. Even if I was playing every day, I don't know if I could do that. That would be wild. That would be wild. I'd have to really hard work on making plat. That'd have to be a crazy focus. Oh, we're over 200 minutes, everybody. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I understand that now. Alright. I thought you meant like... I thought you meant like all the other cooling stuff, like you could really just customize the cooling. Okay. It's customize in quotations. Oh, we got Mr. Acolyte. Oh, it's Mr. Malice. Hello, Malice. Alright, slow scaling. Wow, look at my vault, still hasn't been touched once. Look at that. He still even has full shield and everything. What a champion. What a champion. We're gonna see how long he lasts. What a champion. A kill? Is that how you say your name? How you doing? I hope I said it correctly. I apologize if I didn't. It's correct? Awesome. Hope you're doing well. You're close to the augment. The augment takes away all the minor problems in the weapon, but doesn't fix the biggest blaring option, or the problem in the weapon, which is the reload. But it takes away a lot of the minor problems. And because it does solve all the minor problems in the weapon, it makes it a really good augment to use. A lot of quality of life to be added with this weapon that makes it a really enjoyable weapon. And the augment does scale off of Prime Firestorm, so you can have a nice little AoE weapon as well. Treating you dirty, you can't even get into the game right now. Yeah, Tennessee checked down detector, and there was an issue. Yeah, always check down detector if you're having issues connecting to those servers. Always check down detector. It is a blessing of a website. And that goes for pretty much anything, any game, even your internet provider. If you're having issues with your internet, you can actually check down detector for your internet too. For whatever your ISP, most ISPs are on there. I'm not going to guarantee every ISP is on there. You know, I had a Twitch there, came out of the scope. Is the damage turned off? Yes, it makes the game more stable. Damage numbers can cause memory leaks. Especially once you start hitting damage cap too often, which will inevitably happen with the bubble. Like you can run no power like you can run an overextended and no power strength and still hit damage cap with bubble once you hit level cap. So yeah, once you start getting too high of numbers like that, it can cause a memory leak. Came from Nev's stream before YouTube? What do you mean? Can't say I know a Nev. What do you mean Nev? I don't know the shortened version for that. Oh. Still, I don't think I know a Nev off the top of my head. It depends on what you're doing. I'm gonna be fighting acolytes that are over level 12,000, so I need the CC. But it all depends on what you're doing. Me, how I'm getting damage on the bubble to proc, at least the projectile base, is after mobs aren't running into it anymore or getting sucked in anymore, they're running into it because of how far I am and where the center of the bubble is. They're forced to run within range and run over all the loose projectiles inside. So you don't need that if you can position yourself correctly. Is it as effective for the pull-in? No, but I also don't want that right now. I already crashed the game having too effective of a bubble pull-in. I killed mobs at so many mobs at one time. I caused a queue in the game, and I caused the queue to get so big in the game that it crashed the game. That's what we were able to see from the EE log. But yeah. What's good, bro? We're doing good, man. We are almost 210 minutes into our current run. Our run yesterday, we unfortunately did not get to continue because Old Baker here decided to accidentally unplug his computer while he was getting his mic stand out. So this is a new run, and this is where we're at. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. So we were 4.5 hours in that run before we ended off last night. And we're catching up to our 4-hour now. We're catching up to it. Jesus. We are going to be getting ready here soon-ish to take a break, because my wrist is really on fire right now, and I don't think a short break is going to fix it. I'm trying to use my keyboard as much as possible to assist in aiming so I don't have to use my wrist as much. I sound sleepy. It's because I work 400 hours almost a month, man. I'm trying to replace disability. So yeah, I am tired. I'm fucking exhausted, but I gotta do what I gotta do because I'm tired of doctors and caseworkers. This is part of my work. I do what I can. I'm just blessed with the availability to take breaks as I need to. That's why I can't hold a regular job, is I need frequent breaks. Like every 2 to 3 hours I need a break for like 30 minutes or so to drain the fucking fluid out of my head so I don't have a fucking seizure. So, yeah. What do I do? Yeah, I do these crazy ass runs, I make build videos, and I do workout/fitness content. Workout/motivational content. Yeah. I do what I can. I said I can't get a normal job, unfortunately. I have tried for many years. I can't tell you, like, I've tried for a decade now to fucking find a normal job. It would be so much easier. Especially with the experience I have in a lot of the fields that I have. It'd be a lot easier, but I just can't find anyone to be willing to hire. I don't blame them. It's not like I'm mad about it. I don't blame them. How the fuck do you work in somebody into your schedule that has to take a break every 2 to 3 hours for 30 to 45 minutes? You know what I mean? How do you even reasonably work that into your schedule anywhere in a place without making work extremely harder on the rest of the employees? Not like I blame anybody for that. I wouldn't hire me either, to be honest. I wouldn't hire me either. But not in a fucking second. I don't care what my capabilities are. Yeah. Like, I have experience in dog training. I have C++ HTML experience. I have computer building / troubleshooting experience. That's 4 years of dog training, 2 years of C++ / HTML, 6 years of computer building / troubleshooting. 7 years of sales in electronics. And a 1.5 year experience of dog grooming and a 1.5 year experience of exotic pet caretaking. So, like, I have experience. I've done a lot of different work in my day. Which one, C++ or HTML? HTML is pretty boring. C++ drives me insane. You're going to school? Take care, Nip. I hope you have a first good day, man. Keep it positive, alright? Keep it positive, homie. New schools are fucking crazy, but keep it positive, man. You got it. You don't mind C++? I minded it. I didn't have anything, though, to check over my code. I had to manually check over code in my day. I didn't have any code checking. So maybe I would feel different about it with like a code checker to help, like, better pinpoint exactly what could be wrong. But yeah. Without a code checker, C++ makes you want to fucking cry. It just makes you want to curl up into a ball in a corner and just say no more. You win. You're broken. Very different language for very different purposes. Yeah. I learned HTML while I was in school, which was like just middle school and high school for that one. And then the C++ I learned from a group of coders who ran a World of Warcraft private server. They taught me how to code bosses and all that type of stuff, and like make my own instant like dungeons and everything. They still teach you? I mean, I don't blame them. It's a very basic level of programming, and if you can be okay with getting into HTML, it's a good introduction footnote into other codes. It teaches you a lot of fundamental basics that you will apply into many others. Like back in those days with the C++, like we were using like Heidi SQL and shit like that. Those are some old days. Anyone's an old head programmer, they know about some Heidi SQL. Good old... Oh man. Oh. Made it really easy for looking at like everything as a whole though. We'd put our pack. We had like an independent server where we would put revisions onto and everything like that. Your basic programming, so yeah, it's a good thing to learn. You can honestly, like, if you get into programming for video games, it'll really help you understand the basic fundamentals of video games and how they work. It makes it astronomically easier. So like if you're somebody that is actually wanting at some point maybe to try for video games as a profession, I would recommend going for some coding classes. I would recommend it. They can actually really help you understand the game. Especially if you're dealing with a very complex game. If you have like a standardized shooter where you don't have to worry about much, that's a different story. You can just learn that. But if you're trying to learn like a really complex PvE game, understanding coding can really help you. Unreal Engine 5, oh, very nice. That's actually cool that you went to a uni that actually used Unreal Engine. That's cool. That's cool. I like Unreal. I like Unreal Engine because it's not too terrible to work with, but at the same time, it's one of the most unoptimized engines that I've ever used. Like, old Unreal Engine wasn't bad. Old Unreal Engine was really nice. But, like, this new free Unreal Engine that you can use is, ugh. It's rough, but it gives you if you're teaching it for school, it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. It does everything you need it to do. Oh, school taught Unity? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, never mind. The heart got in the way there and I misread that. I'm trying to remember if I used Unity before. I don't think I've used Unity. What's that engine good for? That's an engine, right? What is Unity? Is Unity an engine? Unity game engine. The cross-platform engine. Initial date 2005. What games did they make? What games were used with Unity? Cuphead, Hellslinger, Rust, Hearthstone, Pokemon Go, Beat Saber, interesting. Cities uses Unity. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I could see why it would be annoying, because City Skylines it feels awkward to play. Escape from Tarkov and such too? Oh, okay. Well, that explains all the clunkiness then. It's a universally made thing in the engine. Ah, okay. It's a clunky engine. Oh. I didn't know that was Unity. That explains a lot. Yeah, yeah. Huh. Interesting. Thank you for the knowledge. Thank you so much. Alright, give me a moment, everybody. We're gonna get ready for a break. Oh, my wrist. It's exploding. That's a little bit of a break. We're gonna take a 30-minute break. I'm gonna go put some lotion on this and do some wrist exercises. Oh, carpal tunnel. For anyone that wants high APM builds all the time, all I gotta say is think about your wrist. Old Baker didn't back in the day. Old Baker didn't think about that with high APM builds. And boy, is he paying for it. You only get one set of wrist. Treat it with care. Treat it with loving respect. You're gonna go crazy with high APM builds, go crazy with physical exercise. That's what I can say. But yeah, we're gonna get a 30-minute rest in. And when we come back, we're gonna kick some more ass here. Because I love this room. I love this room. I love this room. We will have a time up there, but depending on what time we actually officially walk away here, will be 30 minutes past that. In the meantime, though, I will be leaving you up with my 12-hour mag run from 2021, so definitely be sure to enjoy that while we're gone. And as always, I do run ads only during my breaks and not during actual gameplay when I'm conversing with y'all and everything, so that I can have better engagement. So for those of you that do want to stay around for the ad breaks, it would be much appreciated, and I cannot thank you enough for the support in supporting me eventually making this, dream a reality. So we are going to go ahead and take a break here. Be sure, if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, hit the thumbs up button, check the description down below for links to my build video channel, which I will also have the build video channel for the run that I'm working, or a build video for the run that I am currently doing on right now when we do get the run done. Also, I do have a 95.5 hour build video on there as well, so you can take a look at that one. And also my workout/motivational quote channel and my girlfriend's link tree for all of her social media sites. So definitely be sure to check out all those below, and if you've been enjoying the music, definitely be sure to check out the link down below as well for the link to the individual's channel. We are getting our music currently from Relaxing Movement, and I do hope y'all enjoy while I'm AFK, and we'll see y'all when I come back. I think I did that good. I don't know, I feel like I could have improved on that. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I don't know, man. Hopefully things get relieved. I don't know what to say. Hopefully whoever's getting put on call gets it fixed. They probably have someone on call right now that was dead ass asleep that's trying to chug back coffee to figure out what's going on. Rubbing the sleep up out their eyes. So just be a little patient. That's all I could say, unfortunately. Alright everybody, I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. Let's go ahead and pause this up. Thank you, Old Baker. Thank you, Old Baker. Thank you, Old Baker, for supplying us with some content while I was off doing my thing. Thank you. Thank you, Old Baker. And of course, we can't forget, before I do forget. Okay, I'm gonna make sure this turns off. Come on. Okay, add off. Okay. Alright, insert manually. Okay, good. 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 So Pugs, I might have accidentally unplugged my computer, pulling my mic stand out before starting stream today. And, yeah, may have had to So, we're 218 minutes into the current run now. We were 4.5 hours in before, so we're almost there. We're almost caught up to where we were. Good news, I still have my original Spectre. He hasn't taken a single point of damage the entire run. Yeah. Positives. Okay, positives. Positives. Absolute positives. This is kind of hilarious, bro. I had a stroke at first, and I was like, you know what? It'll make a good story for stream. Make a good story for stream. It'll be fine. Everybody will get a good laugh out of it. It'll be great. You know, it was only 4.5 hours, so it's okay. It's okay, Baker. And that's what I proceeded to tell myself until I just did not believe it ever. Just getting back from a break, Mega. Just getting back from a break. But yeah, we're at almost 220 right now. Almost 220 minutes. Out of the bare minimum of the 6,000 we need. So, yeah. 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 Every hour is 1%, so it's okay. We're like almost 4% done with the run. Yeah. Almost 4% done with the run. Why did I do that? Why did you do that, Baker? You need to... Ow. Like right here. Right there. Like that, Baker. See, look. Look how much you... Oh, look, Baker. Oh. Because I feel like, for Mag at least, it's going to be the highest damage potential weapon I can use in the game. Besides maybe Lenka. Lenka might have done better, but I don't know 100%. Lenka might have done better. And the reasoning for that is the sniper shot combo is total damage. So it's even after faction damage and all that. Like it's actual total damage. And it goes up to 12 times. So that's 1200% extra total damage. If my build comes out correctly, I'll have around like a... Without counting in like status vulnerability, slash ticks, stuff like that, just raw damage, I'll have about a 1.5 million DPS. And then I have to count in my arcanes of my Warframe itself, my Spectre buffs, my Sentinel buffs. So I'm hoping for around like 6 to 7 million DPS. I don't want to, unfortunately, it makes the game unstable. For kills, what we have done is we opened my profile at the beginning of the run right before I loaded in, and then I restarted the game afterwards. And then what we're gonna do afterwards is actually look at my kills, because even at the end of the run we won't know what my exact kills are due to the fact that there is a visual cap in the game at 65,500 and change. and it resets it to 0 after that. So in order for us to get a true accurate representation of what kills per hour look like, that's what we'll do. But anyways, what I can say is I haven't had to use oxygen. So I'm getting high enough kills per hour to never have to use oxygen, which I think in any world is a good thing. I think the number doesn't matter too much at that rate as long as that's the situation. At least that's always been my my theory. Is if I never have to use oxygen, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. This is right where I need to be. But the minimum for that is about 7,800, with 8K being the safest. So what going over that number does is it increases your frequency of looting. Now I will say I do have times in here if I don't loot early enough, I get despawns with oxygen. Like there's nothing spawned. So my kills per hour is higher than 78. I would, if I was to throw a wild guesstimate after my experience of playing the game and knowing despawn rates. Hold on. I would probably put myself at about 86 to 8,800 with this current room, but I feel like if you got the correct room, you could easily see 10K with this. Get those overguards gone. But yeah, it'll all depend on your room more than anything. Like even my vault build that I did recently, the 12-hour minimalistic build, we had a room where we had 95 or 9,600 kills per hour. The room I ended up going with was much lower, but yeah, I didn't feel like having to look. Depending on your build will depend on the accessibilities to the rooms that you can actually have for camping. It's going to heavily depend on your build. Because some rooms may not even become accessible at that point. I don't feel like burning energy for 4. There we go. Uh, 224 minutes. Almost 225. Level 4277. So at 8.5 hours, roughly 8 hours 40 minutes, we'll be at level cap. At least for the regular mobs. And then Acolytes will continue to scale 10 levels a level until we still have no idea when that ends. The highest I've seen was 12,380. That's the highest I've seen. And the only reason I couldn't kill that one was because I kept getting 10 frames per second every time I picked up any bit of loot. It was not good. Let's drop you. It's the only second one I've used. That's fine. I'm hoping this time we have fixed a lot of those problems, though we will find out as time goes on. So far I fixed the problems that I've been having for the past week. So that's good. So now it's figuring out how to... Oh, he's gonna do his thing. I'll give him a moment here. 3, 2, 1. Not there. Okay, let's go. Let's check it again. Okay. See, that's the issue with a sniper scope, is with Malice, you actually have to look off his casting animations to know when he's going to put the bubble on you, because you will not have any idea the bubble's on you with a sniper scope. It sucks. It really sucks. And I think it should be adjusted. There should be some type of indicator, maybe like your crosshairs go red or something like that. Yeah, I guess you can set your crosshairs to red too, so it kind of defeats it. But some type of indicator that would tell you, hey, you know, you're, do we have a guy over here? Hey, you know, You have Malice Bubble on you. I know, buddy. Oh shit. Oh no, he might die. No, Vault, you have a bad shield. Oh no, he might die now. Oh, that's the original Vault. No, don't die on me, but we're gonna save you. I got you. I got you. Osprey. Osprey. Can you... Give him shield. Yes. Alright. Preserved. If you're asking why is that so important, it isn't. I like to see how long I can make the first Spectre last sometimes. It lets me know if I'm getting better at the game, essentially. The longer he lives for, the better I'm playing. Because, like, if we're at level cap and I still have a level 100 Spectre that could just be one-shot at any moment, you know? I'm doing good. I'm doing really fucking good. It's always my gauge to know how good I'm doing. Now that I screwed up apparently enough for him to lose his shield. Because I did a bad pull at one point, so he had a bad shield. So now he took a lot of damage. I have to try to preserve him a little bit more. And now he'll just disappear if, do we have it? Are they getting stacked out there? Oh, shit. Come on, come here, boys. Sometimes I screw up on my bubble placement. I aim at the wrong thing. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We're only like we're only like 500 stacks left from being 10,000 stacks away from a 6 times multiplier. That's exciting. We're getting there. Oh no, we can't pull you. You have Overguard on. Thank you, combo, thank you. I needed the break, desperately. I desperately needed it. Oh man. If anyone wonders what I'm doing with the reloading on occasion, where I just start spamming my reload more or less, what I'm doing is I'm trying to get my overshield on my Sentinel up high enough. I learned it from Cosmic that one of the mods that I actually use, the fire rate mod, gives them overshield on reload, so with me having a good reload on this weapon and not using Xeneric, I can't be as, like, freely willing to use, what's it called, my 4 to get my shield back for just my Sentinel. So that's what I do. It's a little more inconvenient, but given the level of min-maxing I'm doing with this, I'm willing to. I already had accounted for it, but I'm going for a lot of min-maxing here because we're here to create an immense amount of damage. I want to actually go past the level of damage that I had talked about. Like, I want like a 10 million DPS fucking build before, like, dots. That deal. That's on non-armor stripped mobs. That's what I like, that type of damage. On unstripped mobs. Because we ain't fully stripping Acolytes. We are taking a good amount of armor away. I do have a different build than before for anyone that was here for my 99.75% armor strip build. We don't have as much as that. Honestly, I don't remember how much I have on here. So you'll have to wait for the build video on that. I don't remember what the percentage was. I have no clue. All I know is it was high enough to make me happy. And be like, alright, well, Given I didn't have anything with the Plasmor, and this should already do more DPS than the Plasmor, this will be a good amount of armor reduction. On top of having heat and corrosive. Because I don't want to 100% strip it, but with the way heat, corrosive, and mags for augment are calculated, it goes, from what I can gather, it's mags 4, then corrosive, does that remaining, and the remaining after those two is heat. What is that combo on the shot combos? It works like in the sense of the melee combo. The only difference is the values are the old values of what the melee combo actually used to be. This is how the old melee combo used to be. It used to take you 1.5 million stacks to hit it 12 times. What it was every value you hit 3 times, that value was the next value, and they went up in half values, or half, like, times. And what that is, that damage, or that's a damage increase, and it's actually a total damage increase. So it calculates after everything. That includes, like, faction damage, your Warframe, and stuff like that. If I recall correctly, it's after your Warframe and stuff like that, but I know it is after all of your mods and arcanes that are actually equipped on your weapon. I'm not 100% if it's also the equipped items and stuff like that that boost, you know, through like your Warframe Spectre and stuff like that. I have to assume so when I kind of look at how the damage goes. I would have to assume yes. Because I've gotten this so far to 9,000 was the highest, but we crashed. It was like 9,200 or something like that, and I was one-shotting at that level. But we figured out why we were crashing there. We were killing so many mobs at one time that we were causing a queue in the game for respawning, and we were killing so fast after the queue started that we actually generated a queue on top of a queue, on top of a queue, and top of a queue type deal until it crashed the game. So the game was never able, I was killing so fast that the game wasn't able to keep up on respawns. And it just put itself into a queue until I crashed the game. So we had to calm the build down, and we adjusted a lot of things so that we don't do that again and we kill slower. Yes, I had to nerf myself to make my build work correctly with this weapon. That's how much damage this weapon does. With Plasmor, I didn't have to nerf my build. I ran whatever the hell I wanted with that. But with this weapon, I actually have to nerf my build because I can crash the game. This is a very strong weapon. A very strong weapon. This weapon is scary. I love it. I love it. Too good at the game. I don't know. I'm really good at figuring out the game, but I don't know if I would put myself into the category of the gods that I look up to. The people that never get touched, never die. I mean, granted, I haven't... Oh, I have gone down once here, haven't I? Or no? No, I haven't gone down once yet in this one. Oh my god, I'm flawless so far? Ooh. Oh, that's actually exciting. I'm actually flawless for once. Past the 4, like, into the, going near the 4-hour mark? What? We actually haven't gone down once and had Gen res me? That's actually really exciting. Oh, shit. Okay, focus up. Don't get too cocky about that. You'll die. Oh, I'm proud of myself, though. That's why I run Jin, though. Because I go, like, I went down like 20 times during my 95-hour run, and I died twice. I had to use 2 revives. Granted, one of the revives I was screwing around. I was like 55 hours in. And some guy was like, can this be used on an active playstyle? And I was not warmed up even for the day. Like, I had just started. And I was not even good for doing a camp playstyle warmed up. And I was like, yeah, it's fine. And I go running out into the center of the room and I start pulling mobs in, and I don't notice that there's a Ancient Eximus with Overguard up. And he just fucking clubs me and I die, and I just go down, and then like my sentinel gets one shot, and I was just started laughing. Because like it can be done, but you really gotta pay attention. Because you don't have rolling guard. You don't have rolling guard. So you don't have that really huge security net, and you don't have brief respite, you have your 4. But it was like it can be done, but you really gotta pay attention. I'll give some active play near the end of this one, though. I'll do that. But I have to hit a 12 times multiplier first. I have to see that first. Oh my, do I have to see that? It'll be near the end of the run. What I'll probably do is I'll show damage numbers in camp. And then after that, we will run out there and do some active play. But I really want to hit a 12 times multiplier because I've never done that before. No. Do we have frame drops? What's going on? Why'd that do that? Why did that do that? What happened? Oh, I didn't like that. We don't have any frame drops and our VRAM didn't go skyrocketing. Everything looks okay. Let me hold on here. Let me check my CPU and everything. I think everything's okay. I think everything's okay. I think everything's okay. We had that in my 95-hour run. We had that in the 95-hour run even. So I'm not 100% worried, but it still makes me nervous. It's not cause for me to start like getting ready for the EE log, you know what I mean? No, it's there to provide with an extra status with heat. Also slightly more armor reduction on Acolytes. And also the shield gives me a 50% electric buff, so it gives me an additional status. So like I get, you know, like a 50% electric mod essentially added onto mine that's independent from all of my other statuses. And then also there's a 200% crit damage buff when you shoot through the shield. So there's a lot of modifiers that go into why I use Vault. He essentially adds 2 statuses and a 200% crit damage buff. And he does help absorb damage too, of course. But it's not really that needed for that. If you look back throughout the week, you'll see me testing with Protea, Nidus, what else was there? Trinity, Banshee. I tested with a lot of different ones. So you're able to see that one and like that stuff and everything. I choose Vault because he gives them the most reliable damage buff. Rhino's really inconsistent with keeping Roar up, so that's why I don't use him. Wisp cast random motes, so it's not reliable. It's really annoying. Really annoying. Banshee only cast 1 sonar every 30 seconds, and it's a default range sonar, so as soon as those mobs are dead, you don't have any sonars out until another 30 seconds, and or mobs are within range at 30 seconds or over 30. Trinity's energy vampire requires you to be within 25 meters of the target, which I'm not always. So That one was a no-go. Yeah. Vault is just like one of the best specters you can have. It's very reliable buffs. He'll keep his shield up as long as there's mobs within line of sight, pretty much all the time. He doesn't really keep it down. If mobs aren't within line of sight of him, you will have downtime. So if you're killing too fast, then he'll start not keeping his shield up. So it's a hit or it's a positive and a negative killing too fast in this game in a lot of different ways. Depending on what you're doing, it can be okay. Otherwise, it can be bad too. You know, one thing I do love about the music for this new playlist is how much music there is. We literally will go over 30 days without hearing the same song twice if I keep it in the same order. Which I have it in a random shuffle, so there's a slim chance of that happening. But if I was just to go in direct order of it and then have it repeat on its own naturally, it would take us over 30 days to actually hit the same song repeat. Which is a massive improvement from any of the music that I've had. Like this person puts in work. I'm hoping that they definitely keep to their word and I don't get hit with any copyrights or anything like that, because I'm gonna gladly do a little bit of donation that I can do right now, but I will gladly increase those donation amounts. Because even though they don't ask for anything, they put a lot of work into it and they deserve it. Plus they're a carpenter, so I have a soft spot for that, just due to my father being one. I know at the end of the day that'll still in some way assist to going into his carpentry work, which I'll love seeing then. I'm gonna have to give it a subscribe. I love watching carpentry work. It doesn't matter what type it is, how simplistic it may seem or anything, there's so much art that goes into that. Just love and care to make it, to do it correct. It's so amazing to watch the process of somebody that really enjoys doing it. You can see the love that, they have for it. My father actually even made me the cane that I use because I have a collapsed knee and shrapnel in my hip, so I have some mobility issues on that end. But he made a cane out of some oak when he was cutting down, when he was trimming back a tree, he found a branch and everything that was perfect for a cane and put it all together and everything. Did a really good job on it. Do we have a guy stuck there? Is that crush stuck? I think that's crush stuck. There is a problem with the crush augment. The additional stun that it does can get mobs stuck. It's really it looks like it fixed itself maybe? Or is that loot hovering over him? There might be a loot over him. I'm not 100%. But yeah, they'll just stay stunned forever. I don't know what triggers it, to be honest with you. I haven't figured it out for the life of me, but I haven't taken the time to sit there and spam crush enough to realize it, but I don't spam it. Well, I guess sometimes I do. I think we fixed it. I think it got fixed. I really needed that sleep that I had today. I slept for like, even though I didn't stay up long yesterday, I slept for like 11 hours, which is extremely rare for me. I didn't have any seizures either, which fucking blew me away. Though I did go to bed extremely medicated, so I was hoping that I wouldn't, because I kind of felt that my body wanted to sleep for a long time. It was phenomenal. Like, I feel so much better than I did yesterday. So much better. That's the thing, sometimes the machine needs the rest, you know? I do listen to my body. I try to work as hard as I can, but if my body tells me it needs the rest, I do obey it. I do obey it. I've learned the hard way in the past, because I've been doing content creation now, like, since I struggled getting a job. That's the reality. I've been slowly trying to make a living out of it, because I just don't like being a leech on the world. I like to provide in some facet. The workout motivational stuff, may have started earlier, but unfortunately, dietary problems, the inability to be able to afford what I needed to eat happened first. So I think I might have to start using my bubble. I'm just scared right now. I'm hitting every button in existence. I just hit my 3, my 2, my 1, or my 4. I was scared. Everything was aiming at me, and I had no control over the situation. We'll see if I have to start using my bubble against Acolytes, because I haven't been using it this whole time. I've just been ensnaring them. We'll see. We'll see if that continues, or if I just screwed up there, which is a very, very high possibility. There is nothing saying I didn't screw up. I definitely ain't perfect. I'm a good mag. I'm good at mag. I wouldn't like to call myself the best mag. Maybe the best mag that makes content. Like, maybe I can go with that. Maybe I can go with that. I don't know. Maybe. The best mag that plays a camp style that makes content. Let's go that specific. That I can feel a little more comfortable with saying. But as for like calling myself the best mag in the entire game, I've seen mags better than me in the past. That's the reality of that. The OGs that I've seen that literally never got hit. Days before shield gating, hitting like level 7,000 on fucking mag and shit. Those OGs. Oh man, 4,000 and everything. It's like, oh my god. You never died? Never died. It's like, oh my god. You never got hit. All during shield gate. No shield gating at all. Yep, never got touched. You are a lord. And those are the best mag players in the game. Because I'm only good enough to do these runs because DE has made endurance far more accessible with a lot of different nerfs to the game. And buffs, and just a lot of passive buffs to us in direct buff. Where'd they go? Did they? Oh shit. Okay, that's what happened. That's what happened. Okay, that's what happened. That's exactly what happened there when we had that freeze. I could already see that happening. Yeah. Wow. They just disappeared. They didn't even drop a loot. They just disappeared. I took them off the plane of their existence. They didn't even exist in the game's directory anymore. Jesus. Oh, pull. Oh, Paul, you're such a silly ability. No wonder why you made old Saryn so strong. Oh no, he went off to the side. If anyone remembers old Saryn before the rework, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Still going strong, still going strong. Still going strong. Just over 4 hours. Almost 4 hours, 10 minutes in, I want to say, something like that. There's a 24, so 4 hours, 11 minutes in. There we go. I can do math. My name is Baker, and I can add 2 plus 2. Don't worry, Scam. You're not the only person to ever say that. It's a very, very normal thing that people have left me on to go to sleep. Trust me. Trust me. I even used to have a troll come in and say that he would put me on stream before he would have sex with his girl because him and his girl liked listening to me stream while they did the dirty. I was fucking dead. He'd come in every stream saying it too. Every fucking stream. I was so dead. I was so dead. I loved him. He was great. He was hysterical. He's like, you're like jazz music, but better. I'm just like, sir, yes, sir. You do what you gotta do. I'm glad I could be of assistance. Warframe stream. What did I stream back in those days? What did I do? What did I do back in those days? Was that Warframe or no? It was either my variety gaming days, because I used to do those when I was just getting back into gaming and I was trying to recoup myself after like a lot of problems. This was before I even started playing Warframe and everything, and before the really big seizure and all that. I was just relearning coordination and all that. It would have either been variety gaming or when I did informational cannabis content. I don't remember which one. I used to do informational cannabis content, also a talk show. And I also did variety gaming. I really enjoyed the cannabis content and learning about the plant. It's like I went deeper than just like we get high off plant. I went into like looking up hemp and its industrial like purposes and researching like every single cannabinoid and all that type of stuff and terpenes and all, like it was a really in-depth like show I used to run, and I had like a little panel. People would come on freely, like other content creators and all that. It was a lot of fun doing that. Only reason why I stopped is YouTube. It was during the years of the right before the YouTube weed crackdown that they did on the first demonetization wave that they did, where everything went crazy back in like 2015-ish or something like that. It's 2014, somewhere around there. And then I switched over to variety gaming. You can pause? Yes, you can. Yeah. And now we paused, baby. Look at that. All you gotta do is when you are in your orbiter and you're about to queue for the mission, up here, you know where you usually have a globe for public or anything like that, the little invite card for invite only and all that type of stuff. Make sure you go down to where it says solo. It'll have a little individual person on it. When you go down there, as long as you're not in open world, you will be able to pause in the game, but in open world it does not work. But anywhere else you can, even Quest I've been able to pause. Was it 2016 for the Adpocalypse? Yeah, that sounds about right, to be honest. That sounds about right. Yeah, no, that's 10 years ago, actually. Isn't that? No, it's 4. And 8 years. 8 years ago? Yeah, that's right, actually. That's right, that's right. That's right, because Danny and I had only just been together for a little bit by that time. That's right. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. And she was around for all that, too. She experienced that with me. Even one of her channels got banned. I'm just gonna take a moment here to take a few Easter eggs since I'm showing off the pause. I'm sorry for taking advantage of it. We're also gonna take a sip of caffeine. Yeah. I can tell you. E-cigs may not be the healthiest thing for you, I definitely will agree to that. But it's really nice being able to have my 100% lung function back. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. And you know what's the best thing about an e-cig? Is it doesn't fucking smell like a goddamn cigarette. I can't stand the smell of ignition, even weed. Like I vape my weed, so when I smell ignited weed, it makes me want to throw up. Same with like cigarettes ignited. This shit it's so disgusting. I never realized like because I've been smoking cigarettes since I was 13 years old, and I smoked up until I was 21. And I started coughing up blood in the middle of the night. That's all. That was my sign to quit. I was quick. I was quick on that. I was like, and you're going in the trash. We don't give a fuck anymore. And then like 6 months after quitting, my homie introduced me to e-cigs. They were like really new at the time. I'm 32, by the way, anyone doesn't. So it was a long time ago. Like e-cigs were very, very, very new. I've been around since the whole introduction to this whole thing. I've been thankful to stay away from a lot of the damage that they can cause because I'm very careful about my sources. I used to actually make my own e-cig juice because I was so paranoid about like how shitty the regulations were for everything. I was extremely paranoid. I'm still extremely paranoid. Still. If I can't talk to the mixologist, I don't buy. I don't buy. It's very rare that I do. I made the mistake already once of doing that, like, when I first moved back here, and, like, I regret doing it at the end of the day. Because they ended up being a company that had no problem switching to the synthetic nicotine bullshit. It's, like, cabbage-based and everything, because cabbage does have nicotine in it. It's just, I think it's what it is the actual chemical, the write-out for it is flipped. How the genos and everything line up is flipped. So what they do is they run it through, I forget what they run it through, some type of like acid neutralizer, if you will, or some type of acid tank, and then they neutralize it after, and it flips over and creates nicotine. It's, I don't really trust it because there isn't enough laws around the ppm allowed count, which is the parts per million of residual solvent. I'm very, very paranoid about that. Plus it's also like, there's one version that's like missing one part of the actual molecule itself, so it makes it like half the fucking potency, so it doubles your fucking usage. It's so dumb. And like a lot of companies have switched to it. It's so dumb though. So I get from actually a local vape shop, which I'm able to talk to their mixologist. I even talk to the people who order all the like stuff and everything, so I'm able to find out everything. And like if they don't know about it, they can actually directly text the owner and they get an answer pretty much within like 3 to 5 minutes. So I heavily trust these guys that I currently go through. They haven't been the most transparent, but they're right up there, tied with the most transparent. Like they're extremely transparent about everything. You know, outside of telling you exact levels of things, which I totally understand, I'm not going to expect that, but they're transparent about every single ingredient they use and roughly how much they use. Because they won't tell you the exact amount of flavoring and sweetener and all that they use. Please steal our idea. Because then they, like, even though everything, like, you have to actually register all your products now, so that does go through a copyright and all of that, but you still have to deal with, you know, people could possibly be stealing it, because you have to find out the copyright's happening, which is already hard enough to do. There's been good regulations done in the market and bad regulations. I miss being able to buy online, is my biggest thing. I really miss being able to buy online, because I would still be buying through the old place that I used to get in one of the cities that I lived in, because it was veteran owned. I loved talking to the guy. Him and I used to just sit there for hours. I'd go to the vape store to go buy vape juice, and then, like, my girl, him and I, and, like, the whole staff in the store would just sit there for hours talking with each other. Because I get along with military really well, given the fact that I have a lot of family that used to be military, so I'm able to get along with military really well. He was always great to talk to, plus he was a tech nerd too, on top of it, so it was always good times getting to talk with him. Learned a lot of stuff from him. He was extremely intelligent. I love every time I get the chance to go down there and actually see him. I think the last time I got to see him, unfortunately, was 2 years ago, I think 2 years ago. Was the last time I got to see him. Might have been 3, though. I kind of remember 2. I remember going down there one time randomly just to actually go see him. Because he's like 4 hours or something like that away from me. It's a good distance away. But we had already had a rental to do a bunch of shopping and everything, and we were like, well, we can get done most of it down there. Fucking, we already got it for a good while anyways, so might as well. It was a full day rental, so. He always hooks us up with a good discount, too. He takes off, like, all the taxes that the state charges, and he takes them over. Which is just so nice of him. He gives us the old prices that we used to get before they put in all the taxes. Which is just incredible. Even after, like, the first time, like, I hadn't seen him for, like, 3 years before the last time I saw him, and like, he was still willing to do it. He recognized me, and, like, we started talking again, and he was like, so what did you guys need? And we got everything together, and he was like, I'll take care of you. Don't worry. His wife was there, and his wife just started to look at him weird. Because, like, it was during COVID times. And, because she didn't recognize me, or Danny and I at first, because we were wearing masks. And then when we took off our mask for a moment, like, because it was during the days of, like, when it was optional masking, so we just kind of took the precaution and put it on in places so we didn't have to hear people bitch at us. We could just get in and out. I just don't care enough. And, yeah. She saw, she realized who it was, and I was like, oh, I guess she's relieved by it, because she looked scared shitless. There we go, see? She looked nervous shitless at how much he was taking off. Like, I think we came out there only spending 30% of what we would have been charged. There we go. And see, that's how easy Jin is to res. You may ask, how did that work? How did you just res Jin? He has 2 different mods. You can use Restorative Bond, and then you can also use his Reawaken mod. And his Reawaken mod, every time you pick up an energy orb, it takes 6 seconds off of his res timer. So when you just pick up health and energy orbs when you're doing normal looting, and it'll just res them. So like each one together, if you pick up, you know, one of each, it's 9 seconds taken off. It's pretty big. It's pretty big. And it allows you to be able to get your res back and your bond mods and everything back a lot faster. Which is why I called Jin the learning companion. If you're trying to learn to do endurance and you're struggling a lot with survivability and everything, he can help you along the way, because as you go down, you'll have more opportunities to actually have reses, because he is so easy to actually get resed. There are some easier ones depending on your gameplay. You know, like if you're a very active high IP or APM player who is always in the enemy's faces, so you don't have a lot of health and energy orbs around, the aerial kill one can help you a lot. But I think there might be ones for melee, but I'm not 100% for the help with res. Quick new question for a build as I'm doing this. Does invincibility give you knockdown resistance? Yes. I want to say yes. Because you don't get knocked down with rolling guard to my knowledge, but I could be wrong. Quick easy way for you to know is slap on rolling guard, roll, and then shoot the Barama on the floor with as much attack speed as you can. You don't need any other mods with that. You'll get knocked down if it doesn't work. I'm not 100% on that though, but that's a quick easy way to know. Yeah, you're good, homie. There's too much in this game to remember how to do everything, man. You ain't dumb. You ain't dumb. You're just overwhelmed because there's too much shit in the game. I feel like such an underwhelming pull. When like only like 2 or 3 mobs come in with a pull, it just feels so underwhelming. You don't feel like you pulled anything. Just like, you just see these couple little ragdolls in front of you, and you're just like, what is this? I used my energy for this? What do you guys want? I need more sacrifices, excuse me. Come to me, my pretties. No. Please, Bubble? Oh, it's not. Oh, Jesus, that's terrible placement. You gonna shoot on this side? Hopefully the spin radius is enough. We shoot through like this, so I can go through Vault Shield still. Why is nothing getting pulled? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my bubble ended. Hey, stupid. Look at your bars. Things where they put your actual abilities and the time on them. Yeah, that. Why don't you look at that, stupid? Yeah, it would help you. Jesus. What's good, K3? How you doing? What's the matter, you, Baker? What's the matter, you? I'm doing good, doing good. We're at almost 270 minutes into this run. We're just chugging along really well. New build's working amazing. Very happy about that. Very happy. With my second day of testing this new build, and so far we seem to be good. Seem to be doing really good. I feel confident about the 100 hours with this build. Feel confident. As good as me one day? Just a lot of practice, man. I was so bad when I first started this game. I was so bad that I used to think you had to balance out your puncture, slash, and impact. That was 7 years ago. That's how bad I was. Yep. So, no matter where you start, as long as you dedicate yourself enough, you can achieve what you want. Doing good, Nova, doing good. Doing good. I have almost 5,200 right now. We're sitting pretty, as you can see. We are sitting pretty. Hard trying to figure this out alone. I had no real help with my mag build, so I feel you there. I'm on 6 years of trying to get 100 hours with mag. And like 2,700 hours before using this build. So don't worry. You're not the only one that's been on that road. You're not the only one. It's a lot of just grabbing one mod, switching it out, and then testing, and then failing, and then swapping out for another mod because you try to figure out where am I lacking in this build, what can I change in how I'm playing to make this build work. It's a lot of that, man. It's a lot of that. That's my best tip. That's literally what I do. I show my theory crafting on game. If you look through my VODs, you'll see, especially like Vault and stuff, you'll see that I will go and extract out of a 5-hour mission to go replace one mod. That's how it is. That's the best build tip I can ever give you. Don't be afraid to fail, because you're gonna fail a lot. Trust me, I fail a lot. This has been a week of me failing. There's only one way to know, and that's to keep going. Mobs at level cap, bro, only have around 50, like, I have around 50 to 60 million health, or 50 to 70 million health. So you don't need as much damage as you think. That much I can tell you. Acolytes are going to be more of a problem than these things in front of you. We all start somewhere, man. As I like to show people. This is where I started. This is where I started. And that's with a sniper rifle. One of the strongest weapons in the game. This is where I started. And I die in here, I go down, I have to res. Like, I gotta use O2 capsules here. Just using better firepower and stuff, yeah. It's all about failing. It's all about failing. I have been working on this one frame for that 2,700 hours over 5 years. That's just this frame. I've also gone to level cap with Octavia, Caliban, Banshee, Vault, Wisp, Gyre, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. It's just about practice, man. It took me a year and a half of doing survival before I saw my first level cap, and that was with Octavia, a stealth frame. Sometimes it can be better to use an easier frame. Like if you start out with Revenant or something like that, you'll probably find an easier time. This way you can get a better idea of what damage looks like. You know, use like a Breacher's like Revenant or something. You know what I mean? A Roar Revenant. Just like really go crazy with it. Like give yourself all the advantages you can when you're learning, man. Trust me. It's going to greatly help you later on, because as you get used to being at level cap, you're able to strip away those advantages and open yourself up more over time. I did Octavia without macros. That's why I have carpal tunnel. I did a 27.5, 21.5, 19, 20, or 19, 15, a 12, multiple 8s. Yeah, no. Yeah. It's one of the biggest things I can say about endurance runs is don't be afraid to take frequent breaks to stretch your hands and exercise your hands. You only get one set of hands, and take it from somebody with carpal tunnel from playing Warframe. You don't want carpal tunnel. It's an extraordinarily painful condition, especially if you love to play video games. I lost about 80 words per minute in my typing. My reaction time has dropped by about 70-80 milliseconds. So, yeah. Respect your hands. Take frequent breaks. The more actions per minute, the more frequent the breaks. That's what I can say. The more buttons you have to push in order to make mobs die, the more you want to break and rest. Otherwise, you will regret it at some point. There's no guarantees, because that's very heavily genetic based. Very heavily genetic based. It's not like saying like after 500 hours you will have carpal tunnel. It's all genetics. Yeah. YouTube? Oh man. Bro, I used to get made fun of for it too. Now I use hold macros for a lot of things. Even my shoot here is a hold macro. I like to turn semi-autos into auto triggers, because I don't want to sit here and click. I'm gonna fucking break my fucking mouse and my finger, and I'm gonna die. So I use a hold macro. And I do it to what my reaction time is. I use Logitech software for it. It's the most... Anyone who uses Logitech software, I pray for you, because it's some of the worst software I've ever fucking used. And B, you know how basic this shit is. You can't do much with this stuff. It's not like no auto hotkey. Not even close to no auto hotkey. But I don't want to have to write out code. I just don't want to have to do it. I don't care how short it could be or anything. I don't feel like doing it. Plus, I feel like you're really putting yourself into a risk using auto hotkey. Like, DE doesn't have a problem allowing the software from mouse companies and keyboard companies and peripheral companies, but auto hotkey can be used for much more. It can go far more extensive. We used to use auto hotkey for idle. I used to use it for idle champions. It was obviously an idle game, but yeah, I used to have a script that would completely play the game for me and do farming. I stopped using that and stopped playing the game once I started playing started playing this game. Started playing this game again, I should say, because I didn't want to risk my account. Like, there's just so much you can do with auto hotkey. You can make auto hotkey scan the screen. That's yeah. We're going way too dangerous into like actually full automation. And, you know, DE does not allow that. They're okay with hold macros. They always have been. It goes back to the spin to win days. They made an actual official announcement on a dev stream many, many years ago, even before I started playing about it. It's why people used to make fun of me for not using a macro. It's like, they allow it, bro. What's wrong with you? And I'd be like, because I want to show people that you don't need one. It's like, yeah, you don't. But how much do you fucking care about yourself? Let's be honest here. Yeah, Eidolons have a massive amount of macros that were used way back in the day in Old Dash. Yeah, and it would save your hands, because Old Dash, I use no macro for Old Dash. It would hurt. If you did Old Dash long enough, it would hurt. It would hurt. It's like bullet jumping for a really long time. Just imagine just bullet jumping, like all the fucking time, all like heavily, like really in quick succession and at pinpoint accuracy. This shit can fucking hurt. This shit can hurt, man. Warframe is a very carpal tunnel inducing game, like a lot of games out there though. There really isn't a game that isn't carpal tunnel inducing. It just induces it in a different facet. Shooters will make your mobility and your wrist go to complete shit. And games that are extremely spammy, like World of Warcraft and all of that, will deplete your ability to have good response time. That's pretty much the difference in how the carpal tunnel forms. Oh, that's interesting. I actually didn't know about those. To be honest, though, I was a content creator, and a lot of endurance runners wouldn't share a fair amount of secrets with me because I would tell them not to, because I don't want to know about exploits or anything like that. So, exploits or like things that are damn near botting or anything like that, I didn't really want to know about it. I didn't care. I didn't care. They would usually PM me with something like, you want to hear about a bug? And I'm like, I don't really... Is it my usual question would be, is it a bug that's been around for over 3 years? And if it was no, I'd be like, then no, I don't. But if it's a bug that's been around for over 3 years, I'm pretty confident it's a feature now. Though that has been proven to be wrong here in the past already, apparently. So now we have no idea what's a bug, what isn't. We're back to that state of the game of what is what. This is the wild, wild west of content creation again. You don't know whether your build's a bug or if it's legit. You're just gonna have to roll the dice. It's not a bug. I know, there's no bugs in Warframe, merely features and difficulty modifiers. Octavia mallet stacking was interesting. Those were interesting days. So was the radiation mallet days. Radiation mallet days were so interesting. Yeah, the radiation trinity mallet days. Yeah. Where you get easy damage cap. That complex ass setup, that was insane. Yeah. Yeah, very complex setup, but it worked so well. You got low key and everything there, and it was just great. Yeah, easy 565 defense, yeah. Well, 560 because, you know, you want to actually extract and get the loot. You don't want to sit in an empty map. How do we get past 565? You don't. Oh, I guess, yeah, man. Oh god, you did it on a tower too? Oh no. You did it on an actual defense mission too? Oh no, an actual fisher. Either a fisher or a tower key, either or, but that's sad. Oh, that's painful. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh. You hadn't seen the video yet of everybody learning that. Oh no. Oh no, you didn't see the video of the poor soul who did a 19-hour defense mission with Ivara and Sedna back in the days when you could stealth the pod. He sounded so defeated in the video. He sounded so defeated. And when we were supposed to hit level... And when we were supposed to hit level cap, all of a sudden nothing spawned. So this is the official end of defense. Stealth the pod and had a trend to... Yeah, definitely. That's the best way to do it. Did you use the Corpus map that everybody loved using for that? Or the Dark Sector Corpus map, I should say. I think it was the Dark Sector one. Yeah, 3.5 hours, they'll be 3,900. Pretty much what happens is after 2 hours, 40 minutes, they start to scale by like 100 levels a minute until about 1,500, which is at 3 hours. And then after that, they jump from 1,500 to 3,900 in 30 minutes. In a blue moon night. Yeah, that was the one. Yep. How come you never noticed? Because it happens so fast that, and you're just, usually by this time, if you're killing things well, you won't really notice it. Health is additive nowadays, so you don't really notice the huge jump. It's not like back in the day when this jump would happen, you felt it in your fucking soul. You felt it in your fucking soul. It got scary really fast. But because they're already one-shotting you and everything, and they don't really die too much slower. Like, they do die slower, don't get me wrong, but it's like, if you have a good level cap build, a real good level cap build, you're not gonna notice it whatsoever. You're just gonna soar past it, and you're gonna be like, yeah, okay. And then you're gonna look up suddenly, and you're like, 4,500? What? When did they get that? The hell? Especially if you're trying to focus on not dying. The last thing you're gonna be looking at is their level. You're gonna be focusing on your health or your shield. You're going to be focusing on your abilities. You're going to be focusing on your ammo. You're going to be focusing on the map, trying to figure out where mobs are. Like, there's a million other things you'll be focusing on over their level. So that 30 minutes that it happens, like, it goes by so fast that you don't even actually realize it if you're really focusing, especially as the damage ramps up and, like, their health ramps up. As you're trying to, like, try harder and all that, you're also not going to be looking at the level. You're just going to be like, oh god, it's not dying, oh god, it's not dying, and you're going to be looking everywhere else. Looking at your oxygen and everything. And then suddenly you die, and then you see their level, and you're like, oh, now that explains everything. And then if you don't die, when you finally get a moment to actually breathe, you realize what their level is. Or you're just enjoying yourself too much to even care. You know? Yeah, man. Yeah. Pre-shield gating days, this game was really hard to go to level cap with. And to stay consistently at level cap even. That's what people don't understand. Like, yeah, you can make it the level cap, but to have the mental endurance to consistently stay at level cap and never get a point of damage hit to you, that's actually really fucking difficult. Because eventually, it doesn't matter if you pause or anything, coming in here, playing the game as hard as you can, day in and day out, you eventually get fatigue. You eventually get fatigue and you eventually make a lot of mistakes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, a lot of stealth abilities used to give, like, do give indicators of where you are. Like, all of Octavia's abilities actually make noise, and and the mobs know where you are based off that noise. So if they're like AoE mobs, they'll just start shooting off AoE in that direction. Infested, when you put your mallet down, if you don't move from that original position, the MOAs that shoot out the corrupted pools will actually shoot them in your direction. Like right where you're standing. The AI isn't completely dumb. They are stupid as shit, don't get me wrong, but they have a quarter of a brain. Even back in the day, they had a quarter of a brain. Now they have a little bit closer to a half of a brain because they have made some slight adjustments. Like, if you're standing too close to a door, mobs won't run around the corner and fucking just get lit up like they used to back in the day. You actually have to stand further back from doors to make mobs run around corners. I think that might be it. No, never mind. Not a better bubble placement because he died. I miss those days though. When we used to be able to hug a wall with spin to win, I went through walls and they would just run into Hydroid tentacles and you would just spin to win them down the whole time with these massive slash procs and a Necros just getting all these extra procs and you would just get massive amounts of loot. Oh, those were wonderful days. Yeah, I forgot the name of them as well. They were the one counter to defense too, or Limbo on defense too, because they can shoot through his bubble. The Atarax gameplay, yeah, man. I used to have a 22-meter Atarax because of a Riven and spring-loaded blade. Without spring-loaded, I think it was like 17 meters or something like that. It was great. We were able to get a Scoliax up to 31-meter range back in those days. With spring-loaded blade, a Riven, and of course Prime Reach. Oh man. And of course my other build with the Atarax, the 22-meter one, had those three as well. It was like 40. You had a really high roll for range then. You had a really high roll for range. Because we were only able to do like 31. And that was with 215% range. I think that was 215%. I know it was over 200% range. The average you would see would be like 190, 195. That's generally what you would see for most Scoliac Rivens. Yeah, 31 or a little above. Yeah. When there were raids, yeah. I only got to very, very minorly do raids. But I got to do some of them. Sadly enough, by the time I was ready to do raids, they were already being, like, ready to removed in the game. I don't know so much about the best thing, but I think they were a phenomenal incorporation for the game, and I hope to see something like that come back. I do agree they shouldn't have done that. They should have just fixed it. But they felt like, I say they felt like at the end of the day, because I have seen a lot of people, even days when they first wanted to remove them and all that, speak out. They felt like not a lot of people played. Which, I mean, I don't have direct access to the numbers, so I can't speak whether that's true or not. All I can say is that the community behind that loved to do raids were extremely dedicated and loved doing it. To the point to where I feel like it shouldn't have mattered that it was a small percentage of players because of how diehard they were. Yeah, but they could have just done it as a building block and just added more raids over time. You know what I mean? Because there's nothing wrong with, like, we have the base star chart still, you know what I mean? So there's nothing wrong with progression. I like the thought of that. They could have made raids the way that we ended up getting shards. Like, yeah. Instead, we have an awkward exterminate, more or less. Like, I like the idea of the sorties thing, the sortie part of it. That's cool. But, like, the as I call them, the nerd cells, I hate the idea of the nerd cells. For the old content to the new. I won't disagree with you there. I won't disagree with you there. The new content is more stable, but I don't feel like I like old Warframe a lot more. I like a lot of the new additions they put into the game. Don't get me wrong, like all the buffs we've gotten and everything, and now they've made the game more accessible to doing high levels for everybody. But the core of the game is what I miss. It's not so much the difficulty at the end of the day, it's just what the core of the game was. You never experienced raids. It was a good experience. It was a good experience. But, I mean, I never got to experience tower keys and all that, so... And from what I hear, that was probably some of the best days in the game. I missed some of the best days in the game. It was very sad. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. See what I mean? Yeah. 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 Yeah, the drop rate of Aya is terrible. I typically, like in a survival, I'll get 1 an hour. If I get lucky, I can get 2 an hour. Wow! And I know there's other missions to run it faster, but still, for the amount of effort you have to put in, for the amount of reward you get, I don't feel it's worth it. Not in comparison to what you used to get with keys. I don't know how keys would work with how colluded, or like how much shit there is now, but I feel at the end of the day it probably could have been made to work. But I don't know if they'll ever touch the relic system and all that. I feel the relic system needs a huge overhaul because I hate having to bring in that many relics. It's so annoying. Like I could have done a Neo run with this, and I did go in for one, but I just didn't want to crack any more relics. I cracked over 1,100 relics in my 95.5 hour run. But I have like 1,500 left right now. So like I'm good to do it. But like I fucking hate the relic system. I think it's terrible. It may not sound like, oh, you're just selecting a relic. Yeah, but when you gotta select 1,200 relics on top of playing the game, like, hard. You don't want to select 1,200 relics, and you don't want your game to be slowed down and made to take 7 to 10% longer. Because with that timer freezing, your runs will take about 7 to 10% longer. It's actually a long time. It's not no joke. At a bare minimum, if you're really fast at selecting relics, it's like 5 to 6%. But I put in for the average person. Because you gotta figure 5 minutes for every reward, 30 seconds of that is 10%. Now you have a 7-second count, you have a 5-second countdown that starts when you hit the 5-minute mark. And then afterwards, when the relic is, or when you open the relic and you see the reward, it's another, what, 7 to 8 seconds for that. And then you have to select your relic and confirm the selection of the relic. And then you have another 2 seconds before the timer actually starts. Because the timer does start while it is ticking down at the final moments. But yeah. You lose a lot of it's a lot of extra time when you start getting into like thousands of cracks. It's a lot of extra time. It's not bad if you're just like going to void trace cap or something like that, or even doing like 100 cracks or something. But when you're doing like over 1,000 cracks, you start to feel it. You're just tired of it. You're like, I don't want to do this anymore. That's my main thing. Like, I just didn't want to do it. I don't. I do these missions because I do enjoy them at the end of the day. And if I don't enjoy what I'm doing, I better have the best reason in the world for doing it. And my only reason why I need more prime parts right now is a mod drop chance booster. And I'm not really worried about making plat. I play this game so much and I get so much extra of all the stuff that I get that I can just sell. I just by playing the game, and I make thousands of plat off of doing it. I made 1,000 plat in 1 day of trading it yesterday, or the day before. You know? Kind of up in the air, man. Kind of up in the air. I did a 35.5-hour run with no trigger, but I did a 95.5-hour run, and I got a 2-week account suspension, which DE then told me it was a false flag. Actually apologized for once. I'm sure if you know from the past, they did not apologize. They used to threaten you with more. They actually apologized for once, which was a fucking... And, like, it's somebody that I have been doing, like, tickets with for many years. So it's not like this is a new person. This is somebody I am very well acquainted with. Yeah. And actually thanked me for playing the game, which I was really surprised about. I didn't get my account unsuspended, so I wasn't that, like, I wasn't the happiest person in the world. But we will find out what happens this time. What I'm hoping they eventually do is they add accounts to whitelist or something like that to have better review of everything before taking any type of action. Because that's what I was kind of hoping my 35.5-hour meant, because I do have previous runs on this account with auto trade suspensions, and I even deleted my very first account because of the trade suspensions. I'm even blocked on Twitter by Rebecca because I was protesting the trade suspensions. And, well, I guess she didn't like it because I was ruining her TennoCon enjoyment. Yeah, well, yeah. I have tickets upon tickets that I have posted online. I've used to make videos back in the day about it and everything, man. Like, I went on a 4-year-long protest. They couldn't, there was like 2 or 3 TennoCons where they weren't allowed to post anything on Twitter without me posting the ticket of them telling me that whether my runs were legit or not, I would continue to receive trade suspensions. I was mad, because at the time I was doing 3,000 plat a month of giveaways, with most of it being bought fucking plat. Most of it I would just buy, because D used to feed me 50 to 75% discounts every week. Every week, guaranteed. And I was making good money on streaming, so I had no issues doing it for my community. So I was doing like 3,000 plus a month in fucking giveaways in plat. And I was like, I'm buying this plat off of you to give away to my community, and you're telling me I can't do it because I can't trade? Like, are you fucking kidding me? By that time, I had literally had over $5,000 spent on that account USD. And it's like, are you fucking joking me? And I was a fairly, like, I was known by a lot of Warframe partners and stuff like that at the time for doing endurance. And, like, I had even talked to developers personally, and they had, like, I've talked to them about my endurance runs and everything. So it wasn't like I wasn't known, and we're not talking no-name developers either, by the way. I'm not going to exactly say the names because I respect him, but I will say him. Very prominent developer in Warframe, still working today. And I still had nothing done about it, so it's not like they didn't know about my runs were legit. I used to report bugs to them and everything. Like, I was so fucking pissed. I'm hoping to see a change in attitude. You know, I was very happy that they were kind to me and apologized. And I even heard that one of my viewers got a 2035 after doing his first 21.5-hour run, and they reversed the ban within like 24 hours after he like proved his innocence. So it's like, that was cool. That was cool to see. You know, but what are we going to start making a whitelist so that these people don't, you know, who just like to do long endurance don't deal with punishment after they've proven themselves to be, you know, innocent? Was 2035? Yeah, it's sad, man. I lost a lot of homies playing this game because of 2035s. It's why I went on a protest so heavily on top of it, because like a lot of my friends were just not playing the game anymore. They were getting banned and they didn't want to have to restart. They had already restarted enough times, so it's like, well, why keep doing it? And I understand that. That's why I deleted my account out of principle. And then I came back to get world first level cap in Steel Path. Recorded level cap, of course, because we all know there's some legend out there that did it faster than me. He just didn't care to even post anything about it because it didn't matter to him as much. So I say recorded every time. I did it with an MR6 account. Fresh new, brand new account. Using Mutilus, Cernos, and Mag with Zenistar. And Pox. Is it? I don't know exactly. We're in limbo. Like, what I said earlier is, I've done a 35.5-hour run with no repercussion, but I had a 2-week account suspension with a, what's it called? With a 95.5-hour run. I did get an apology for it and told it was a false flag, but now what matters is going forward. Are they going to, you know, yeah, they always spawn in the same spot if you learn positioning. You can force Acolyte spawning. You have 3 different spawn points in this room here. One is the one you see right now. If I move up to here, right up to here, anywhere around here, they'll spawn right around here, right around that area. If I move up to here, they'll spawn either here or here. And then if I move up to here, they'll spawn somewhere outside the door, depending on the room. But yeah, you can stand back here on and that works on either side. It's just Acolytes will always spawn on this side, so, but on, no matter which side you stand on, they'll spawn in that same facet. You can fully control that. The only difference is if you have some bad connecting rooms and or you have rooms behind you. We found out recently, actually, in the last week, that if you have a room behind you here, this way, then you can actually have Acolytes spawn behind you as well. And I didn't have a chance really to figure out exactly how to prevent that from happening. So you can control Acolyte spawning, it just takes a lot of tedious figuring out. And it's based off of coordinates on the map. And as long as you can figure that out, you can figure out in every room where they're gonna spawn. But it is like down to my like actual like grid like coordinates. I have spent. I have been in Mott and Annie since Steel Path release, pretty much. So, I have had a long, like, I have been in there since they have released Acolytes, I should say. Because I did like, I did do Steel Path before they released Acolytes as well. Even though they should have kept the old Steel Path the way it was and just given us the harder Steel Path that they said they were also going to give us, instead of just combining them together and say, oh, well, this is the level it's going to be, instead of just giving us a higher level fucking Steel Path. Like, I understand you were going to start it at 60 originally for the first tier and then make the second tier 100 plus to what baseline Steel Path is today, and you just decided to scrap the 60 idea. But then you still could have came out with the Acolyte version and also had mobs start at 200. Or how about, you know, the time that we would have saved when it hits the point of, like, the scaling actually not being faster anymore, because it doesn't save you time in getting the level cap, sadly. It just saves you the first few hours of scaling and then tapers out to the exact same scaling after that. And, yeah, you know, why don't you just make them, you know, add another 100 levels or something? And then add Acolytes, and then that would have been the harder version. Used to be the good old Endurance Discord. Oh, you were part of that? Wait, you're that wait, did you use the same username back in the day? I was in that Discord, that's why I'm asking. Like, I knew Summit and all them. Animan, all those people from back then. That's where I met Dan even, Dan Snoop. Oh shit. Your name's fairly familiar. Yeah, man, yeah. Fucking hell, bro. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that Discord died because it got really toxic. You remember all the assholes that came in that were all meta heads and wouldn't let us, like, just share our builds anymore? Like, he deleted the Discord because of that. He got tired of it. A lot of the old vets did. We got tired of the bullshit. You left before that happened, to be honest? Oh, okay. Yeah, but they deleted it because it got colluded with a bunch of assholes that wouldn't let you, like, describe your science. You'd get to level cap with a build, and they'd call it shit. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? I got to level cap. How are you gonna call it shit? Like, a guy took Saryn in defense to level cap. He did a 560 wave. And someone had the audacity to call it shit because he used corrosive over viral. And it was like, bro, shut the fuck up. He's the only Saryn in the world to get the level cap in defense. And you're gonna call him shit? It's a solo defense with Saryn, and he got the level cap. He's the only one in the world to do it. Shut up. It's not shit. Yeah, I remember you posting a lot of screenshots, man. That's why I was like, did you use the same name? I know you. Like, we vaguely know each other by acquaintance-wise. Holy shit. Yeah, I got invited to that Discord after my 500 rounds of solo interception with Frost. That's when I got invited to that Discord. I think it was Green. Brutal Green, who invited me to that Discord. I don't know if you remember Brutal Green. I tried to get world record with him and Daniel the Demon for, what was it, Elite Sanctuary Onslaught when it first came out, but we couldn't get there. We got like 26 zones in or something. We couldn't get to the 28, or the 29, or whatever it was. Yeah, it's been about 3 to 4 years now since it was deleted. Yeah, it was right before COVID when it got deleted. Actually, it was right before COVID it got deleted. Yeah, holy shit, man. I love seeing the OGs still kicking, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, I have a very small select group of people that I talk with nowadays in PMs from those days. Very, very small. Like, Dan plays on occasion, you can catch him playing still. But it's on occasion, he doesn't play all the time. He's really variety-based, but he still streams. He still streams. Summit, as you probably know, got perma-banned. So we can't even get the luxury of getting to play with him now that there's cross-platform. Rio quit forever ago. Yeah, I know how that is, man. Yeah, you used to stream, didn't you? You used to stream a lot of your long runs. Didn't you? Didn't you stream some of your long runs? Or am I tripping on that? Yeah, okay, I remember that, yeah. Didn't you get banned because of bullshit with Warframe from Twitch, too? Like, some accusations against your account or some shit? Am I thinking correctly? Yeah. I remember some shit with that, man. I remember that. God, we're going way back over here. We're going way back in time. Jesus Christ, we're going back in time. Wow. I got my account banned. I got my Twitch account banned for asking after TennoCon about a fix to our suspensions. That's how I got my Twitch account banned. Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah. Insanity. Crazy old days, huh, man? Tell you that much. Oh, look, we're over 5 hours in. Fuck yeah. Awesome. We're over 5% done, boys. We did it. Look at that. Over 5% done. And only like one little screen freeze. Isn't that beautiful, boys? Look at that. We're not crashing. We're not crashing. Woo! No frame drops. Our VRAM isn't through the roof. I mean, like, celebrate good times. Come on. I mean, you know what I'm saying, everybody. That shit's exciting. Fuck it. Can't even tell you. A week of crashing. I'm so happy right now. A week of crashing. A week of crashing. So much crashing. Best days of Warframe for you? I could imagine that, given the success you were meeting. I could have definitely imagined that. I'm a little biased. I could say I love these days now, because I'm sure you remember my viewership back in those days, man. I had some shit viewership back in those days over on Twitch. I'm not making as much money as I used to, but I have a much better overall viewership. My viewers used to wail the shit out of me. They kept my head afloat, I definitely will say. I had a select few viewers that had like no issues giving me like $300+ a month. So they were single guys with nothing to do with their excess money, and they were like, I watch you all the time. You stream like 13 hours a day. I might as well pay for the entertainment. And I'm like, okay, thank you. Now they all have girlfriends so that they don't have the opportunity to spend the money. I still talk to them though. They were my homies outside of like the fact that they gave me money. They were my homies because they were really good people. None of them play Warframe anymore. But I still talk to them all the time. Not all the time, probably a couple times a month. But yeah, they're always busy, so I tell them about the successes of my stream and everything. We share each other's lives and all that. Like I said earlier, money doesn't make it. It's you as a person. Interception used to crash you all the time. Interesting. That was my favorite game mode back in the day before I figured out how to bug it. And then I stopped playing it because, like, there was no skill involved and I would be openly promoting an exploit that can never be fixed in the game. And even though DE has done a lot of sour things to me, I still respect their game enough not to fully openly disclose exploits or bugs like that. Because it can never be fixed. It can never be fixed. I was already reassured that, sadly enough, but I'll never release it. I still respect them. There's people in DE to always respect at the end of the day. You don't have to respect the whole of the company, but there's always going to be some part to respect. There's some extremely amazing people that work at that company. And there's extremely horrible people that work at that company. But that's like anywhere in the world. And you can't take it out. You can't take the bad out on the good. You gotta be even. I enjoy an interception the most. I enjoyed it the most. I'm weird though. I'm weird. I'm a guy who's sitting in a survival for 100 hours, for God's sakes. I think we know I'm weird. You don't talk about it, homie. I'm sure you do. Everybody knew about it back in those days. Let that be our secret from the past. Oh no! Oh no! Did we crash? Oh, we crashed! No! We'll have to look at the EE log. We'll have to look at the EE log here. We crashed. We crashed. I have a loading bar. I have a loading thing. Oh no, I think we crashed. We've done 12 hours before. What is it with Mag? Oh yeah, that's not responding. There it is. There it is, boys. There it is. There it is, boys. We did it. Let's see, can I have a, let me see here, let me find my source here. I'll at least show it real quick. At least just show the crash. There you go, everybody, it crashed. Alright, so we'll look at the EE log now. We'll look at the EE log. Why aren't you gonna send that in, Baker? Because I'll probably end up just making a ticket on it and looking at the EE log with real information. Let me check the EE log here. Only a 21 meg EE log? Oh, that's fine. That's not gonna kill me none. Good. My EE log for my 95 hours was 1.5 gigs. Can you all imagine that? 1.5 gig EE log? For anyone that's ever seen the EE log, you understand what that, what the hell that, what entails to make an EE log that big. I couldn't read it, bro. It was actually such a large file that my computer went to 65 degrees Celsius trying to scroll through it. Can you imagine that? 65 Celsius. When I'm playing the game, it don't go, even if I'm running this game for, hours on end, it don't go above, 50. 55 if I'm days on end. Yeah. All items gone? All items gone. We don't play for loot, man. I don't play for loot. Doing these runs, I'm not playing for loot. Even when I was doing the relic cracking. I didn't play for the loot. I did that for a good show for y'all. That's what that was. That was me doing a good show. Because it's just impressive to see. It makes for a good show. So. It depends. It depends. Fishers will do that still. Fishers will do that still. But not regular missions. Give me a second here. Let's look through the ZE log. Well, I'll look through it because it has a lot of personal information y'all ain't getting. Sorry. Okay. We have a failed to allocate here. Again? We did it again. How did I do it again? I have high damage warnings and queues again. The weapon. It's the weapon at this point. It's the very high one-shot damage. Very high one-shot damage. We have a new one. We have a new one. What is 09 in scientific notation, guys? What's 09? What is 09? What is, I'm really bad with that. Oh, here we go, it actually reads it out. It's so high, they actually read it out for me. Let's see, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions. 1,375,844, or 1,375,844,480. That was my explosion on my bubble. So we're crashing the game. Let's see if we can find higher than that. 1,375. We're still doing too much damage for the game. We have a 173. We have a 173 here. Oh wait, no, that's not as high as 334 or 37. Wait, hold on. I have a 3 set. I have 3,400,000,000 as well. 3,478,952,448. Yeah, so we're just crashing the game with higher damage numbers. So my low APM build is actually doing more damage than my yeah, this is actually all. The queue happened only once and we crashed. The queue only happened once. We have a bunch of 09s in here though. We have a shit ton of 09s. 3.5 is the highest. Is that a 3.6? No, 3.5 is still the highest. We have a whole mess. This weapon's so strong it crashes the game. God damn it. I knew this would be the best weapon on Mag. I fucking knew it. Oh no, we have another queue active here. We have another queue active. A really big queue active. Holy shit. That's a really big queue. Damn. Our mag build does more damage than the other build we were using that crashed the game. We're actually hitting into the 09s for scientific equation instead of 07s. So we're hitting like 3.5 billion is the highest we're getting right now. And we cause the queue on such a drastic level that it crashes the game. Here's a 3.7. Yeah, 3.7 billion's the highest that we have. This is what it says here. I can show it here because this one doesn't have anything on it really. What I can do is this real quick here. I'm gonna cut the feed here really quick and then add it. I think. It's scene 2. Okay, so I can just send over scene 2. Send over scene 2. There we go. Okay, hold on here. Where is that text file? EE. There we go. Give me a second here to crop this up. Okay. Actually, wait, hold on. Okay, that's just my account name. Everybody can see that no matter what. That's fine. Yeah. As you can see, my damage is a bit absurd. They're straight up just saying my account name, even. They're like, the Baker TV did this much damage. Warning. Warning. Yeah. So that's why we crashed. We're doing too much damage, so I don't know if I'll be able to do this. I think this is just I think it's I can't share that build though because you can grief people, so it's against TOS. I mean, I could show it to y'all here, but I can't promote it. I discourage you from using this weapon with Mag, because no matter the build you use, I think you will crash. I think it's the weapon. I wholeheartedly believe it's the weapon doing it. It's not the build. It doesn't matter the build I run. I think we're going to be doing it no matter what. Maybe if I ran a no, because even if I ran a minimal one, it's not going to matter. I was still doing this anyways. It's literally the fucking weapon. It does so much damage that you just can't. So I have peaked on Mag. I can't make the build to make the weapon work. If anyone wants to see the build, I'll show you, because I'm not going to make a build video on this. I'd have to use a completely different fucking weapon. This was the changes. I don't know if it'll crash other players' games or if it'll just crash yours. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. It's a form of griefing. I mean, it doesn't happen immediately. It's not like you're immediately gonna do it. You need to get a combo up. From what I can see, you need at least like a fucking 5.5 times to really start creating it. You need a strong multiplier. So it's not something like you can instantly jump into a mission and do. You cannot grief players instantly with this. I guarantee you that. You would have to, like, I don't know what the hell you'd have to do. You would really have to, like, you would have to intentionally go in with a lot of boost frames for this, like, a lot of buff frames to do that. Because you need to make a 550% total damage for it to start happening. Why use Jin? Because of this mod here. You use this, you get an extra 6 seconds taken off of recovery time. With this, not the, where is it? This one here. You'll get 9 seconds just by looting for every health and energy orb you pick up in combo. And then that allows you to res him faster so you can have this up faster. Which is a res for you on solo. Plus also the faster you get him res, the faster you get your bond mods back. Which you need that for the fire rate for the weapon, and you also need the final, you get a final 1.2 times crit damage multiplier. So on top of, I'm thinking this either calculates before the sniper or after the sniper. So it extends it even further. Because we have the sniper multiplier. So. In order to proc Avenger. Avenger gives a baseline 45% crit. That's a flat chance. It's not like 45% of the crit chance of the weapon you're wearing. This adds 45%. So even though this only has 1% crit on it, this now has 46% crit. Which then at least when you get that 46% crit, you can then use the Vigilante mod set to give you an extra 20% chance to actually increase that to orange crits. So you'll be getting yellow and orange crits frequently. I'll show you all what it looks like with damage numbers on. Since we crashed. And I'm fully realizing I can't do this. I actually can't do this. I am fully realizing this now. I literally can't. I've tried everything I can think of right now. Maybe when I sleep on it, I may think of something else. But I don't think I'm going to do this without crashing the game. I have to think of a different weapon or figure out a way to nerf this weapon enough to make it work. I don't know how to do that, though, because we're going to constantly have the fucking, what's it called, scaling, the damage multiplier, so I have to account for 1200% extra total damage when I'm doing this. Like, we weren't even halfway through the multiplier there. We were only at 550%, and that goes to 1200%. So we would have been doing even more damage there. And you all could only imagine what that would look like at the end of the day. Okay, game, thanks for giving me a perfect room to show everybody. I actually appreciate that. I'll show you with the Vault Spectre, because the Vault Spectre gives us an extra 50% electric as a separate mod, and also gives us an extra 200% damage. Is this one not going to open? Is it going to be a pain? I hate when they don't open. I can't see. As you can already see, 21 million from that bubble. Oh, now it opens. And we're only at a 2.5 multiplier. Yeah, that's what's doing it. It says Mag Prime on it every time for the high damage. $3.4 million on plate or on armored. Plus, they're not also even getting the 10 stacks of viral on them, which will add another 350% damage to the whole thing, too, so it scales. I don't know if that gets calculated after or before the sniper combo, but if it's after, then, oh boy, that's dangerous. That's a lot of damage. It looks like it's after, to be fair. It looks like it's after. I mean, I used Plasmor for 95.5 hours. I don't think it's gonna really... At this point, I don't think we're gonna get much better than that. Plasmor is one of the hardest hitting guns in the game. And that fell off. That fell off at around, like... Really realistically started to fall off at around, like... 11,000. For Acolyte levels. As you can see, there was 100 million. Maybe we just gotta strip away all the power strength. Maybe we just gotta strip away all the power strength. Maybe that'll work. Meridetron's a very old school weapon there. The only issue with Meridetron is you're relying off of the NPCs to kill each other. I'm not quite thinking 10%. I'm not quite thinking 10%. But I'm definitely thinking of getting rid of Fracturing Crush. Definitely thinking of getting rid of that. .8. Well, no, that didn't matter. Yeah, because I didn't have... Great, we were doing that with 40% power strength. I just realized that, because the 4 only affected... Fuck me. I would have to get rid of my aura mod. Do I even have that? No, I never even bought a fucking... what is that mod called? Oh, we do have power donation. A 0.2 times multiplier? Then how do I proc Avenger? Do we need... here's the real question. Do we even need this crit? Are we just being stupid with crit? That's the real question. Do we even need this crit? Is it even worth a damn to have? Is it even going to be worth having the crit, or go we run something else here? We don't know. We'll find out here. Yeah, that's what I'm going to be looking more at status. We don't need the well, we actually could use... We could do this. And then take out momentum. And then we could use energize. For easier energy regen, because we were having some problems there on occasion. Or we could get more headshot damage with a rage. I believe that's base damage. That's not a bad idea. A Multificiency? I think I have to buy that still. I don't think I bought Multificiency. Yeah, no, I still have to buy multi-efficiency. How much is that? How much is multi-efficiency? $159. How much duration is that? It's gonna depend if I've really... It's gonna depend how much it gives. 36%? That's not that much. 36? $42 for 28, so roughly a 45-second bubble. I don't know if I want more duration, though. I think if I have more duration, we're going to... It's only 36%, though. 36% isn't that much. Especially when you compare it to the other one, which is like 60%. And you have to remember, too, the longer the bubble's up, the more damage it's going to do on explosion. Damn. It's a pretty big difference. 35. But yeah, that's something you're not accounting worth. I want that for ensnare, actually. But yeah, it has to be a delicate balance between the two. Could go a rolling guard just to play it safe, even. Is there any check marks that I would be interested in, or am I going to possibly have to farm Mayo? Nothing really, to be honest. I mean, we could just do this instead, to be honest. Go back with the old build, because we know it doesn't affect, and we just do power donation so that we can reduce this and possibly not crash the game. And then we replace this with what energize. Oh no, we can do momentum. We need the reload. We need the reload. We need the reload. We'll do momentum over rage then, because we really don't need the damage. We're really figuring this out at this rate. Because if it's the bubble doing it, crits aren't even affect. Well, actually, when you think about it, the crit's not affecting it. If we add more base damage to it, we're actually just increasing my bubble damage. So crit actually is a requirement on that level. Fuck. Oh, son of a bitch. Because crits don't scale Mag's bubble. The base damage does. I had frame drops. I didn't get to look at my EE file. Yeah, I can, but I already have that. I already know how it works, though. We'll see. One bubble explosion. Oh, first bubble explosion. Take a look. Oh, and compare the numbers. Yeah, I got you there. Yeah. This way it isn't really long term. At worst, if this doesn't work, everybody, I'll figure out a different frame. I'll figure out a different frame. I already have some in the tank, so we can just work on them. I mean, this isn't a bad reason to be failing, don't get me wrong. This definitely is not a bad reason. It's a pretty damn good reason. The build's so strong the game can't handle it. Those are still some pretty hard hits at the end of the day, even not crits. Definitely slower. Oh, that was 500k. Do crits actually affect it now? Oh, is it because I don't have Vault? Hold on, let's put down Vault. And let's get our reload, let's get our thing up here. Okay, now we have our fire, no, we almost have our fire rate. Now we have our fire rate. Okay, now we can get an accurate test. Oh, momentum isn't gonna proc because we don't have any crit chance. So we need reload on it. So maybe we mod 2 reload mods to make up for that. Because that's a pretty slow reload right there. Alright, we'll have an idea here. There, we got 13 seconds till boom. Oh, that radiation is screwing me over. Radiated reload is not good. It's not working for me. Well, we just hit like a 200, what was that, 25 million there? But yeah, radiated reload isn't going to work. Unless I get perfect bubble placement. I think that will be okay. But the radiation is screwing us over. Because they're not running into where they need to run into to proc everything. They're just shooting at each other standing around. $25 mil? A few million isn't gonna... Well, there's 11. Half damage? Half damage isn't gonna make a difference. That's still gonna cause crashes. We had crashes in the millions. Granted, there was a Q being caused, but it's still gonna be caused. I think we're gonna have to give up with Mag. I think she just does too much damage. I honestly wholeheartedly feel that way. I feel like she just does too much damage. I feel like the sniper is good. This is a very good potential weapon, but I feel like with Mag, it just does way too much damage. No. I possibly will say it right now after this boom. Let me see the damage. 1.1 million. That's a 10th. That's a 10th of damage. Was that a plate guy though? That would be a third of the damage if that was armored though. I didn't see. As they say, being a mag main has its downsides. Isn't that the truth, man? Alright, I'm feeling it. We're gonna go ahead and abandon mag. We're gonna go ahead and abandon mag. You may ask, who, Baker, are you gonna go with then? Who? Who on earth would you use? Who on earth would you use? Who on earth would you use? Well, there's no other answer. Saryn, my highest kills per hour frame. Alright, we just gotta figure it out though. So we're gonna do an ensnare. We're gonna need rolling guard because we won't have pull, so we need to loot easier. And we needed to form a her, and I forget what I was doing outside of that. I think this was it. I think this was the setup here. I just needed to do blind rage and transient fortitude. I think that was it. Or is this a continuity and a blind rage? This might have been a I'll look at the stats after. Look at the stats after. Actually, I'm gonna use an old classic. An old classic I always enjoyed. Heck, let's have some. Let's get used to it. We'll just we'll use my Firestorm gun. We'll level. I don't level like a normal person, by the way, for anyone wondering. Actually, I could just do fast. Oh no, I can't actually. I'll just do my normal leveling. I'll do my normal. But yeah, I don't level like a normal person. I don't really... Actually, we could wait. I could go take a break. I think it's been a couple hours now, right? Just over an hour. Okay, yeah, I'll take a break. And we're going to try to get ourselves an affinity booster. Unless we get one as soon as we drop in here while I'm doing my whole spiel. Then we'll just cancel the spiel. And I'll go get the forma done at least. It was a tie between Saryn and Banshee. So. Saryn and Banshee was my tie. And I thought about it. I hate Banshee on how she plays. I love Banshee in group play. But Banshee as a solo frame is one of the most awkward playstyles you can ever do. It feels so interrupted and just janky. It feels terrible. I don't like it. Yeah, my last Banshee run was... Do I have it on here? Yeah. I didn't make it 12 hours even. I made it like 9 hours. So, yeah. Did I cut the brakes out of this? Oh, that's right. I kept this in the beginning just to show things there. But yeah. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up since I talked about it. I'll leave it up. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Hopefully when we come back and everything, I'll have a nice affinity booster, so it'll be nice and easy. But as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that have stayed around, and of course for those of you that do stay around for the ad break. I don't run ads while I'm streaming or while I'm actually playing and everything, because I like to have better engagement with y'all and not have it interrupted. So I run my ads during my breaks. So it is greatly appreciated for y'all to stick around for those ads and supporting the show and everything. But be sure if you subscribe if you haven't already, hit the little thumbs up button, do the little whole algorithm amazingness. Check out the description below for my build video channel, also for my workout/motivational quote channel and my girlfriend's link tree. Also, if you are enjoying the music being played, definitely be sure to check out check out the description below for the Relaxed Movement. He has been kind enough to let us use his music on stream, so definitely be sure to check it out and show him some love and everything if you are enjoying it. But anyways, we will see you all when I come back from the break, and we'll get this Saryn done, baby. Also, I'll be taking a 30-minute break. I'll have the time up here, but it's X21 now for everybody in the world. X is whatever the hell your hour is, and I will be back at X51. There we go. Alright everybody, I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. First thing to remember to do, turn off the ads. I do want to thank y'all that always do stay around for the ad breaks. They really do mean the world. They really do. Okay, pause that. Let me minimize this. Oh, I forgot to oh, damn it. I always try to reduce this. Or, yeah, put it in the background. Damn. Diagonal. Let me actually put this layer above this layer here. There we go. So that when I bring this up, that gets overtaken. Good. 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 Awesome. Okay. Did we get an affinity? Oh, we did. Oh, good news, everybody. I think we actually might quit. I think we could have quit vram for no. Well, I'll try this. Do I have ensnare or pull on? Pull's gonna be easier on me. Ensnare. I'll take my pull bill. Okay, that's good that. And oh, we don't have the greedy pull augment. Need to get adaptation for it. What could we actually boom. Good stuff. Is that Avenger Guardian? Yep. This isn't the fastest leveling, but when I'm trying to learn something, this is the most efficient way for me to do it. I get to learn from the point of like weakest and all that. Which to me, hold on, I need to get adjusted correctly. I didn't have my keyboard in, or my computer tray in too far. Yeah. It gives me the ability to really learn everything. Oh, that's right, I don't have the thing active. Oh, did I put on... Okay, I had the right pet. I just got the crit buff from it. Braum is a little faster. Braum is faster. I just don't even worry about scoping. Is this strong? Yeah. Well, that's a lot of energy. Maybe I'd do better on the other side. Hold on. Okay, okay. I was about to say, are we getting multiplier or is that not depleting? Let's say 56. 52, it is depleting. Okay. It's just a slow depletion. Just over halfway done. Just over halfway done. Let me try over. I was about to try over here, but I wasn't paying attention to my health. I was looking where I was gonna run to. Let me try over here. Let me try over here. Oh, there's some levels lost. That's fine. I could just pull these things in. I think he'll just keep giving me XP. Oh, you're not gonna hit the things. Oh, you are hitting them. You're just not doing any damage. I see. Usually you do more. Why aren't you doing more? It's okay though. We don't expect anything from you. You're just morale. Are they taking the elevator or something? Okay. Oh, I need to redo that. This is the type of stuff that I mean. Should get myself used to everything. I don't have the augment, so I can't get myself used to the augment. You having fun, huh? Okay. I'm glad you're done. I could have just locked them down, but I just did not feel like it. Alright, we need some energy. If you're wondering, is the runs gonna look this awkward? I have no clue. I haven't played Saryn in years. We'll get better though. We'll get back to it. It'll be okay. It's just we're gonna have a bit of a learning curve. I can definitely tell I'm gonna have, but it'll be okay. Fingers crossed. Yeah, it'll be fine. This isn't what the build's gonna look like anyways. We're using Ensnare. I'm just using it as a tool to gather easier. Orange crits on this thing, just nothing but them are insane. Especially for non-scope damage. No multipliers in this. I love that AoE. I love it. This is what Prime Firestorm is. Just, it's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. You don't even really need to aim. Almost died there. We're at 18. Okay, we're almost done. This one took a lot longer than I expected. This one took a lot longer than I expected. One more rank. We got 20? Okay, we're good. Let's go to next round. For anyone that doesn't know, visual 20 up there is fully ranked if you are if you go in unranked completely. That starts to change as you go up in ranks. I forget at what point it really starts to change. I think it might be 10. We're gonna be secured at 21. We're still killing things because of the what is it called? What do you guys? How did you guys get it? They spawned with it there. Oh man, that was good. That was good. All right, we'll see if this is all done with Forma now. I just haven't cared to. I don't need her energy increase that much. Oh, that reminds me. Let me take shards off Mag. Let me take shards off Mag. Where's Bile? Bile. What do you use all your Argon shards on? That's feeding Bile. It comes in handy. Let's see, for the combining of them, I have an additional blue. And then I have a red. Let me look up here. Archon Shard, Warframe. Let's see here. Let's look at the combinations. Let's see if there's anything I want to use. It would probably be... what is it? Okay, can you tell me the combinations? Okay, I get that, but can I have the combinations so I know what I have? Here we go. That's what I figured. A violet and a emerald. Okay. Do a max stack of corrosive. Recover health with toxin. Toxin status effect and deals more damage. Gain plus 10% ability damage on enemies affected by status. Or by corrosive. So that would give me another 10% ability strength on my 3. Which I guess is the same as using a red, but then I don't have to use the red. I can use the red for status chance. What else over here? Gain electric primary damage, 30% base. Gain an additional 10% for each extra. Okay. For each crimson, azure, or violet. I have an extra blue and red there. So that might be good. No, I wouldn't get an extra red, I would lose my red. So to lose the status chance? I don't know if I want to lose status chance on this weapon. Let me see things. I actually don't know if I want any of the new shards. I'm not looking to fully strip, so I don't care. Stripping armor is all I care about, but that is Acolyte. Not stripping, but reducing armor as Acolyte's the only thing I care about that with. Yeah, I guess that's just what we're gonna... Let's see. $150 energy. Oh, okay. Alright. So like 7, we could do health regen too. Even 1 health regen would just... That would help with the fact that we probably can't format to get rid of... Can we format to get rid of that fully ranked combat discipline? Because I think that's what killed me in the middle there, when I wasn't paying attention to my health. I have a fully ranked one. We have 10 points left over. There's a chance. Yes! Just enough! That's what I'm talking about. Oh, thank God. Just enough. Alright, so we don't have to worry about the health regen. Alright, how much do our abilities cost? Let's go ahead and do a roundup of our abilities so that we can get an energy idea here. Why does drain say 0? Does this not cost energy anymore? Why does it say 0? What is it? Does that not cost energy anymore? Or is that still, that has to cost energy still, right? Or they removed that? Why do they need to feel? I'm not gonna complain too much, but like, why do they feel a need to buffer even more? A few times I'll go into a sim. That confuses me. I haven't played Saryn in years, so. Holy shit, it doesn't cost energy? It doesn't cost energy anymore? Whoa, what a nice quality of life. Oh shit, it's real. What are you doing? You stop. There. Boom. Okay. Awesome. That's really cool. Holy shit. It doesn't cost energy anymore? I remember they used to cost energy. Pretty fucking cool. Okay. We got 77. And how much energy do we have? 225? 2.9 cast? Okay. Well, that already tells me I'm gonna need a lot of energy then. That already tells me everything. That already tells me everything. Okay. So we can skip these because we don't need the casting speed. I guess we could use it on the 4, so maybe one. Maybe one of those. And then we do 3 of these and then 1 of these for the extra status chance. Yeah, I like that. 275. 275. There we go. 400. Divided, or wait, yeah. 400 divided by 77. 5.19 cast. Okay. Okay, that's more reasonable. And then primary status chance. And then casting speed. I'll put the 4 a little bit. Alright, this is what we'll go. And if I do finish this run, I would appreciate everybody that has seen this build already. Please give the build video a thumbs up and a view. As I always say, please. It'll be on my Bake Your Science channel in the description below. I do this because I did notice with my vault video I still had good views, so I had good faith to be able to show my builds as I work on them if I want to be working on them on stream. But I am trying to do this as an actual content creator, so it's always appreciated. I'll probably get hit with new core and do better. Do we want the radiation? We may want the radiation. We can get rid of this because we want the reload. We know we need that reload. So We'll do prime fast hands and get this down to a 1.2. We do hit some diminishing returns, but it's okay. It's far more important. Actually, no, we kind of want Vital Sense. Oh, we kind of want Vital Sense. That's going to be smarter. 60% power strength isn't going to boost us enough, in my subjective opinion, to equal having the additional 150% reload speed. It's like a 1 second reload, plus having the extra crit damage. And that's mainly because I'll be using Jhin, obviously. That's because a Tenacious Bond is a final crit multiplier, so it'll scale a lot higher. Yes, there we go. Okay. Okay, magnetic radiation. Do I have a status build? Okay, can I actually, like, not screw with my damage build? Oh, let me re-put in another arcane here. Merciless. I sold my other one, if you're wondering. I forgot to... I wanted to get the trade done. I had like fucking 10 people to trade in my PMs, and well, you can only have 3 people in a group, so I was like, I got a fully ranked one, I don't care, I'll just have to re-put it on every weapon. Get this trade out of the way quick, because I don't rank mine up immediately. As you can see, with as many as I have, taking the time to rank them up, like even as I get them, would just be too much. Would just be way too much. That's my damage build. Yeah, we have this here, and let's put on... Not that we need this, but if I want to, like, for some reason, try to get the combo up for Zenny Star, I can. This is gas magnetic, so that's good. Let's reopen this so that I can have a better idea what's going on here. So it's a 3 status. Gas magnetic radiation, and then we have corrosive cold and PSI. Wait, corrosive cold, viral PSI. So we have 6, 7, 8, 9 statuses for acolytes, plus extra shield damage. And then if we so happen to desperately need more damage than that, we can do... We have heat covered. Oh god, what is there left, really? I think we have every primary element. We have viral, radiation, gas, magnetic, corrosive, blast. We don't have blast. So that absorbs our heat. We don't have blast, so we can just do, like, maybe that. And then... What else? If we create blast here, we have toxin covered, we have heat covered, and we have electric covered through our specter. I guess we can throw it on here just to secure it. And we could do a blast electric for this. Anyone wondering the Riven? Here you go. Oh yeah, also, you probably saw a Riven on there. There you go. In fact, last time we put rolls into this Riven, we got this. Let's see what we get this time. Let's put some rolls in. Old Baker's got over 1,000,000 Kuva. What's up, Home of Games? How you doing? Doing alright, doing alright. Discovered that we're not going to be able to do 100 hours with Mag. With the Sporothrix, because no matter what I do, I make her bubble do so much damage that it either kills mobs too fast or too like clumped up to like too many mobs at one time, that it creates a queue to the point where it crashes the game because there's more mobs in queue than there can be spawning, or I do so much damage that I crash the game from the damage. I've spent now 8 days trying to figure it out, and I can't figure it out without crashing the game because of one of those two reasons. 8 days. No, I don't use any of the overlays or anything like that. I'm not getting that specific with my Riven rolls to need to know the exact, like, how close am I to the highest damage. I'm not going for that type of god roll type deal. I'm just rolling, and then if I need to figure out what's going to be better than not, I just punch it into Overframe with 2 different builds. The old stats and the new one. When I actually look at it, I'm like, oh shit, this is close, so I gotta figure this out. Hold on, I gotta refresh that stupid heart. Just use Helmuth? What do you mean? Just use Helmuth. I've done a 95.5 hour mag run, bro. Or are you telling me to replace the bubble ability? I'm not replacing the bubble on mag. I mean, I guess I could, but I don't know what I would really... Like, I don't use the 3, I don't ever need the 3. But I use the 1, 2, and 4. And if I'm not going to use Mag's bubble, I might as well just use a different frame at that rate. It makes literally no sense. I mean, Mag does have greedy pull, which is nice. That's really nice, but I feel like at that rate, I might as well just switch frames. Maybe like later on in the year when the game is a lot more stable, and they announce that they're not going to do any more patches until like a next big patch. They make like a big announcement like that near the end of the year, I'll try it again. But that's about the only time I'll try it again, because the game will be in a much more stable spot. Because I was hitting damage cap left and right with the Plasmord, but the game was much more stable than it is right now. This is right after a really big patch, so I have done a 12-hour run since the patch, but the damage was much more scattered out and it was much lower. Much lower. That was with my Vault 12-hour minimalistic build, which if anyone wants to check out the build for that, it doesn't use shards or prime sure-footed or Rivens really, like outside of the Zenny Star, but you only need initial combo on that. It's just for quality of life. But yeah, if you want to check that out, it's in my build video down below, Baker's Signs. And I have the 95.5 hour build on there as well. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, but Ash is still like pretty much the best frame in the game in my subjective opinion. He really hasn't moved from that, but it depends on what you're doing. In some situations, he does get outclassed only due to the fact of you're not taking yourself to the moon. You know what I mean? Alright, we put in like 30 rolls. I'm good. Let's go test. Let's go test. Let's see. Momentum Avenger. We got all that. We got all that. We got all that. And we got all that. I am new to Warframe, to the Riven if you cycle. Can you go back to the previous one? Yes, you can. Or I'll roll again on the thing just to show you there. Actually, we'll roll Neza any star. Why not? So, you come over into here, you hit roll, and your new one... Give me a moment, boys. And you'll have your old one over here you can hit and then hit confirm, but I'm not going to do that yet. Give me a second, boys. Give me a second. 50% base status chance on the disc, so 109% would bring that over 100%. With the build that I have on there currently with the extra status chance, it would be up around 200% status. Guaranteeing it would go over the threshold and guarantee 2 statuses each, or I could have the statuses tick faster. The initial combo isn't enough to make or break it. I'm going with it. We actually just got a new roll. Holy shit, thank you for saying something. You didn't even know, but you just improved the Zenny Star. You just improved our Zenny Star. 116% status. Yeah, we'll be over the threshold for the guaranteed 200% essentially. So we'll be proccing Blast Electric every single time. Oh my god, this just sent it to the fucking moon. Was good karma. I was willing to show somebody something, and in thanks of doing it, we got besides getting a negative, or not getting a negative, we got a damn good roll. A damn good roll. All we like, if we would have had a negative on that, maybe some range too, or like attack speed, like oh my, oh it'd be so good. That would have been god roll for me. I received 20 gifted memberships, so you were one of the lucky members. That happened 3 days ago now. My days are really jumbled up. So I'm not 100% if it was 3 days ago or not. Baker likes build so far. Baker likes build so far. Oh, we forgot to turn on. We'll have to extract out of here. But this gave us an idea. This is what it's gonna look like. I gotta turn off damage numbers. Otherwise we could have a crash. And I need to take out all variables that I know could cause me a crash so that I could figure things out. This is nice. Let's see what an Acolyte spawns, and then we'll go ahead and extract. Is this Steel Path? Yeah, it is. I like the question. Don't worry, I've done that myself. I've been in a Steel Path mission, loaded in, and killed things so fast to where I'm like, is this Steel Path? There's no way this is Steel Path. Yeah, this is Steel Path, man. For infested liches? Yeah, actually. I'm down for it. I want to see what they do with the weapons. I'm so down for it. I want to see an improved Urbano Cernos. I know we won't, but I want to. I can have my hopes though, damn it. Not bad. Not bad. Eventually we'll cap out on damage and the spores won't actually kill anything. They'll cap at 100k, so they won't do enough damage to actually kill anything anymore at some point. That's the sad part. But our actual damage is doing really good. We can actually mod out of corrosive for something else. Oh, I just realized that we don't need corrosive. Though that 578k was really sexy. We could go with something else though. Good mod for something else. Oh, we already have viral covered. Do we mod for magnetic? Do we just mod for magnetic so we don't have to worry about applying with our secondary? Magnetic gas? Just to fucking do it? Just extra statuses? Oh, we ran out of ammo. That was 2 shots, so I think that's a good example of what the hell's... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Only a 2 times multiplier? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, we're good. Oh, that was sexy. These are all dead ends here. Dead end here. Actually, that might not be a dead end. No, that's big room. That's a dead end. Yeah. Dead end. Dead end. God damn, these are some fire-ass rooms. Let me tell you, these are good fucking rooms. My god. These rooms. DE, you tempted me to stay with damage numbers on. Look at you. Jeez, those are some of the best rooms I've ever seen. Yeah, Acolytes are Steel Path only mobs. Essentially, if you remember, if you were an old school player, it's actually, yeah, Home of Games, when did you play? Did you play like 5 or like back during the Acolyte event? Where you used to get Maiming Strike? Yeah, I'm on PC. Just a fair warning, everybody, in about 30 minutes we will have to start up a new stream. YouTube only allows 11 hours, 55 minutes on a VOD. And I like to have full VODs. I don't know what that is. You played since 2018. You were just a little. You were in a very awkward period in between the game. You never experienced these mobs in any facet. Acolytes used to be a mob that came from an event in the game that came around every year, and they got switched to actually spawning in a harder version of the star chart. What this version of the star chart does is it adds, as you can see there, for 100 enemy levels. Also, they have 250% more health, shield, and armor. Plus, you get those two boosters. So they also have what will spawn every roughly about 4 to 8 minutes. Will be what's called an Acolyte, and they're essentially a mini boss, but those were the bosses that you would fight in that event that I was referring to earlier. I don't remember what they were called, that event was, but they were called Acolytes. When you bullet jump, shift control, and space all at the same time. I do shift W in space. My shift is my crouch, which is your... But you don't even need to hit W. This is just shift and jump, which is spacebar. But you stop with momentum, so it's not as really fluid. Oh, yeah. You crouch first, jump, crouch first, jump. But if you're standing still, it's, you hold W, it's a lot smoother. How do I get my plat? I just play the game a lot and sell whatever I have from doing extra. I don't want to lose cold. What makes, let's see, what was it? That was cold. Ew. Ew, I don't want to lose cold. I guess we'll stick with this. We'll just stick with this then. I'm not going to be pressing that many buttons to get a little bit extra boost forward, bro. I'm not... No, bro, I already know about the roll thing and all that. I'm not doing all that. It's not worth it to me. There's also the aim gliding. But no, bro. It's not... I'm not doing all that extra. I'm not a high APM player, man. I don't like high action per minute anything. I got carpal tunnel from doing high APM builds and high APM play. I don't deal with that again. I already got carpal tunnel from that nonsense. You can enjoy it as long as you want, but I'm not among the wanting of that anymore. Good work. Good work. How am I gonna get this back quickly? That? Just 2 shots and... Okay, let me take some ASIC hits and then we'll jump into this. Okay, everybody. Let's see what this do. Oh shit, we forgot the damage numbers again. I got too distracted talk. Ah, fucking hell. Sorry, everybody. I really apologize. I'll relaunch the game after I do this, too. Just so we have a nice fresh game. So we'll disable, we'll restart the game really quick, and then we'll jump back in. I'm sorry. There's 2 reasons I like to disable my damage. 2 reasons. First reason... Let me bring up old footage here. 1 second. Old footage playing. Okay, first reason though is it helps preventing crashes of the game. Second reason, I like to be able to see the things in front of me. When you have a lot of dots and everything going off and a lot of AoE damage, it's hard to see what things are doing in front of you. And paying attention to cast. Let me switch windows here. So we're about to... I'm about to load up the game, but yeah, it just helps overall with that, being able to actually see what mobs are doing and their cast and all that kind of stuff. Alright, we're back in the game, hold up. Okay, so we have our damage numbers disabled. We'll go ahead and check everything else right now. Make sure all our settings are right. Okay. So once we essentially find ourselves a comfy room, we've been there for a little bit, we'll go ahead and start up a new stream. Once we hit about 11.5 hours, which is in roughly 25 minutes. Let's just enable that in there so we can be regenerating the energy. Alright, bad room already. This could be good. No. And at the end of the day, I think that's what I'll always do if I want to go forward really fast. I'll just go a little bit high and slam attack. It's always the fastest way to get around. There we go. Okay, we got good here. Good there. Good there. Okay. Let's use this room because they're all pretty much the same, and this will give me a bit better spawns, hopefully. Oops. I should have hit him with my one first. Oh, nobody was in the range. Okay. We can get some spread there. Alright, let's do our reloads. Oh good, we'll be giving him a corrosive buff too. There we go. Let me just refresh those two. Actually, I should refresh only with this. Let's maximize our buff here. And be sure, if y'all haven't already, definitely give the video a thumbs up if you're enjoying, for some last minute algorithm push. And if you also enjoy talking in chat and want to use custom emotes, we do have membership plans starting from 99 cents a month for access to emotes and badges. I don't believe in actually giving anybody something unique for paying, so that's just what we leave it out there. You can go from 99 cents up to $12.99 a month, just based on what you want to do. But if you like talking in chat and you want to use some custom emotes, be sure to take a look. Do we have you active? No. I'm gonna have to assume they're gonna get affected by the spores regardless. Oh, Vault's off staring into Egypt right now. Oh well, I guess he's holding my stacks. I don't know. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Oopsie. There we go. Okay, I killed him. Ooh. Okay. At only a 2.5 times? That's some good news right there. We won't worry about using my Xeneric regen thing or extra power strength until I actually need it. Oh, I'm a potato. Kinda want a... I kinda want a hallway room more. Just because it would be easier. But I guess if it gets too chaotic, I can always just use the ensnare very easily. Form like that, and then it gets gathered and it just dies. I At this point, we don't even need to be activating the 1 and 3. Just have a baseline active and we're good for the dots. Or for just the 1 active. Just spreading spores. At some point they'll get so strong they'll just start killing everything. And then I'll run out of stacks and my loot's gonna be all over the damn place, so I'm not gonna be too happy about that. I might just even stop using spores here, knowing that's gonna happen, until they hit like 4 to 5k. Then I can safely use, without dealing with that. There we go, we got decay. We'll let that decay out. We won't recast. This way we don't have to deal with when it scales too high and everything's dying outside. That decay rate's beautiful though, it's so slow. Alright, I'm happy with this run. I'm gonna go ahead and... oh, that felt good. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here, and when we come back I'll start up a new stream. This way I don't have the new stream started up with the break. because it'll probably end up going long enough to unfortunately not be able to edit it, because YouTube won't let you edit over 5-hour streams, so I can't like cut out the intro every time, or like a long intro, if I do a stream longer than 5 hours. There's a lot of things about YouTube I wish they would fix, but in time I hope they give the support that streamers need as a whole. But yeah. We're going to go ahead and take a bit of a break here. When we come back, I'm going to start up a new stream, like I said, and we will get back into this run, and we're going to see what we can do with this. I'm actually really enjoying this so far. Stupidly enjoying this, to be honest with you, even though we're only like 10 minutes in. I've already done 12 hours with her, so I know where it's going to be going, essentially. And I can see that this should be a lot of fun. This should be a lot of fun. The 2, what is that? No, that's what, 2, so 4. We'll say 4:30, but I may be back a bit earlier than that. Anyways, be sure, if you have not subscribed to the channel, definitely be sure to do so. Give the video a thumbs up. And of course, check out the description below for my build video channel. Also, my workout / motivational quote channel, my girlfriend's link tree with all of her social medias. And if you are also enjoying the music, definitely be sure to check out the Relaxed Movement and all their music that they have been so graciously allowed us to use. So we will see you all when I come back from the break, and we'll get this run going some more. And as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that have stayed around, and of course those of you that do stay around for the ad break, as I do not run ads while I'm actually playing the game, and everything I run them during my breaks, so it's much appreciated for those of you that do stick around for them.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright everybody, I'm back. Let me go ahead and start up the new stream. I know I'm back a bit early. 10 minutes early, but we good. Actually wait, before I do that, let me go ahead and turn this off. There we go. Okay, that is turned off now. Let's see here. Take this off, do that. I'll take mag off here. There's one other thing I gotta do really quick here too. I gotta look up tags really quick and add that in for Saryn so that it gets better in the algorithm. Very important to do. There we go. And we'll come over in here and we'll take out mag. Take out all the mag ones. Okay, that takes out all the mag ones. If I do find out I need Saryn Prime for this, it'll just so be it. But we'll find out the hard way. Because I don't think I'll need the extra energy. I don't think it's that much. Let's see. Saryn Overframe. New build. And Control F. Saryn normal. Let's see. 225, 300. So it's a 75 difference. It's one extra cast. Could be possibly two. How many did I have before? 7? Or 5? 7. So it would give me 7. Really close to 8. It would be 475 then. 475 divided by 77. 6. So it would only give me 6. It would only be one more cast. That's actually not worth it. I already know that won't be. Yeah. Okay. No, at least I tested that out. That's what matters to me. I gave that a quick little entertainment there, and now I can't question whether that's gonna work or not. It's gonna be worth it or not. It's just one extra cast. One extra cast ain't worth it. Yo, what's up, Marcella? How you doing, man? But we're gonna be starting over. If everybody goes over to that live, I will see you all over there. As we're hitting the time limit here on YouTube for current live, so I'll see you all over there. Be sure if you haven't given this one a thumbs up, definitely be sure to do so. And I will see you all over there in a moment. Anyways, as always, I do hope you all take care, stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always, never stop searching. Peace, everybody.